Right?
So did you
No,
watch
no,
the video, Angry?
Huh? Yes, I did.
Did you watch my video?
Yes.
What do you think?
I thought you were kind of jabbing at me a little bit there, I think.
Not you. No, not you personally.
No, something about
No one.
the angry atheists that are always picking on Christians, those poor Christians.
No, that's definitely not you. You're the fucking conspiratard that believes everything he's told. By
No, I believe nothing I'm told. I believe nothing I'm told. That's where the conspiracies come from. Because CNN wants to tell some bullshit. No.
But no, it was I was referring to Robin.
No.
Yeah. Yeah, I really was.
No.
Yeah. Dude, she's a slave to Christianity, brother.
No.
She is an intellectual slave.
Because we live in a country that is constantly bombarded with Christianity bullshit. Yes.
Well, so that removes your sense of self. Does that remove, like, by doing what she's doing, dude? By doing what she's doing, she's playing into their hands.
No.
She is that rejected girlfriend, right? That spends all her fucking time thinking about you, or thinking about you and blah blah blah, and she's like, and dude, those chicks are so fucking easy to manipulate. Therefore, making them slaves. Therefore, making them a slave to their ex-boyfriend. You know? Dude, if she doesn't believe, then stop reading the fucking Bible.
What? She's not. It's not like she's reading it to teach people the good words. She's critiquing it.
No, she's not.
Yes,
that's it.
She reads it
those
and mocks
videos, those Bible reading videos that she has are just simply her sitting there reading the Bible. There's no editorialism to it. There's no critique to it. It's just her reading the Bible. Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah,
How many have we seen?
3 or 4.
See, I've seen about, I don't know, pushing 52 of them. And
the ones I saw, there was no critique. It was just her reading the Bible. Trying to get her mug on fucking YouTube.
I don't think that's what it's about. That's the.
But it's out there
now.
That's
why we always fuck with Christianity so bad. It's because, God damn it, they try and use Christianity as a way to govern our lives, like people in motherfucking government use Christianity.
Granted. All right, if you want to go at that angle, let's go at the fucking Cold War. You know, democracy versus fucking. Let's look at the Cold War. Let's use the Cold War as an example. Democracy versus fucking communism.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the Democrats, not the Democratic Party, but the Democrats, people advocating for democracy, offered something in return. Atheists don't offer anything. They sit there and they say that Christians are stupid and fucking look at what they blah, blah, blah. Look at how this part of their book contradicts this part of their book, and look at how they contradict themselves in this part and this part and this part. And like, it's not like a sociological debate that atheists are having. It's a fucking point and laugh and ridicule.
Yes, but the people in your country that fucking talk like that are told, dude, we're not following that bullshit. You need to go find somewhere else where there are people that will fall for that shit. And they come to America. Because there are fucking plenty of motherfucking stupid-ass people that just blindly fucking type amen to anything on Facebook that says fucking God.
Yeah.
So
and those people are you.
Yeah.
You're those people.
No. What?
Yes.
No. What?
Yes, you are.
How?
You're just the other side of those people.
No.
No,
what
the point I was trying to make, the point I was trying to make is, instead of saying how stupid Christians are and ridiculing them and fucking blah 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 and like pointing and laughing and basically schoolyard bullying them, trolling them,
Okay.
If you really do feel passionately that fucking Christianity is taking over society in America and everything's done in a Christian way and it's over the top, blah, 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 then become involved politically. Become, like, try and stop that. You know, stop the Christians from doing that. But, like, to try and stop Christians from believing is like giving a Harry Potter fan the phone book to read. Someone who loves to read novels, okay?
Right.
Let's say the Christian, let's compare him to someone who loves to read novels. Christopher Dawkins walks up and says, hey, look, I've got this book. Here, read this. It's got heaps of pages, heaps of words, and it makes complete and utter sense. And gives this person a phone book. You know, that person's going to get no fulfillment out of reading a phone book. None whatsoever. And to be honest, it would be insulting of Dawkins to do that. I would be insulted. What?
Okay.
You know, what are you trying to say to me here, Mr. Dawkins, Richard Dawkins, whatever?
I don't get the analogy though. I really don't.
Okay, I'm back.
The problem is though, like, I don't know.
Okay, I'm back now. What were you talking? Now, what was being talked about?
Atheism versus Christians.
What about Christians?
Mike thinks Christianity is better than atheism.
No, I didn't say that at all. No, I mean, we were just sort of discussing the points of my video, I guess, and points I made in the video.
Yeah.
He thinks atheists just bully Christians, and that's all we ever do.
Oh, well, they
Kinda.
do this.
Not, I mean, that's simplifying it, maybe oversimplifying it, but.
What I think they do the same thing to us all the time.
So you concede. Actually, should we try and play my video in here? Because if you know, I'd really like you to see it quiet, and I'd like to be here with you when you watched it.
Well, yeah, go ahead and video share it because I don't know how to do that right.
Okay.
Do you know how to share it for the public to see too?
I can share it in this Hangout. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, screen share it. See if the public can see it. I have a separate tab open to view the Hangout, like if I'm viewing it from the public standpoint. So yeah, see if it'll work that way.
Okay. Here we are.
That way the audience can see the video too.
Yeah.
As long as you're okay with the copyright stuff, dude, I can actually air it on my channel as long as you're okay with it.
I'll see if I can play it in here via the YouTube app.
Yeah, see if you can do it public.
And then give him a strike.
Because no, it won't give me a strike on his because I think
if Mike does, if Mike files for one.
Oh no, Mike won't give me a strike. I don't think he'd do that.
That'd be fucked up.
Oh shit! If he did that, I'd fly to New Zealand myself, and he'd be taking a look at me in person.
No, I've got it. It's all queued up, ready to play in the YouTube app. Or do you want me to screen share it?
Screen share it for the audience to see it too.
Well, whoever, like the three of us, can sit here and watch it in the YouTube app on the Hangout.
Yeah, but I think it would be better. I honestly think it would be better if it was screen shared so everybody can, see what we're talking about.
Okay.
So that they won't be in the dark.
All right, I'll let me see. Been a few weeks since my last. Let me screen share. No, screen share won't work for me. Maybe if I pull that over here.
Well, let me see. Hold on. Let me check something out. Let's see if we can do this right. Because last time
That's the link to it.
last time I tried doing this. Hold on a minute. God damn it. Let's see. All right. Let's click on the. I clicked on the link, but it ain't giving me nothing. Hold on. All right. Let's see here. Got all kinds of shit going on. All right. I'm going to screen share it here in a second. And get the screen share up. Right. Can anybody see it?
Yep.
All right, I'm going to play it, see if it works, all right?
All right.
Can you hear that?
Nope.
Nope.
What the fuck? I wonder how you can get it to here. I mean, how you can get it to broadcast. What am I doing wrong?
Have you got your headphones in?
Yeah, do you have to take them out or what?
Yeah, because
Okay.
it's a manual connection that's coming out of the speaker and then going into your microphone. It's not doing it electronically.
All right, what we're going to do, audience, for anybody that's there right now, we're going to go to, we're going to screen share this with you guys, and I'm going to play it here real quick, and then let me know what you guys think in the side chat. And I'm getting ready to do that now, so everybody take the time to mute yourselves so we can get this taken care of.
How many people you got watching over there? Quiet?
I'm not sure right now.
Okay.
Let me mute myself on the chat real quick.
No sound, man.
What's that?
We got no sound. Oh, I got no sound anyway.
Well, hold on. Let me leave mine open then. It probably has to leave mine open. Hold on.
Oh yeah, you'll have to hold. Yeah, leave your mic open.
All right. Everybody
Cool.
else mute. Everybody else mute real quick.
Yep.
Hey everyone. Been a few weeks since my last video. There's a few interviews out there. Satanic Internet, I'll leave links in the description below. Satanic International Radio. There's an interview with myself, Zach Black, and Brian Werner. Let's take up a photo remains. And there was also an interview with Tex, the Demented one. I'll leave you link to his channel in the description below. We had some audio issues with that, so the link I will leave is my SoundCloud, which is where that interview came to earth. Granted, it's not the greatest audio. We are going to do more together. We are going to do more interviews and conversations. But that one's, you know, I had to compensate and kind of fix up some audio.
Hold on.
So,
Hold on. Pause that.
link in the description below. This video is about.
I can't make out a word he's saying.
Well,
I've seen the video and I have no idea what he's saying.
okay, hold on a minute. Hold on a minute.
Now, I have a lot of friends, and online friends that are, and real world friends that are atheists. And
Try to turn your speaker down a little.
Those people have enriched my life and have my understanding of my universe.
Try what?
Turning your speakers down just a little.
All right. Hold on.
I understand it. And, you know, I don't wish to lose those things. anyone or piss anyone off, or it's not the intention of this video at all. The intention of this video is just to call it how I see it. There are those in the community who I'm not sure how to. They spend so much. They apparently spend so much time, and their online persona, I guess, would kind of mirror their real life persona. I don't know about that statement, but you know, these people are atheists. Atheists, right? I know all about it. And, angry atheists. And they hold weekly hangouts, which is great, which is cool. I'm not bagging them for holding their hangouts. But these hangouts turn into atheist bitching sessions, right? Where it's just, oh, look at the Christians, look at how stupid they are, look at how this bit of their book contradicts this bit. And, oh, they believe in this, oh, how stupid are they? And it's like, well, what are you offering? You know, what are you offering in return? You can sit there and bag Christians all you like, but you're offering nothing. You offer nothing. You know? Like, I put it down to this part of it, I put it down to some people, maybe not all people, I know me personally, I have a belief-sized hole in my thought process that science, reason, and atheism just doesn't really fit in that hole. You know, for me, non-belief wasn't enough. So I turned to Satan, and Satanism is a belief in self, of worship devils and blah blah blah. You know, don't get me started on that subject. That's a whole other video entirely. But you know, we believe in self. Now, if atheists turned around and said, "Hey, look, you know, you're wrong. You're wrong. You can say your Christians are as wrong as they like all day fucking long. That's fine. But offer them something in return. You know, don't sit there and say they're fucking stupid. And don't because you're offering nothing. There's nothing you have to offer. What is Richard Dawkins? Let's say Richard Dawkins is the televangelist of the atheists. What does he offer? Science and reason. Okay, that's cool. That's not a problem. That's like offering someone who likes to read books, the phone book. Oh, you like reading books? Okay, read this one. It's a big fucker. Right? Stupid. You know? And yeah, as I say, people have a faith-sized hole, not a faith-sized hole, a belief-sized and shaped gap in their thought process. And that gap needs to be plugged. And science and reason doesn't cut it. And I mean, a lot of these atheists, you know, these bitching atheists, look at how stupid they are, blah, 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 blah. I mean, one springs to mind in particular that has a weekly show that is reading from the Bible. And not even the atheistic bits, not even the bits that would support an atheistic argument. Just reading the Bible. 15 minutes of this person reading the Bible. You go into this person's hangouts and they are just bitching sessions, just complete, you know, taking the piss out of people and just being really nasty, you know, like just being nasty to these people and just being really ugly. You know, there's a real ugliness to this person's character that I can see. You know, and it strikes me that that this person spends so much time reading the Bible and you know, apostatizing against, rallying against Christianity and all of its evils and blah 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 blah. It appears to me that she that she has become a slave to Christianity. You know, these real whinging, whining atheists are, in my eyes, nothing short of slaves to Christianity. And what I mean by that is, let's say you have an argument with someone. Okay? Let's say you have a falling out with this person. And this person dedicates their life to your destruction. Dedicates their life. Their every waking moment, every waking thought is about doing harm to you. It's about how you wronged this person. Now, doesn't that make that person a slave to you? An intellectual slave to you that can be manipulated and bent to do your bidding, basically, bent to your will. You know, a person like that is so easy to manipulate, and I know this because I have done it. You know, and it's like when I'm having conflict with someone, I hope that they get to that point, because then they become very, very easy to manipulate and very, very easy to dominate. You know, and I think a lot of atheists are at that point, you know, where if Christianity wanted to, it could turn around and just puppet master these people to Christianity's will. If Christianity had a will, it had any balls whatsoever, which we all know it doesn't. Now, don't get me wrong, okay? I'm not fucking apologizing for Christianity. I'm not a Christian apologist at all. At motherfucking all. I'm a Satanist, for God's sake. You know? We are not the friends of Christians. We are not the friends of Christians. But also, I'm a human being, and this is pretty obvious stuff that I can see, as far as I'm concerned, pretty damn obvious. This is how this whole atheism thing goes, you know. It just, yeah, you know, there's, as I say, a lot of people online I see as slaves to Christianity. They rally against it, and they cry, and every waking moment is them standing on their soapbox, blah, 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 against Christianity. Then they go home, step off their soapbox, go home and get out the Bible and read the Bible. How can I get them tomorrow? How can my soapbox be used tomorrow? Oh, I'm an atheist. Hey, they're offering nothing in return. As my analogy, it's like offering someone who loves to read books a phone book to read. It's not going to work. It's not going to fit. You know, and B, their enemy's thoughts have become their thoughts. Their enemy's persona and his personality have become their persona and personality. You know, it's like, I mean, I don't claim to offer any answers whatsoever. I merely claim to offer observations. Hey everyone.
Okay, so I have a few issues with that. Now, the reason I fucking speak so much bullshit against fucking Christianity is because every day I'm fucking stupid like this. I check my fucking Facebook account every day, probably twice a day, and every fucking time there's somebody in there like, praise Jesus and blah blah blah, you know, and it just drives me fucking nuts. It's the 21st fucking century. There's no fucking reason you should have an imaginary friend. And if it was Muslim, if it was Islam when I opened the Facebook feed, if it was fucking Hindu or something like that, I'd have shit to say about them. But it's not. It's fucking Christianity. It's in my face every motherfucking day, every minute of every day. There's nothing but, you know, I have to deal with fucking, you know, that bullshit every day.
But that's it. Okay, I will now pick that apart. You called it fake book. You obviously don't like Facebook, so get the fuck off it.
I already said I'm stupid like that. I fucking check it every day.
Then you can't
If you-
use
no,
it as an
see,
argument.
I have friends on Facebook.
It's not in your face. It's not in your face. It's on your Facebook. It's not in your face.
No,
Not
no,
in your
in fucking reality too. Don't kid yourself. Don't kid yourself. Come on
in
now.
your face. You want it in your face. Otherwise, you would unfollow those people. Otherwise, you would hide those posts. I go onto Facebook. I don't see shit on Christianity. I don't see
Nothing?
shit.
No way. Quit it.
Fucking dude. I'm telling you.
I'm illiterate. I don't censor people.
Well,
If
then
they wanna
start
put up stupid
learning.
shit.
Start learning. Instead of fucking rallying against Christianity, that's exactly my point. You just said you're illiterate. Instead of fucking
No,
whinging
I'm not
on
illiterate. I'm computer illiterate. There's a
fucking learn
difference.
to read. Learn to read. Better
What the
yourself. Study. Fucking educate yourself. Learn. Instead of
I know
going
how to
spending all that
fucking
time.
Mike, stop.
Hey.
I'm not illiterate. I said I'm computer illiterate.
Angry.
I don't know how to
Angry.
censor people on Facebook.
Angry.
What's up?
I'm gonna mute myself. I'll be right back. You guys talk a little bit, and then I'll say what I have to say when I return. Okay? I'll be back in a few minutes.
No worries, quiet.
All right. And
I'm
about
sorry,
the,
Andrew.
That's all right. No, but I understand that. But the thing with her reading the Bible, she reads a chapter at a time. Every week she reads a chapter. She started at the beginning of Genesis, and she's going through the whole fucking book. And I'll bet you anything, when she's done with that, she might pick up the fucking crayon.
See, to me, that's just like a TV evangelist preaching against homosexuals, but he's got a fucking subscription to Playgirl, and he brings that and he reads that. You know what I mean?
It's not.
It's exactly the same thing. It's exactly the same thing.
No. If that.
Look at how evil these gays are. Look at what they're doing. You see, I've got a massive stack of them, so I know exactly what these gays are doing. Look, this is what the gays are doing.
No, it's
exactly the
nothing
same.
like
How
that.
is it
No,
different? It is
Mike,
different.
stop.
It's not different at all.
Stop, Mike.
It's
Come
not.
on. Come on,
It's
Mike.
not.
It's not.
exactly the same
Your
thing.
analogy fails. No, it's not.
It is exactly
Reading-
the same thing.
No, reading a book that people fucking pretend to model their life after. The thing is, see, with Christians, they all say they model their life after that fucking book, but not a goddamn one of them's ever read it. And if they ever fucking stumble across your video, what?
The operative word here is them. Who gives a fuck about them? Stop giving a fuck about them. By giving a fuck about them, you're giving them something.
No, them buying into that bullshit gives the fucking people in an authority position credence. It makes them fucking seem legitimate.
It has got nothing to do with you. You
when
don't buy into it, that's fine. Don't buy into it, but don't sit there and fucking...
like Mike Huckabee and fucking Ted Cruz running for president don't affect me? Are you fucking kidding me?
Don't vote for them. You know? Like fucking, you know, like, the point I'm trying to make is, instead of all the time the atheists like yourself, dude, spend fucking rallying and whinging and fucking, oh, we're oppressed and we're fucking, you know, we're persecuted as atheists and blah, blah, blah. And spending all the time worrying about that.
We don't.
Go out and educate yourself. Make yourself better to be a better fighter against them. You know?
That's what we do, though. We're constantly fucking... No. What are you talking about? When they want to put up fucking... hand out Bibles in school and people fucking speak up against it. You think those people should just shut their fucking mouth?
See, I
hand out Bibles?
As well. I'm all about Bibles being handed out in school, because I have taught my children, if they see something that they wish to ask about, then come and ask me.
I'm all for it too. Maybe some of the people that get a Bible fucking read that thing.
Not fucking teaching religious studies in schools is exactly the same position, exactly morally, it is exactly the same as saying that gays shouldn't be allowed to marry. It is morally exactly the same argument. Exactly.
Doing what?
It's exactly the same.
No, it's not.
It's a form of censorship.
No.
You know, like
No,
what, do you not?
no. In a public school that is paid for by fucking taxpayers' dollars, you are not allowed to advocate for any kind of fucking religion. It's against the fucking Constitution.
It's not advocating. It's educating.
No, advocating. You don't think they're out there handing out fucking Qurans and fucking Bibles and saying, well, give them both the read and see which one you think's better?
That is a
No,
fair
they're
point.
giving out Bibles and telling fucking praise Jesus.
You see, I've got faith in my children. I have faith that my children, if they, because we don't have it here
Dude,
either.
No. But wait a minute. Children are gullible. Dude, when I was, what, let me see, wait, 8 or 9 years old, I'm not sure, like, somewhere between 7 and 9 years old, I watched a whole fucking season of Dallas. You remember Dallas?
Yeah.
Who Shot JR and all that shit? I watched that show religiously. You know why? Because my fucking brother told me that they were aliens. They were going to take over the fucking world. And I kept waiting for the day they peeled off their masks to show their alien faces and take over the fucking world. I watched the whole motherfucking season. And then, maybe more than one season. Because when the whole Who Shot JR thing happened, I was like, okay, this can't be about aliens. This is too fucking stupid to be about aliens. And that's when I gave it up.
Dude, that's just your
until
big brother.
then, motherfucker, I was waiting for the aliens to take over the world. Because kids are fucking gullible.
You can't base a fucking sociological argument against religion in schools on that. That's not.
Yes, you can. Children are fucking gullible.
That doesn't stack up at all.
Yes, it does. Children are fucking gullible. And if they fucking hear some shit, they're fucking likely to fucking, at least, not write it off.
Okay, all right. Let's say that your assertion that children are gullible. Did you not think to ask anyone? Did you not think? Hey,
when I was a kid, no. I mean, no. Why would my brother lie to me about something like that?
Well, there you go.
Why would he lie? Because I thought, I was like, this show's stupid. And my brother's like, dude, this show's awesome. It's about aliens. I'm like, what the fuck, really?
If my oldest son said to my youngest son, fucking, you watch that, you watch fucking Shortland Street, they're going to peel it, it's all about aliens, they're going to peel it, blah, 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 blah. And, like, sat down and watched it, he'd watch fucking 10 minutes of it, and then he'd look at me and go, Dad, is that true? I'd be like, nah, man, that's your big brother fucking giving you shit, don't worry about that. You know? That's what I've taught my kids to do. That's what my kids do. They ask questions. They see something that doesn't make sense to them, they ask. What's wrong with asserting that all other kids do that? What's wrong with calling bullshit on other parents, like saying, no, you can't teach fucking Christianity in my school. You can't. Blah, 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 blah. Why not just fucking, if you want to teach Christianity in school because it is part of our life over here in America, it's a big part of our life.
No, it's not.
Go ahead and fucking educate these kids on it. Dude, let me finish. But then come back and, like, teach your kids to come back and ask you about it. What do you think, Dad? You know? That's exactly what my kids do. That's parenting 101 as far as I'm concerned.
That's all well and fine.
You know?
But you have... I'm saying, though, if your parents believe that bullshit, like if I'd asked my parents if Dallas was about aliens and my parents believed it was, and they said, yeah, it's about aliens, do you think that would have made me fucking question it or fucking watch it even fucking more? For even fucking longer?
But it's not the people...
When a kid goes home and asks their parents if fucking Jesus is real, and they're like, fuck yeah, Jesus is real, and if you want to go to heaven, you have to believe in him.
You're going to do that no matter what. So you want to advocate for Christians not to be allowed to...
No, but see, as it is, Mike, stop. Time out, Mike. Time out, please. Stop. Just wait. Okay, there's parents that teach their kids fucking batshit crazy bullshit like religion is fucking real. And then they go out into the real world and they learn from other people that, no, it's kind of odds are it's pretty much made up. And then they start doubting it. And then that's why, they become, agnostic and leads into atheism or whatever. But if it's constantly, you go home and they say, oh, Jesus is real, and then you go to fucking school and your fucking teacher is goddamn right, Jesus is real. All your fucking peers, goddamn right, Jesus is real. You think you're ever gonna grow up to be a fucking person that thinks for themselves?
I did.
Yeah? Your teachers taught you that Jesus was fucking real?
Yeah, I went to a Christian school.
Oh, man. Well,
I went to church 3 times a week. I got home from school. I used to I'd leave home for school in the morning at like 6 o'clock in the morning so I could catch a train all the way across Auckland, go to school, and then come back. So I'd get home at like 6 p.m. I'd have to sit in my room for an hour every night. This is every fucking night of my life, dude. Every night until I was 16 years old, all right? I had to sit and read the Bible. I'd go to school. My teachers, I'd have to sit and read the Bible at school and pray and fucking have worship ceremonies and worship services and all this kind of shit. I came out all right.
Yeah, it's debatable, but all right.
That's the perfect call. That's exactly what I would have said. But you know what I mean?
I do. I mean, a lot of people grow up in Christian homes, go to Christian schools, and become. I mean, I imagine there are, but
90% of them, dude.
I'm saying there would be more people. I mean, they're gonna believe that bullshit anyway. But
you can't advocate for Christians not being allowed to tell their children that this is what we believe.
Oh, but that's you can't tell. But the thing is, you can't tell my children. And you know what? When your children talk to my children, my children will laugh at. Well, not I'm personally, but I'm saying, when Christian people's kids talk to atheist people's kids and their kids laugh at them, it sparks something.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I knew for a fucking young age. As I say, when I was 5 odd, I called bullshit on it, But at that period of my life, I was surrounded by it, immersed in it. Every single person that I came into contact with in my life was a Christian. But I knew it was bullshit. I knew in my own self,
Sure.
from a very, very young age. So it's not like it is conditioning, but it's not foolproof conditioning.
No. But
it's not.
I'm back.
What do you think, Quiet?
I'm back. I had to.
So what do you think of the video, man?
Well, to tell you the truth, it's a lot to swallow, and a lot of it's gonna be off the cuff. Basically, I didn't really give myself too much time to think about it, get things in order, like I normally am used to. But the first thing that I want to talk about, from my own perspective, I guess, so to speak, is I do what I do because I see what they do out there in society, whether it's here on YouTube online or whether it's out there in the public specter and stuff like that. And there are many times when I become angry because when I see what they do, when they claim that their morality is far more superior than ours is, they really run us through the mud every chance that they get, this and that. So when I see the things that I see online in regards to the stories that I share with you guys, my specific goal behind that is to expose the hypocrisy, to expose the immorality of what they participate in, because basically what they're trying to do is they're trying to get everybody to adhere to a set of standards that they're not adhering to, to themselves,
Sure.
And that really makes me kind of angry, So that's why I do what I do here on YouTube. Now, as far as contributing is concerned, the only thing that I have going for me now as far as contributions are concerned is my YouTube channel. I'm not able to, at the moment, contribute anything further because of my financial situation. But rest assured, once my financial situation is in order, I do plan on doing those types of things. For instance, I plan on going to the Reason Rally next year in Washington on June 4th. I believe it's June 4th. I want to make that probably one of my first events that I attend, of course, and it's something that I've been wanting to do since 2012 when it first started.
Mm.
But you know, I see a lot of policies and a lot of things that they're trying to implement in society as far as public school systems are concerned and whatnot, and I'm against it. Now, I'm all for them wanting to tell their children things. That's fine, okay? But, you know, if they want them to adhere to a certain lifestyle or whatever, they need to keep it in perhaps private Christian-run schools. They can't have it in the public sector because of the whole separation of church and state issue. You know, I mean, these things are funded by the government, you know, these public schools. And the way that I see it, you know, these people, you know, have no business telling a public school what they can and cannot teach in their schools. Keep it private, you know. They're more than welcome to tell their children whatever they want to tell them. It doesn't necessarily mean that I agree with them, but, you know, they can do whatever they want with their children. But see, I don't see that personally. I see them trying to twist the Constitution every chance that they get, and they're trying to implement these new policies into the high school curriculum and in the college curriculum and stuff like that, you know. And in many cases, unfortunately, they are getting away with these types of things, you know. You've got a lot of these people who are getting away with too much, Mike, in America, you know. I can't speak on your country. I can't speak on your country because I don't live in New Zealand.
Are they getting away with it? Are they getting away with it?
There's a lot of schools right now that are teaching Bible classes. These are public schools, and they're not allowed to do that via the Constitution of the United States.
Yeah, and that's like that's wrong. Okay, legally, morally, it's wrong. But it raises.
You just advocated for it a minute ago.
Am I allowed to fucking talk here or what?
What?
Shut the fuck up, dude.
But you know, but as far as my position is concerned, I mean, I have a lot of issues, not only with that, but there's other things that I have issues with when it comes to not just Christianity, if you will, but there's other religions too. You know, for instance, I recently studied some polls where Islam is on the rise. And that worries me because in certain parts of Europe, I guess, I'm not sure how accurate this is, but there are certain areas where they have implemented Sharia law even. And
no, that's not true.
And I know, I don't
know about that either.
I'm just saying though that these are just rumors that I've heard. You know, I'm not completely advocating for these types of things. I'm just saying, you know, that's what I heard basically. I don't know how valid they are. Don't quote me on that. I'm just giving you guys what I heard basically.
As far as like religious education in public schools, you know, the whole constitutional aspect of it aside, you know, like. It's wrong. That's obviously wrong. To go against the Constitution of your country is wrong and treasonous. End of story, right? But from a parenting point of view, for me, it brings up a question of, you know, I've taught my children to ask questions if they come across something that doesn't quite make sense to them, or you know, if you know, my kids know that I'm a pretty religious sort of guy. They know that they can come to me and ask questions. You know, if there's religious teaching in school, if my son came home and said, "Hey, Dad, look, they taught me about this dude Jesus and blah blah blah," and I'd be like, "Okay, well, yeah," and we'd go from there. You know what I mean? I think to blanketly kind of no, I can't really say that. That would be wrong. But yeah, like, yeah, I've just sort of, you know, taught my kids to ask questions, and I think, you know, the religious education angle can be looked at as a positive because it does force parents to raise their children in such a way and become more active in raising their children in such a way where they can feel that they can go to their parents and ask questions.
Hey, Mike.
Yeah.
Could you just repeat what you just said a minute ago? I completely lost what you said.
About religion teaching being taught in schools. Like, I really don't think on a practical level that they're trying to indoctrinate. There's just not time in a school day. You know, science, maths, English, PE, all these other subjects take precedent over religious studies. You know what I mean? So they're not trying to indoctrinate our children. They really aren't. You know, Christianity is out there. It's part of life, and for an American, it's a bigger part of life than it is for mine, for a New Zealander. So I kind of see religious education, not indoctrination. I see religious education as a good thing, because not only does it you know, like we've just stated, that Christianity is a bigger part of America. So shouldn't we be teaching our kids about that? You know, shouldn't we be teaching, well, you know, there's a lot of people out there that believe this, this, and this, and this. You know,
well,
and you're going to come across these people.
The problem.
But it also, hang on. It also forces parents to take more of an active role. Like, let's say for example, an atheist is sending his kid to school, and his kid comes home and says, "Hey, Dad, they gave me this book and this pamphlet and about this dude in Jesus 2,000 years ago who died on a cross, blah blah blah. What do you think?" Isn't it better that the kid feels comfortable enough to go to his parents about that? And, you know, isn't it better that kind of religious indoctrination, because that's what it would be. Parents are the ones to indoctrinate, not fucking schools.
So how would you feel?
You know,
Wait, Mike, hold on. How would you feel if your kid came home from school with a note saying he had to be reprimanded because he was being a disruption in class, because while the teacher was talking about how wonderful Jeebus was and all that shit, he raised his hand and started asking a bunch of questions? I would
call the school. If my kid came home with a letter like that, the first thing, no matter what the situation, I would call the school. What was the circumstances? How did this go down? And then the teacher would say, "Oh, well, he was raising his hand in religious education and asking questions." And I'm like, "Well, that's your fucking job. You're a teacher." Torn the note up in her face and thrown it at her.
Well, see, here's the problem. Here's the problem I have with that type of education, Mike. What kind of value does that type of education have if it cannot be verified as a fact?
Well, it has more value for you than it does for me, because Christianity is such a big part of American culture. You know, you're not teaching them. You're not necessarily teaching your kids about religion. You're teaching, look, saying, like, subtexting. Look, there's a huge chunk of the population out there that believes this. This is what they believe, and you know, you're going to come across these people in your life. So this is, you know, you might want to fucking, this is preparing you for their religious beliefs. You know? As I say, the schools aren't trying to indoctrinate. They're there to educate.
No,
and that's where people
there's
get
a lot of schools in America that are trying to indoctrinate, though.
Who?
Mostly down in the South, in the Bible Belt. Yeah. And they don't want to. And we got science teachers that don't want to teach the fucking evolution, or you know, that.
Dude,
they
I'm not saying
say God done it.
Situation. I'm not saying it's a perfect situation, but what I am saying is the atheist reaction to the situation could be a lot better on the whole. That was the point of the video, really.
You know, like going after Kim Davis. I mean, should we have just let that bitch fucking continue to use fucking Christianity as an excuse to be bigoted and fucking hate people and discriminate against people?
That's an interesting point. That's an interesting point.
From a position of authority, like, you know, a county clerk. They have to go to her and get that piece of paper.
Absolutely.
And you think she has the right to tell them they can't have it?
I'm not advocating for what she did, okay? But her problem with the gay marriage certificate was having her name on the certificate. That was her
Then
problem.
resign. Then fucking resign.
Exactly. That's what I agree with. Now, would we bag her for resigning?
Do what?
Would we fucking jump up and down, or not jump up and down, but would we turn to her and say, fuck, what a dick, resigning for your job, for your moral principles, what a muppet? You know, would you ridicule her for resigning?
Not nearly as much as we ridiculed her for fucking being a bigoted fucking whore in the name of Christianity.
But you would ridicule her. You would ridicule her.
Well, yeah. Well,
no, I would have never even fucking heard her name.
Exactly. But let's say you did. Let's say that person was your neighbor who you have coffee with often.
Okay.
Let's say Kim Davis was your neighbor that you had coffee with often. I'm not now. Don't come at me and say I wouldn't because she's a Christian.
All right, keep going. An acquaintance.
You know,
Okay.
She came to your place one day and said, "Oh, look, you know, fucking, they want me to print these fucking, they want me to give out these gay marriage licenses. I'm fundamentally against gay marriage, blah blah blah. So, and I don't want my name on that certificate.
And
I don't
you know
agree
what I
with
would
that
say?
law. I don't agree with the judgment. I don't want my name on that certificate, so I quit." Would you support
you know what
her?
I would say to that? You're fucking
Would you
stupid.
support her?
That bitch got paid like $100,000 a fucking year, and if she quit over something stupid like that, fuck yeah, I would ridicule.
It's not stupid to her though. It's not stupid to her. It's not stupid to her. It's stupid to you, but it's not stupid to her. And at the end of the day, at the end of the day, her decision is what counts for her.
Being hateful is dead fucking serious. You're right.
Her moral, not yours. You're not looking out for her moral.
Lack thereof.
Whatever. She's not out there fucking, you know. She's the one making that decision. So she was kind of fucked, no matter what she did. Really. You know, if she quit, you admitted you would ridicule her and call her fucking stupid.
If she'd done her fucking job, if she'd done her fucking job, no matter what she did, she had a fucking option. She could have done her fucking job and shut the fuck up. You know, I mean,
her morals mean more to her than that.
What? Yeah, but they fucking said the same thing during the civil rights movement, trying to give fucking mixed race couples a fucking marriage certificate in the fucking 60s and 50s. Are you fucking kidding me? They used the same goddamn argument then.
Yeah,
I don't see where you're dog on us for fucking being totally fucking against people like that, and I don't get it. I really don't. Fuck, atheism is fucking there to. I mean, atheists do what we do basically to enforce the separation of church and state. Because if there were no atheists saying, you know what, Kim, you're a stupid fucking whore, need to fucking do it, she would have continued to get away with that.
Okay, let's look at the social climate right now. Right now. You name me one atheist. You name me one atheistic organization that is out there and physically trying to make change, physically trying to separate church and state.
American
out there.
American atheists.
Yeah.
And how are they going about that?
David Silverman. David Silverman is the president of American Atheists.
Do you know who the American Atheists call in?
Huh?
Do you know who American Atheist Ghostbusters are? Their thermonuclear option? The Satanic Temple.
They're bad buddies. They're bad buddies, but they're not, you know.
They were called in by the Florida Atheist Association to fight the fucking religious material being distributed in schools. And they were also called in by a woman in Tennessee, I think, or somewhere down south where they were. Because
you guys have the shock value aspect to it.
No, because we're organized. Because
we're
organized. We've spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on a monument that we can boogeyman in front of. You know, atheists proclamate. You know, there is a big difference between atheism and atheists. Atheism is the lack of belief. The lack of belief. So you believe nothing.
No.
It's not you don't believe in God. It's you
No,
believe
a lack
nothing.
of belief in gods or God or gods.
It's not true. Oh, yes, it is true. It is true. Yes, you're right. You're right. You're right. Relax.
Okay, I mean, goddamn, that's fucking by definition what the fucking word means.
That
is
to be that's
It's
that's
not. I don't believe in nothing. That's a creationist fucking term right there. You went to fucking the Ken Ham school of fucking arguments to get that one.
Calm down there, sunshine.
Well, I'm telling you, atheists don't believe in nothing. That sounded fucking.
Well, like, okay.
Hey, comfort us for a second. You had the accent and everything. You're only missing the mustache.
I just don't get where the passion of non-belief comes from. I don't understand the passion of non-belief.
You should have seen me when I was a fucking Christian. I used to hate Christmas. I used to go and fucking insane about Christmas. You know why?
But I don't understand where the passion of
Christmas
comes
was the day Satan gave out presents so that you'd forget about God. That's what the fuck I thought Christmas was.
Are we going to stay on topic or
we are on topic. We are on topic. I'm just saying. I'm fucking. No, I was just as much when I was a Christian.
See, because I care about this topic, I don't care what you did on Christmas Day.
What do you mean? I'm saying when I was a Christian, I was just as outspoken as I am now.
I just don't feel you're on topic at all.
Well, now I'm only going to speak from my position, Mike. Let me tell you where my passion lies. Sure. You know, I can only speak for myself. Again, I cannot speak for anybody else. But my passion right now lies in life, what we have the potential of becoming, what we have the potential of accomplishing, so on and so forth, okay? With those people, it's completely the opposite. They are too focused on this alleged eternity of theirs that they're looking at life through a toilet paper roll. They are not paying attention to what's around them. They are only striving for this eternity of theirs. They don't really care about what's going on now. They never have, and they probably never will.
Probably not.
And that's the big difference between me, and that's the big between me and them. I realize, I have passion for humanity, okay? And I realize that there are a lot of Christians out there that are actually fighting for the separation of church and state, okay? They are part of these secular organizations out there that are actually, going out there, like, let me see, a guy in the chat room typed in an interesting organization, let's see, Doctors Without Borders.
Mm-hmm.
That's not
necessarily an atheistic.
No, it's secular. It's secular. Mike, it's secular.
But atheism isn't a core tenet of Doctors Without Borders. Like, it doesn't matter if you're a Christian
secular.
Doctor Without a Border.
I understand that. That's not what I'm trying to say. But I am trying to say it's a secular organization where people can come together with the same type of mindsets, or you know what I mean, and achieve the goals that they're trying to achieve.
But
now, there are religious people out there who don't want any of these things to happen. If they get their way, they would have a theocracy. Not only that, most of us right now would probably be dead. It would be going back to the Salem witch trials all over again. It would be going back to the Inquisition all over again.
I agree with you, but
you know what I mean? You got people like hold on, Mike. You got people like Mike Huckabee. You got people like Rick Santorum. You got people like these idiots like Ken Ham, Ken Hovind, Eric Hovind. All of these people want one thing. They only want one thing: to everybody to adhere to their way of life, and it simply isn't going to happen. And if nobody does anything about it, it will happen. Because the way that I see it, the founding fathers of America saw that this was a problem right from the beginning. So when they escaped the tyranny of Christianity in Europe, okay, they came to this land, and they did not want the same thing to happen here, and that's why they did. That's why they did what they did. You got a lot of these fundamentalists now who are ripping. Hold on, Mike. You got a lot of these fundamentalists now. A lot of these guys are ripping apart what these individuals built. Why? Because they don't want it that way. They want it their way. They want to take away a woman's right to her own personal health. They want to close down all the Planned Parenthoods. Matter of fact, I was getting ready to do a video about a specific article, but I lost the article. But it was about someone, I can't remember the state, but someone firebombed a Planned Parenthood there. Really? Really? Is that the type of thing that we want to run this country? No. That's why I do what I do. You know,
absolutely.
And you know, it's ridiculous. It really is.
I'm not criticizing you, Quiet, or you, Angry, or any other atheists for doing what they do. Okay, because
I'm criticizing one.
So I'm not allowed to talk now. Is that it? Do you want to talk, Angry? You go ahead. You go ahead. You go ahead. Keep talking. Because I don't give a fuck either way, dude. Seriously. Like you said, Christians want their way, but isn't that what atheists want as well? You know, don't all atheists? Isn't the end goal of atheism to completely and utterly eliminate Christian thought from all peoples?
Well, see, when it comes
when it comes if you want to believe any fucking crazy bullshit you want in your own fucking house, feel free. But when you fucking step out into the I
can't cope.
I'm just saying, when you're running for president and
not making much sense.
Mike,
Quiet.
When it comes to us as a whole, we are like a herd of cats. We only have one thing in common. That's it. Okay. Everybody's going to be doing different things. Everybody's going to be dabbling in different, things that they want to dabble in their own personal lives. We ain't gonna, we're going to constantly be different on everything, pretty much. We only have that one thing in common, and that's it. And that's probably all that will ever be it.
The point of my video wasn't atheism is wrong, because it's not. I'm an atheistic Satanist myself. So my problem comes from atheists. Okay, and people like Angry here are my problem. They were spiritually, they were the people that this video was directed at. When he said, no, we don't want we don't want Christian thought eradicated. But Angry would be exactly the kind of person that would walk past that house and throw poo at them for fucking praying or saying grace, or wanting to go to church, or wanting to fucking educate their children in their way. He's already admitted that he would have taken the piss out of fucking, what's her name, Kim Davis, for quitting her job because she put her morals before money. They're not the words of someone they're not the words of a tolerant man.
But that's not morals. And
what's not moral?
Fucking hating people because of the way they are is not fucking morals. That's fucking
It is moral. What are you talking about? Are you high? Of course that's morals.
That's moral. Being fucking hateful and telling people because I don't agree with the shit you like, you can't fucking do it, is morally fucking right.
It's morally wrong.
That's the opposite of having morals.
And that's what I'm saying. You would be that man. You would be that dude. You've admitted that you would be that dude.
No, I'd laugh at her. I said I'd laugh at her.
So being that dude.
That's it.
So therefore being that dude.
What?
What part of that do you not see?
Somebody letting hate forego them of what, $100 and something thousand a year?
It's not hate for her, though. It's not fucking hate for her. It's hate for you.
No,
You
it's
see the hate in
just
it.
regular
She
hate.
doesn't see the hate in it. She doesn't hate. She doesn't hate those people. She didn't do it because she hated those people. She did it because she had moral judgment. She made a moral judgment on her own and very courageous, really. When you look at it, she threw away a $100,000 job for her moral convictions, right or wrong. Whether she was right or wrong, that's what she did.
She still has that job.
Well, she's not allowed to do it. She's not allowed to be there. And then,
Yes,
But-
she is.
Well, what
she's
happened?
not.
What
She's
happened?
Actually gonna go and undo
What all of her fucking underlings did. She is actively
then
trying
she
to
go back to
undo
jail.
those licenses.
I guarantee, I will bet you any money you like, Angry, that is not the case.
Well, what happened? What
Any
happened?
money you like.
Yeah, her lawyer's saying that
Her signature not being on there nullifies those marriage licenses.
No, it
yeah,
doesn't
she
at
can-
all.
Huh?
Her lawyer can say whatever he fucking likes, dude.
But I'm
Like,
saying
this is-
she
just
she
gets
wants
so off
to
topic with
undo
you,
it.
man.
You can't say
It
she
just gets
does.
so off topic.
How's
What
that
happened-
fucking off topic? Talking about the bitch you were just fucking talking about. How's that off topic?
Carry on quiet.
What happened? What happened with her situation is the moment that she got out of jail, the judge gave her specific guidelines. Okay,
Mhm.
she either had to adhere to the conditions of release that was applied to her in regards to the marriage licenses being issued, or she could basically be thrown back in jail. Those were the two specific guidelines that she has. We'll see how she
And
reacts
one
to
of
that.
And one of the guidelines is that she is not allowed to perform the job that she was doing or not doing. That is the guideline.
She's not allowed to impede.
She's not allowed to go anywhere near the office. She's not
I
allowed
didn't
within
know that.
500 feet or some shit.
I didn't know that.
She's not allowed.
I haven't heard anything about that.
Dude, it was on the Young Turks. He read out the judgment.
I
She
haven't
read out
heard
the judgment.
about
He
that.
said she is not allowed anywhere near the office that she used to occupy.
Oh.
It's pretty clear and simple. She goes anywhere near that place, she goes back to jail.
Oh,
Simple.
okay.
Huh?
I'm gonna
I
have
haven't
to.
heard anything about that.
I have to admit, I didn't know that. I didn't.
I don't
Yeah, it
want
was
to
on-
kidnap her and drag her over there and handcuff her to the fucking door.
It was on the Young Turks yesterday.
But yeah, that's what she obviously has some conditions that she has to be she has to meet, obviously, or she has the possibility of going back to jail with that.
Mm.
But as far as her moral convictions are concerned, well, when she does that based on her moral convictions, it made her look like a hypocrite, because obviously she's an adulteress.
True. Dude,
She,
I'm not.
and it's like, how can you impose these certain moral guidelines on another set group of individuals, as far as marriage is concerned, but how can you impose these certain guidelines on another group of individuals when you cannot even adhere to them yourself? I mean, you know what I mean?
Absolutely, dude. I'm not. As I say, she's no friend of mine. I ain't. But I found it interesting when I heard that all she wanted was her name removed from those certificates. I found that interesting, and that kind of raised another way of looking at it for me. And as I say, right or wrong, man, she stood by her moral convictions, and they're her moral convictions. They're wrong to everybody else, and they're hate to everybody else, but they're not hate to her. She doesn't hate those people. She just loves her convictions more. That's all it is. That's not hate.
But her convictions can easily be interpreted into discrimination, though, Mike.
Absolutely.
No, it's cut and dry. It's quiet. It's cut and dry. It is fucking discrimination.
And discriminate. And as far as civil rights and civil liberties are concerned, that is against the law.
But also, by the same token, is it not discrimination for her to have to perform that job in the face of a judgment that wasn't in place when she took that job. When she was elected for that job, she didn't have to give out certificates, so it worked for her fine. And then this judgment came out while she was in play in doing that job in between elections, because she's an elected official, she's not hired, she can't be fired.
She better fuck resign though.
Yeah, but she, is it not? Now this is a grey area, and I'm not some kind of Christian apologist, but you could, I mean, that they are arguing the same point, exactly the same point for their own sake, that it's discrimination against their religious beliefs. No?
How? Never mind.
Well, that's what they're arguing,
No,
isn't it? They're arguing that it's discrimination.
Because that's the thing is, you know what? This country doesn't give a fuck about your personal fucking beliefs. Okay? The country, the United States of America said, hey, you know what? Enough's enough. Give fucking gay people the same rights everybody else has. And this bitch said, fuck you. I ain't giving these fucking faggots equal rights to me. I don't see how that's not fucking discrimination. That's not fucking.
It is totally discrimination.
Okay.
Right.
Well, then she.
But it's also discriminatory against her.
But when did they throw it out of?
It's also discriminatory against her religious beliefs.
No, it's not.
No, it's
there is
not.
separation of church and state. You are a fucking. Have a position in a secular fucking office.
That is
There's
an excellent point.
not supposed to be any fucking religion in there at all.
I stand corrected, yes.
What's that?
I stand corrected. You're all right. You're all right.
Yeah.
I didn't think of
You leave your religious convictions at the door when you go in the office.
Yes, you're right.
Leave that shit sitting in your fucking car all you want, but once you fucking step into that state fucking building, you no longer are allowed to fucking think from your Bible.
Yep. Agreed.
So it's all moot then. He's fucking.
It's funny, I didn't even bring up Kim Davis in my video.
No. But that's, fuck that flag. And I fucking think it's funny that they're getting sued. That's fucking hilarious.
Who, the Davises?
Kim Davis and Mike Huckabee are getting fucking sued for $1.2 million by Survivor.
Survivor?
The band Survivor. Because
for using that song.
Yeah, because they used The Eye of the Tiger without permission. When she got released, it was fucking blaring on the speaker. Dun, 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 dun. Like she was fucking some underdog that fucking rises up out of the ashes and fucking conquered the world.
Mike.
Yeah, angry. Yeah, quiet. Yeah.
Okay, there was a piece of information that was given to me by somebody in the side chat. They found out that Kim Davis is actually being allowed to go back to work tomorrow in her office.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well that's fucking wrong. That's just out and out fucking wrong.
And with the stipulations, like I was telling you earlier, she has to either comply with what the conditions are, or she goes back to jail. Those are the only two options that she has.
I think all the people that went and applied while she was in jail fucking jumped the gun. They should have waited until that stupid bitch was back in the office and went in there and said, let's do it. And if she said no, fucking cart her bitch ass off to jail again. Maybe fucking that time she'll learn. I don't think they should have went to her underlings and got a fucking license while she was gone. They should have made that bitch sign it her damn self. Or resign.
Yeah,
or go to jail.
Her religious beliefs and her religious convictions end where civil rights and civil liberties begin.
And you know that's Mike. And my thing with Christianity, the reason that so many atheists are so fucking hell bent against Christianity is because Kim Davis is 1 example. She's one example. There are countless others like her out there. There were a few in Tennessee that were refusing. That didn't go to jail for
religious beliefs.
So.
Yeah.
And even if people were to want to fire her from her position, they could not just fire her like you could at your local McDonald's, right?
No, that's right. She's an elected official.
She's an elected official, and she has to go through a process that involves impeachment, kind of like the president.
Yeah, no, I understand the whole elected official deal. Really do. I mean,
oh man, PW Swivel was in here. I wonder why he left. I wanted to say hi to him. Maybe he'll come back. Okay. Maybe PW will come back here in a second. But anyway, yeah, that's what I was saying, Mike. You know, her, you know, religious, you know, beliefs and convictions end where civil liberties and civil rights begin.
Yeah, absolutely, and I agree. I will admit I got on a bit of a fucking adversarial kick there for a bit. You know, I felt, you know, but I mean, at the end of the day, I couldn't give a fuck about Kim Davis. I couldn't give a fuck about Christians because I'm not a Christian.
Yeah.
You know? I couldn't give a fuck about them. Angry, please stop. Like, dude, if you keep interrupting me, we're gonna have an issue, and I'm gonna leave. Simple. Don't interrupt me. I'm done with it.
Hold on, guys. Let me welcome PW Swivel into the room. How you doing, PW?
Doing well. How are you guys doing?
Pretty good. How much of the conversation have you caught so far?
Quite a bit actually. It's been fascinating.
What do you have to say about it, PW? You know, I always look at what you have to say.
I think there's a real difference between Europe and America as far as how you grow up viewing religion and the impact. If I was in Mike's position, I probably would lean towards more compassion towards people. If I was raised in that environment and this was happening over there, but over here it's a little different, depending on where you live, and it can be really oppressive to be around a lot of religious people, and it can cost you a lot. In Europe, I don't even think you ask a politician what their religious beliefs are, and do they talk to God every day, and they do that here.
No, it doesn't come out.
I said no, it wouldn't there, but that's where I'm looking at the two different cultures. I think you guys have a much better control and handling of the rational workings of allowing that in your society without it being too oppressive. Here we don't have that. We have to go to court to make sure that doesn't happen. Now where I live, it's a much less confrontational society, so it's not really appropriate to even bring the subject up or try to do these sorts of things. The only time I've gotten involved was I do lobby the legislature about harsher sentences for people who try to faith heal children when they die. You know, when they won't take them to the doctor. You know, and that does happen here. Children die, and they don't prosecute very often. They're just starting to in other parts of the country, and I lobbied to get stiffer sentences here because they tend to walk on these things. But other than that, we don't have a ton of issues where I live. Now, if you go to Texas or the South or the Bible Belt, you can run into some real problems with people. You can lose your jobs. You can all kinds of things. And like I said, a politician has to say, and they have to be able to prove that they're a Christian. You know, it's very rare to have any other kind of religion. So it's different. But I could see in where you're from, you might modify how you approached the issue.
Yeah. I mean, I like there are some atheists out there, and they were the atheists I was addressing in my video, that I find ugly on the inside. Just a really ugly outlook It's all about ridicule. It's all about look at how stupid these Christians are, and you know, look at how this bit, you know, blah blah blah. And it just gets really old. And I find a lot of those atheists offer they'll argue against Christianity, but they offer nothing to replace it with. You know, as I said, it's like someone that loves to read novels, and then Richard Dawkins walks up and gives them the phone book. He said, "Here, read that. It makes perfect sense." You know?
Yeah. Yeah, but they're not trying to make my children read these novels, are they?
But that's another point of mine. You know, if with religious education in schools, what's wrong with teaching our children, if they come across something in school, to come home and ask us about it? What's wrong with that?
Where would you draw the line? If they
I would draw the line at indoctrination. Okay. For sure.
How many religions are there, and how many hours a day would you devote to this nonsense?
There you go. That's my problem with it. There's not time in the school day for it.
No, there isn't. We have too many.
I don't oppose it on a religious basis. I really don't.
On a philosophical idea, no, I'm not that opposed to it. But teach them about leprechauns and unicorns too. Then, and at some point you have to draw the line. You only have, you know, right. I mean, I have no problem with an overall world religions course of some kind, a voluntary one. I don't have a big deal about that, but I don't want people teaching my kids things that I don't approve of, that I think that I'm paying for. If they want to have a separate thing, an independent study about all the world religions at the same time, I don't have that big a problem with that. But it would. I do have a problem with them trying to enforce it on children. It's the last thing I want my kids to be exposed to, you know.
Yeah, exactly. It's funny, the Ugly on the Inside Atheist, I mentioned, well, I didn't even mention her by name. I don't know how she figured out that I was talking about her. It's just gone and graffitied all over my Google Plus page, so I guess that's fucking the caliber of the argument we're talking here.
Wait a minute. Didn't you mention her in the video?
Not by name.
Yeah, you did. Oh well,
no, I didn't.
Man. You dropped a few fucking subtle hints. Come on now.
Somebody has a massive edit.
It's funny, dude. It's not her face I find ugly at all. It really isn't. It's her outlook.
I disagree with that because I see where she's coming from why she does what she does.
Well, no, you can't disagree with it.
I mean, you'd have, I don't know. You live in a more secular country than we do, apparently.
No, I just live in a more tolerant country. But anyway, gentlemen, thank you. Who's that? Ravens, I don't know. Thank you for your time. I've got to go in and be a father and a husband, and
you're taking off, Mike?
Yeah, dude, I got to go and cook some dinner and stuff and get some shit going.
All right.
Good talking to you, Mike.
Yeah, you too, man. You too. You guys take it easy, and I will be back in.
Yeah, thanks for being here, Mike.
No worries, man. Thank you for having me, and thank you for not taking offense to anything I said in my video and blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
Cool, man. You guys take it easy.
Yeah.
Later.
Raven is in the house. Have you watched any of the conversation? And if so, what do you have to say about it? I think you're still having a problem with your audio, Raven.
Okay, how about now?
We can hear you.
Okay, sorry. Volume button on the headphones. No, I just got on, so I didn't hear any of it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, you know, I don't know if you were here, PW, when I laid out my position. I'm pretty sure you probably did hear the whole conversation, but Yeah, I mean, I disagreed with a lot of things that Mike had to say about his stuff, you know, and
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know, I think it's a matter of perspective. I mean, I don't think he knows what it's like here in America, you know, and I can't fault him for that because he isn't here to experience it like we do.
Yeah,
And
but you have to be careful when you're making videos about another culture, another country, and
Yeah, I
you have to
understand.
be a little sensitive about that. I
he
don't refer much.
wasn't. His video was about atheists. It's titled Atheists. It has nothing to
Yeah.
do with you know, geographical
Well,
atheists.
angry. Whenever I see anything, I take into account that I'm watching media from about another country, and I'm watching something that's designed to sell.
Right.
So I take a little. I think he needs to kind of take into account that he's getting his stuff from the media. He's not. This isn't personal experience, and he needs to take that into account. That he's only seeing the most outrageous things. He's not seeing the efforts of like in my area where atheists go out as a group and help the homeless, or they do
Right.
fundraisers for charities. He's not seeing all of that. He's not seeing the conversations that when they have open forums here for Christians to come in or religious people to come in and talk. And so he's only seeing what the media shows, and it's easy to form a judgment. I've done that myself. I've formed judgments about certain areas based on the media that I've seen about it, and I always have to remind myself that's one highlighted view. It's not really the big picture, and that would be the thing I would have told him if he'd stayed on. That the perception, the optics can be a little deceiving because it's not like this every day. When people aren't yelling and screaming every day, about
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, I mean,
religious,
like I was saying, if King Davis was an isolated event, then he'd be right. And we're just fucking out of line for constantly picking on fucking Christianity. But it's not. It's just the
No.
one that got the most fucking airtime.
Yeah, I agree. I think there are always court cases in the system. I mean, we have a system for that, and there's always religious issues in, and it's not just by atheists or the secular community. The Catholic Church often files lawsuits, and a lot of churches do, and so they initiate a lot of the bickering to get something they want, and they've been doing it for years, and they're going to continue doing it as long as they have the money and the power. But we have that kind of system, an adversarial, competitive system. We don't have blasphemy laws. I think they still do in England. I think it's against the law to. Technically, they don't enforce it. I think they have blasphemy laws, and Sharia law is allowed in certain civil cases in England. Not criminal cases, but in certain civil family matters, the courts can deem that it can be adjudicated by Sharia. So there is some of it. There's a little bit of it, and it's a toehold. What's that?
Oh, okay. I was agreeing with you, PWC. I knew that there was Sharia law in Europe, but I didn't know to what extent, if you will.
Right. There's not a big thing. It's just small family matters that the courts can. You have to go to regular court first, I believe, to get permission to do it. But you can adjudicate certain family issues with Sharia there, but I think it's monitored. I think it's just an appeasement kind of thing. I think it's a bad idea, but I think it's like here you couldn't do it. You can't have another form of law here in America. You can't. It's they can't even make a law to allow it yet at this point. I don't think. You can't circumvent the Constitution, so it's not a big deal here. You hear it brought up occasionally by a politician wanting to introduce legislation. It's unnecessary, but they do it for publicity purposes, I think.
Yeah, and I was trying to explain to Mike, my own position, PW, because I can't speak for everybody. Mm-hmm. And I was telling him, why I do the things that I do, and I think he understood. I think he may have had a couple of issues with a couple of things I may have talked about, but I try to I try when I have conversations with people, you know, I learn from a lot of others in regards to how they have conversations, you know, and you're one of them, PW. You have been instrumental in the building of my channel since day one, basically. And it's, you know, not only my channel, but, you know, how I talk to people, how I approach people in conversations, you know, and it's because I look to people who obviously are a lot more knowledgeable than me in a lot of issues like you, PW, and I try to apply other people's approaches to my own approach. I try to refine my, you know, approach to discussions, because I realize that there are times when I approach a discussion and I'm a little hot-headed and I tend to make mistakes. I make mistakes.
I'm not. I don't have more knowledge than I have. Different knowledge, but not more knowledge. And different knowledge always sounds smarter, but it's not. It's just you haven't heard it put the way it's been put. I listen to you a lot, and sometimes I wish I had more passion. I'm a dispassionate type of. I was raised in that environment. I'm considered the most passionate, outgoing person in my family, probably, and you know it's. You know, I wish sometimes that I would get a little more hot-headed. Yeah. You know, but I think we learn from each other. Everybody does. I just don't. There are people I think are really smart, and I have to remind myself that, you know, everybody has their different levels of, you know, different amounts of knowledge. There are things people know that I learn all the time from. You know, but I think that's the value in having a community of this type, because we don't have an agenda ahead of us, like Christianity or dogma. We don't have any of that blocking us from talking to each other. And that's probably the biggest value, I think, to the atheist community, is they don't have an agenda. As an atheist, they don't. If they do, it's probably similar to mine. You know, just keeping religious out of my life, you know, keeping it out of doing the harm it does. And so I think there's a real value in being in a community of people who really aren't trying to use a dogma or an ideology to establish the ground rules of whatever friendship there is. Everything here is based on the moment in a way. I never see really with most atheists an agenda in the relationship, and I think that's the most valuable part.
Yeah, I see where you're coming from there, man. I truly do, and that's why I think in many respects, you know, that, you know, you could correct me if I'm wrong, but I think in many respects, because of that we will be always a step ahead of them.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. The only requirements that I have for any relationship with anybody is, you know, is trust and respect. Those are the only two things that really matter to me. I like to be able to trust somebody, and from that I can respect them. You know, and when you get into a friendship of any kind, online or whatever, it's really nice to not have to worry about boundaries like these personal belief systems or ideologies that people bring into their you know, their thinking all the time. People as passionate and strong-minded as atheists are, they still have to be, and skeptical, they still have to be somewhat open-minded about the other person. I've found, and you know, I think that's kind of the best way to start out any kind of friendship. I think that's what works best. That's what I like about the online community too.
Yeah. I mean, I always enjoy having conversations. I always enjoy obtaining knowledge that I didn't have before. You know, it's something that's, you know, I always look forward to, you know, and that's why I like to have these conversations, you know, and I realize that there's going to be a plethora of individuals out there that are obviously going to think differently from me and come to different conclusions. But, you know, the thing that I like is, you know, like what was mentioned before, is the fact that we are able to sit down and actually share ideas, actually discuss things, you know, and I think that's what matters. I think that's very important and appropriate.
Yeah, I do too. I do too.
You know, because what good is a conversation if someone's going to be completely biased. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's kind of like here when politics trying to get a Republican and a Democrat to meet each other and exchange ideas. It can really get in the way of what could have been a friendship. But if that subject comes up first, it taints any ideology will taint somebody's opinion of you, and it should. It should. If you strongly believe in the Republican Party or the Democratic Party, and you modify your views to fit into that, that says a lot about you, and you already have told somebody a great deal about yourself that they may not. And I encourage people to think for themselves. I don't identify with a political party or any ideology in my life, so it makes it a lot easier. Sometimes people want me to, and they try to encourage me to, but I haven't found an ideology that really suits my needs, whether it's religion or politics or philosophy. I just haven't found it.
I'll be right back, guys. Hold on one second. Feel free to talk. I'll be right back.
Well, someone's going to have to pick up from here. I've been hogging the floor here.
Gotta stretch out my arms.
Earlier, I had heard it being said that we don't have an agenda. And that's true when it comes to us talking with each other. But when it comes to videos and stuff, a lot of people will have an agenda to try to expose the messed up things about religion.
Yeah.
No, that's absolutely true. There is an agenda there. Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking the atheist agenda would be to make the world a better place, but
I think once you get past the whole being an atheist, then I think everything else is kind of a crapshoot. It's Wild West after that. People are so different, and the only thing a lot of times you have in common is the fact that you're an atheist. I mean, there are way different agendas out there with videos. That's for sure.
Right. No, I was being facetious.
I know you were, but I think you're right in a larger sense that that is the actual kind of goal of rational thinking, critical thinking, logic, scientific method, things like that, which for me was the natural outcome of atheism.
Right.
Makes sense.
Say, can I ask a question of the rest of you? Did you choose to become an atheist, or did you discover that you were an atheist? Anybody?
That was a slow transition for me.
Yeah.
I don't know. I would have to say I've always been agnostic. I've always questioned, shit. But it wasn't. Reading the Bible though sealed it though. I was in jail. I had nothing better to do. I thought, man, maybe if I had a better relationship with Jesus, I wouldn't end up in these fucked up situations. So I read the Bible, and that was it for jail. I became atheist, and then I found YouTube and became an anti-theist.
Yeah. Anybody choose? Just make a conscious choice at some point. Just say, no, I don't believe this. Anybody just like at a moment?
I had tried for a long time to make a conscious choice, but then I always had it in the back of my mind that up until 2013 anyway, I had considered myself from the time I was in my 20s to just, a couple of years ago, to be agnostic/atheists. But there was always this thing in the back of my mind that tried to shove forth that my own conscience wasn't my own. My own conscience was God, God talking to me, that sort of thing. So I always had these things that kept me from really realizing some things. And I was a very disconnected person from myself and others up until I had that realization. And it's like, oh, I have the right to my own thoughts. Oh, whenever I thought I was connecting to a higher power, I was just connecting to myself. Oh, I can actually do all these things without this feeling like I'm connecting to something outside of me. Oh, and suddenly my life completely changed.
That's interesting. Yeah. That sounds more like a choice in the end.
It wasn't. It's a realization, not a choice.
Right.
Really. I mean, because you can't make a choice to have a realization. You just have a realization.
Right. You can't really choose whether or not you believe something.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, you can. I know situations where people have where an incident happens, a child dies, something happens, and they decide, okay, I can't believe in a God. I just can't. And it may not be the best way to come about it, but I have met people who it was more instantaneous.
Right.
So that was the reason for my question.
But that's really not really a choice. That's when you come to a realization. Just one day you woke up.
Well, okay. Then the question may be wrong. Maybe there is no such thing as choice in the matter. But for the people I've talked to, it's like they were firm believers until an incident happened, and they stopped and said they made a choice. In their mind, they made a choice, and I can't say they didn't. I mean, I can't do that to people. I can't say, no, you did not. That was their words. And it made me curious about how many people discover they're an atheist and how many people maybe choose it. And maybe the question's wrong. Maybe the question isn't right.
Even when I was Christian, I didn't believe the batshit crazy stories like the Noah and Ark, Jonah and the whale. I'm sure there's more that were just like, oh, that don't
You didn't believe these stories, huh?
I wasn't allowed to be an atheist until I was grown and out of the house because I knew when I was around 9, 10 years old that I didn't believe in God, but in my family, you believe in God or you can get the hell out.
Yeah.
Literally.
No, I believe that.
And it's like, in my family, it's you believe in God and have a family, or you choose not to believe and be on your own.
Yeah. No, I know that one. I know what that's like. I mean, it's a curious question because I think at first that I heard it, I thought, well, what? It mostly is discovery. It has to be. It must be over time. But for some people, they've told me it was an instantaneous moment where they had to make a choice. And that's why I was curious, because I don't know a lot of people online. Most people online either knew very early or their process of discovery brought them to taking a firm position on this in their mind. Not a lot of people who something has happened where they made a choice. So I was kind of curious.
I would say a process of discovery would apply to me.
Yeah.
Because for about 30 years, I didn't even know what atheism was. And it's something, I mean, I discovered it. I think it was a process that took a while for me. Yeah, I agree, but it was a discovery for me because again, I was shielded from any. I didn't even know what secular meant. I didn't know what any of these things meant, and I didn't even know that they existed, much less what they meant.
Well, you were told that atheists were just these evil fuckers, and and that was like with me, I think it was Angry Hairpiece or somebody said something about didn't really buy the stories and everything. I never bought the stories in the Bible when I was a kid. The burning bush, walls of Jericho, the whole shebang. Even the virgin birth, I thought was bullshit as a kid,
Yeah, but you're going to hell, and everybody on this panel's going to hell because you don't believe. And
Right, and then even like in church, you know, when they would be reciting the Nicene Creed or the Apostles' Creed, and chanting after the preacher, it's all in the hymnal and all that shit, you know, the regular service. I used to look around and go, God, does anybody else think this is creepy? You know,
oh yeah,
but I wouldn't admit that. But I believed in God because I had to believe in something because I wasn't a fucking atheist. I mean, God damn, those people are just, you know.
Right.
But I finally had, you know, my parents' pastor, our family pastor, when I was having doubts, told me to read the Bible. He says, he says, you'll find the truth in the Bible. And I did. I became an atheist. And one day somebody just asked me, they go, in order to believe the Bible is true, in order to be a Christian, you have to believe this, 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 and this. And I didn't, you know.
Hey, can I ask one more question? And honestly, I'll just sit back and listen to you guys. But in the process of doing this, did you try other forms of spirituality or?
No.
no.
Because I figured if one was bullshit, they were all bullshit.
Okay.
You know. Me neither.
Other ways of looking at spirituality, like panism or deism or anything like that.
Yeah, I used to think, before I actually considered myself an atheist, I thought, man, God was just real, and everyone in the world knows God's real. The atheists are all the preachers that are lying to get money, who are diddling little kids and all that shit. Those are what I attached atheists to. But everybody else just knows God exists.
That's interesting.
I don't know.
Well, it's hardwired into your brain.
It kind of is. Well, I mean, like,
it is.
A dog walks around in circles before it lays down. Shut up. So that they can mat the grass down and make a padding for them. But they do it on the bed, on the carpet. They don't know why they wander around in circles. They just do. And
I haven't been
the same way.
I haven't been to a Methodist church in over 30 years, but I still remember the Apostles' Creed.
Yeah.
That's what's fucked up. You can't forget it.
The Nicene Creed, the Apostles' Creed, all that.
Well, I think that speaks to the impact.
I could go to a church right now and follow along just fine.
Yep.
Yeah,
At 9 o'clock, you will do this chant. At 9:15, you'll sing, "Oh, come, all ye faithful," and then we're gonna have the bells chime, and then we're gonna have another little song, and then the actual sermon will be about, and it's written in a schedule.
Yeah, for me, I never believed fully the Jesus story, the Jesus thing never made any sense, and it's like, Jesus died for your sins, and that part never made any sense. Well, how does that? There's someone that says something like, I'll hit my foot in with a hammer for your mortgage. There's this I can't remember who it was.
Would you do that for me, Kazim?
That thing, like, never. That whole concept of Jesus dying for our sins never made any sense. So all I had left was you're going to burn in hell for eternity unless you are perfect, and it fucked me up. It fucked me up big time, because without that Jesus clause, I mean, it's fucking horrible. Yeah. And when I turned 18, somewhere between 18 and 22, I kind of went a little towards paganism, and then I eventually dropped that.
Yeah, I always thought Jesus died because of our sins, not for our sins.
Well, he did die for our sins because of our sins.
I'm saying when I was a Christian, I didn't think that he died, that Jesus dying didn't do shit, for me. I mean, he died because of my sins, not for them.
I've just always had a problem, even when I was a Christian, and of course I was not a real Christian, apparently.
Apparently, neither was I.
I always even as a kid, I always had a problem with the idea of original sin. You know, I'm like, it's a fucking baby. You know, they piss and shit in a diaper, and you put a bottle in their mouth, and they cry or they laugh or they goo or something. How is this kid so fucking evil? I used to think that when I was a kid. You know, and then they try to explain the original sin and everything, and the pain of childbirth, and
but without it, I think that's Genesis chapter 3. Without that original sin, you have no religion. You have you have no Judaism, no Christianity, no Mormonism, no Islam. That is the clincher. Without it, none of this exists, and that's where it became very convenient to blame a woman for it, because that's the linchpin of all of the religions.
It's a setup from the beginning, because when he created the Garden of Eden, he put a tree there that we weren't supposed to eat from. He set us up to fail.
Knowing that they would. Knowing that they would ahead of time. I mean, that's the most curious part of all this, is that he put the tree of knowledge and tree of life in. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was trying to catch up on this hangout. I was watching it about 10 minutes behind until I joined. What was somebody had said something about atheism doesn't offer an alternative or something, somebody was saying? Or it doesn't,
Yeah, that was Mike's message in his video. Can you hear me, by the way?
Yes.
Yeah, that was his message. What was he was asking about? What does atheism offer instead? It's a funny question, you know. You're cured of cancer. Now, what do you replace the cancer with?
Right.
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't believe in leprechauns, but I don't think it's my job to replace somebody's belief.
Well, I do believe in the football gods this time of year.
Yeah.
You replace the belief in some higher power to help you with the belief in yourself. You actually are able to believe in yourself, so you do replace it with something.
That's narcissism, and that's evil. Just saying.
Well, I think not believing in something is not something, I don't follow the conclusion of replacing. I don't. I mean, if I believed something that was wrong to believe, that was not logical and had no evidence, and someone pointed that out to me, I'd be relieved that I wouldn't look to replace that with another belief. I'd be relieved I'm no longer thinking stupid. I mean, that would be the replacement is knowledge. And if there needs to be a replacement for losing a bad idea.
I mean, if you go for believing in yourself, at least you know yourself exists.
Right. No, I agree with that final conclusion. But the whole premise that giving up a bad idea requires a good idea or another idea, in the question itself is false.
Yeah.
In my opinion. But I do think that you're saying that your conclusion is right. You are naturally led to, if you have to give up false beliefs, you're naturally led to, what do I believe? What do I know? What's my empirical sense? I mean, all of those things. I think it's the best journey you can take. Personally, I do.
Well, I mean, it's like if the only way that someone believes the only way that they can be a good person, or the only way they can have a self-esteem is through a higher power, and you get rid of that belief in a higher power, then you actually can. Well, I guess I already said that, so I guess I'm repeating myself. Sorry.
We've all done that.
It's a good point, worth repeating.
Yeah.
Just saying.
No, I have compassion for people who have to go through their spiritual journey, but I do think I think it's necessary in life. I think it's a good idea. I don't think it's necessary. I think it's a good idea, and that's why I have compassion for some people who are questioning or trying to figure out some spirituality in their life. I really have compassion for them. There's a limit. I have my boundaries, but I do. I mean, a lot of people come out of the other end seeing the light and having a lot of self-realization about things, and it does change their life in a positive way to give up these supernatural fears. I see them instead of beliefs.
Yeah, maybe I can
It's
take
like,
it.
I know that
Sorry.
before I was finally able to realize, oh, I'm connecting to myself. Before that time, it was a scary thought to drop the idea of a higher power. Just the idea of doing that was terrifying, because it was like, well, I have nothing to keep me having any sense of self-esteem. I have nothing. That's what I would always think. But after the realization, that all changed. And so I think that's one of the major things that keeps a lot of religious people from being able to drop that, because they think that there will be nothing to keep them feeling good about themselves.
My biggest thing in the end that kept me away was the whole "if I'm wrong, I'm going to hell" shit. Until I got over that.
And I think this is where we can tie the whole idea back into choice. Because I do not believe that beliefs actually are something we choose. But if you are religious, you can make the choice to take this risk. If I'm wrong, I might be going to hell. I can choose to risk that.
That's a good point. That's a very good point, actually. Because that is, in the end, even if we come through discovery, we still have to choose, because we're going to face that question of death. And that is the real question, and that's what keeps most people, I think, religious, is death. And an atheist had to make that choice. So maybe it's both. Maybe we discover that this couldn't be true, but we still have to make that choice of, okay, when I die, there's nothing. There's nothing. It's not a fear of death anymore. It's not a fear of hell. I do think I think both issues are true in a sense.
Well, when you die, though, PW, I don't think that there's nothing anymore. You leave memories.
No, I mean for you, though.
Right.
I think you're being poetic, but it always takes me a minute to catch up with poetry. I'm just not built that way. Yeah, really, I'm not. I'm not. But you're right. No, we leave something behind, but something ahead of us, we have no evidence to believe anything. And we have to accept that.
Poetry and lyrics, man.
Yeah, I missed out on that time period.
The thing
but I think Sinus is right.
Something that's very difficult to even tell someone that's religious is that when they feel that they are connecting to a higher power, that they're actually connecting to themselves, because it's basically telling that person that they're delusional. Yeah. But that is what it is.
Well, it's their personal identity.
If there's some way that one can tell someone who's starting to ride the fence, but they've been religious all their life, if there's some way to tell them that without them moving to the mode of, well, you're telling me I'm delusional, if they can actually think about that element just a little bit more, to me that's one of the biggest keys in getting someone to really question things.
I think that's a good point. I've never tried to actually convince somebody. People have asked my views at certain points, and I tell them, I don't come out, real strong with it. I just say, this is what I believe, or this is what I don't believe, more likely, and I kind of leave it at that. I leave it kind of hanging there, and move on. And then if they're really interested, then I'll chat. But I don't want anybody to think I'm trying to proselytize. It goes against my grain.
And how do you tell somebody their imaginary friend is imaginary without telling them they're delusional?
I don't. Unless I'm in a court situation or a legal situation involving it. If they want to play with their toys at home, like Hitch said, that's fine with me. They can take their toys at home and play with them all day long. It's not interesting to me until it affects my life or my children's life. Things like that. But if they try to push it on me, I have things I will say to them. You know, I don't worry about their psyche at that point when they're trying to push it on me. You know.
If it wouldn't have been for comments on YouTube in August of 2013, I don't know if I would have gotten past that stuff. I actually owe my connecting to myself to the comments on YouTube. I even have it on, if you look at my August of 2013, you can see right before, and I made a video 10 minutes after I had the realization.
Oh, I've actually seen that one. You were all in tears. That was a strong video.
Wow.
Yeah.
I'm going to look that one up.
I've never seen any of your videos.
August 13th, 2013.
Wow.
I think I might remedy
at 8:50 p.m.
Holy shit.
Wow. I wish I could be that exact for myself, but it was a lot longer of a deal, I think. I had moments that really challenged my faith that I could not get past. And the more of those that I had, the more I thought about it. I tried to keep the whole spirituality thing kind of aside. But there were things that happened that I just said that if there is a God, it's not one I want to be around. You know, it was a longer process. So for me, it was like discovery too. But at the same time, at the end, like science was saying, you still have to choose. What you think about. Especially in death. What's going to happen. You still have to kind of sort that out in your mind. What that all means to you.
We've got our emotional mind and we've got our logical mind, and our logical mind can try to make a decision, but unless our emotional mind agrees with that decision, we haven't truly changed our minds.
Yeah, and I think that is one of the reasons why, for most atheists, the journey was so incredibly long.
Right.
Because you have to chip away at all the fears and all the danger that was put into your mind of the fear of hell and all these kinds of things, and you have slowly chip away at it. And yeah, I don't really know. Many people say we atheists, we almost mock and ridicule, and that doesn't really help them. But I've also heard from people who said, hey, the reason I really stepped out of it was because people were laughing at me.
Right.
So that can work as well, but it doesn't work for everybody. So it's not a magic bullet or anything.
No, I think there's so many different approaches that you have to kind of have a feel for it, whether or not you even talk to somebody about it. There are people who it wouldn't be a good idea at the moment. It's like any other subject. It's like any other thing.
Kazum, do you remember what kind of comments they were that finally snapped you out, that broke the camel's back? Were they friendly?
No, it wasn't. It was incidents. I was a cop, okay, a detective, and there was a little girl, not far from where I live. She was kidnapped out of a church by a 56-year-old cab driver.
Oh boy.
He took her and he did things to her I don't even want to say, but she basically choked to death. And after he had roughed her up and raped her and things like that, she was 6 years old. He took her body and put it in a dumpster. Okay. And we got the case, got it solved, all that stuff, and then he went to prison and converted to Christianity, and he was saved.
Go figure.
So he could go to heaven and be with her again. There was a part of me that just died, and a part of me that could never really have faith after that. It just, seeing that body and seeing in a dumpster, kidnapped out of a church. She went to the bathroom. Okay? And if you're not safe in a church, and you want to believe in this bullshit, and your 6-year-old kid, and the parents forgave the killer publicly, okay? So all of that together made me just kind of vomit any idea of... so you can see what I mean? I still wanted to be spiritual after that. I still didn't want to give up spirituality, and I couldn't find anything that made sense to me. So over time, it was just a matter of, at one point, I just said, why am I even trying? This is bullshit. I feel like I made a choice over a period of discovery. But other people have had these things where it's like something happened that just, there's no way you can reconcile it. Because in my mind, I was thinking God knew this was going to happen before time began. This is all part of a plan, and it's not mysterious to me. It's fucked up.
It works like that.
And I don't want to be around a God that would allow that.
Yeah, it works like that almost all the time for people who become religious. They have some kind of strange thing happening to them, and then they make this emotional decision.
Right.
I know pretty much nobody for whom it worked the other way around, who said, "Oh, my mother died. Now I'm an atheist. I hate God now." That's the stupid.
No, it was a real jump. It was a real jumping point for me though, because I thought, how could you, even if you're God, not intervene at one point with a little girl?
But it shook you out of the mindset that
yes,
God
it did.
was.
Yeah.
Well, I think about
I
the
said,
fact.
there's no way.
Hey, Sinus.
Yeah.
Part of actually, you said the whole death thing or something was a bad thing to take you away from religion or something, or a poor excuse or something. That had quite a lot to do with me when my mother was ill before she died.
Oh. Okay. I stand corrected.
Very, very religious woman. Had a stroke that should have killed her. Modern medicine kept her alive for a year. Watched her deteriorate, pissing in her, diaper. I'm changing her diaper. The church people and the pastor would come over once a week or something and pray with her and tell her she was doing so good and all that shit. And I'm like telling him to shut the fuck up. I mean, if there was a God, he would have taken my mother the night she had her stroke and not let her live for another fucking year in complete agony, losing all fucking any bit of dignity she had. And in the end, when she had no idea where she was, then they bring her in for the last rites. This is what really pissed me off, was when they were shoving that goddamn cracker in her mouth and putting that fucking wine on her lips and telling her that everything was just fucking honky-dory and everything.
That's
so, yeah. That I thought for a while I was quote unquote mad at God, right? And that's when my parents' pastor told me to read the fucking Bible, and I did. And when I became an atheist, I became pissed off atheist for about 2 years. When I first started on YouTube,
now is that typical of everybody else?
A lot of people go through. A lot of atheists, a lot of people when they finally realize and become an atheist. A lot of people become really pissed off and angry. I had to actually have some people. I started going to a free thinkers group, and everybody would kind of get in this little thing for a while before the meeting would start, and they would talk about science and other things and just different topics. But we'd have a chance to rant and stuff. And I was just going off one day, and I had a few people set me aside and told me they went through exactly the same thing I was going through. I need to slow down a little bit,
But you became angry after.
Oh, yeah. After I realized it was all bullshit.
Right. It was not your anger that pulled you out.
No.
So, and that's pretty much what I mean, because for many religious people, what I always hear, what made you so angry at God? Why did you turn away from him? No, actually, it was a little bit different.
Well, I was told I was angry at God, and I kind of thought I was for a while. Then I thought, no, I don't believe in God. I think it's all bullshit and ritualistically cultish, weird shit.
Yeah, and I mean,
Raven, you were saying something. I didn't catch it.
You said something earlier that kind of touched a nerve with me, because it reminded me of the fact that I always had this outlook. If I'm raped and murdered and somebody does horrible things to me and I'm killed, in the Christian theology and the way they think and the way they look at, what their religion teaches them, is that the person that murdered me can just ask for forgiveness and gets a ticket to slide into heaven. So how is that heaven for me when I turn around in the afterlife and there's my murderer. And
I
all
think
he
it's a
had to
very good
do
point.
was
Yeah.
say, "Oh, I'm sorry. You know, listen, wait, hold on a minute now. You raped me, strangled me, put me in a grave. I wasn't dead. You buried me alive.
Yeah.
And you get to come up here and hang out with me for eternity?
Yeah.
That is
For
not
eternity.
that's
For
not my
eternity.
heaven. That's not
No.
my idea of heaven. That's horrible."
Has anybody ever
Realize
heard
you
a
were probably
version of
asking for
heaven?
it.
Has anybody ever heard a version of heaven they liked, if they really thought about it? I mean, I've heard versions of what heaven would be like, and all of them seem like torture to me. I
Who
mean,
wants to sing to Jesus all the time, you know?
Well, I mean, however they term it, a lot of people have these ideas and visions of what it would look like, but they never get down to what it would look like, what it would feel like after 100 or 200,000 years of the same thing.
Their music sucks. Their music sucks.
I know. That's the part. That's the part.
Continuously kissing Jesus' ass and singing songs about him, you know?
No, where's the road to hell?
The funny thing about it all is I heard of one particular version how it's supposed to be hotter than hell. I don't know. Go figure.
Well, I think it's the incompleteness of the entire idea of religion, the incompleteness of the most important parts of what we think about, that amazes me that people still cling to it. What happens after you're dead? How does God not intervene if He's so powerful? All those the really important questions are never answered that I've ever seen. And people still, because it's mysterious, I guess.
Well, you know why He doesn't intervene, PW, because it would then violate free will.
Well, He did that a lot before. Came down and talked to people, even let people. The whole crucifixion thing. I'm not that impressed. It was a bad weekend for Jesus. That was it. I know I've said this before, but it pisses me off that they say he died. If he knew what was happening, he knew it was a bad weekend, and he'd be fine.
That's just, I think it's pretty safe to say to categorize him as a weekend warrior.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I've had worse weekends than that. I really have.
Tell us about
I'm not impressed. I'm not impressed. I'm sorry. It's just, I've had chemotherapy, okay, every day for 2 weeks at one point. I would rather have been nailed to a cross because I was getting radiation at the same time, okay, and that will nearly kill you. I mean, it's microwave and poison, and you can't eat, you can't shit, you can't do anything, and I would rather have been nailed to a cross for an overnight, and then put in a tomb and then be fine on Monday. That would have been much better but so I'm not impressed with him. I think the fact that he tried to get out of doing it showed kind of a wimpy attitude when it came to saving the world. He's not a superhero to me. Okay, I'm done ranting.
I think we've all had those 3-day hangovers,
Well,
at one point.
Speaking of him trying to get out of it, I talked with somebody the other day from his side of the woods, I guess, apparently. And the moment I threw up those verses at him, they never talked to me again.
No.
Yeah. When you throw up those verses, they won't talk to you again.
Well, wait a minute. He didn't really make any kind of a sacrifice if he didn't want to do this or didn't want to do that. So I provided the verses, and that was it. Never heard from him again.
I mean, I don't blame him for praying in the Garden of Gethsemane and trying to get out of the deal. I don't blame him at all. I think that was the last time he said anything rational besides, "Why have you forsaken me?" I mean, he lost his faith on the cross. And
Yeah,
people just
right? That's
and
just
people don't bring that up at all.
It was.
You said it perfectly there, PW.
I don't know. I'm amazed that people just buy into it without reading those parts of the Bible.
Well, that God made Jesus like a human and gave him human feelings, though, even though he knew what would happen.
But then they changed the narrative about him being God on Earth all the time.
Oh, you're just taking it out of context, PW.
I'm taking the last words.
Really?
The last words he said. Why have you forsaken me? You know, and then into your hands I commend my spirit. But you know, he was kind of guessing at that point. He was throwing the dice because he was nailed to a cross. And,
yep.
You know, he was kind of hoping. It was the forgiveness of the other guys on the crosses and saying, "You're going to meet me in heaven when this is over." That was another weird thing. I mean, what did he really know? Yeah, he lost his. You know, he didn't know anything about these guys.
He was throwing the proverbial darts just to see where they would stick, and he was also getting darts thrown at him.
That was probably the first Hail Mary in history. You know.
If there would have been like somebody there like to scratch his nuts when it hits, you know.
Yeah, I mean, really, what was the point of that?
Yeah.
The other guys hanging, they were there for.
Hey, I'm hanging there, my balls itch, man. Come on.
It's not like, you know, he was inviting people to heaven that really had a good resume. You know, these guys were nailed to a cross. They did something.
One guy was a murderer. One of them was a murderer. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't get it. You know, it's a bad weekend.
The thing about this whole, you can kill people and, you know, get Jesus in your heart and all that bullshit and then go to heaven. I don't know the age of many people in this room, but I remember vaguely the Manson murders, okay? And was it Leslie Van Houten who did some really, I mean, they did the most evil shit to people that, it's pop icon that was so fucking shitty what they did to those people, right? And she found Jesus a long time ago, and there's some of these fucking right-wing wacko Christian groups that have been trying for years to get her released from prison because she found Jesus.
Well, isn't Squeaky out? Didn't she get out?
Oh yeah, she's been in prison a couple times, but it wasn't for murder. You know, it wasn't. She wasn't involved with the murders themselves. She just tried to kill President Ford.
Yeah, yeah. Well, you know what? If you let all of them out, they would. And if you let all of them out, they would still follow Charles Manson.
There's still people that are doing it. There's 14-year-old girls writing to him in prison. You know
what?
Yeah,
people would support him if he ever got out.
He just married some 22-year-old wacko chick. Who's really gone in the head, and yeah, she's, you know, got this website and all this campaign about how Charlie was framed and all this. The whole thing never happened.
It's MK Ultra, man. That's what it is.
Yeah.
It's MK Ultra experiment.
Yeah, but these people they're in prison for doing some of the most heinous things known to man. You know, I mean, when you mention Manson, the Manson murders, only one thing comes to mind: the most evil shit in the world. You know, and hey, some of them found God and they want to be released from prison. You know.
Claude, did you hear that? Did you listen to that tape I sent you? I mean that link I posted last night about Jim Jones. Did you listen to that?
I listened to some of it. I didn't listen to all of it yet, though.
Is it true?
I watched the whole thing.
Yeah, I listened to a part of it, and then I need to finish listening to the rest. Because to be honest with you, Raven, I don't think I heard the ending to it. I just heard bits and pieces of it before. That's it.
Well, and it's just like the Manson thing. They followed him because they wanted to. Nobody twisted their arm and made them do anything, and it's like by the...
He fed him LSD and fucking brainwashed him. Come on.
How do you feed somebody LSD? You don't feed somebody LSD. You do LSD. But you don't
no, he kept them in a steady supply of it.
No,
and
wait,
yeah, it was
balls, he filled their head full of shit.
Wait a minute, you don't do LSD, it does you.
Yep.
No.
Well,
Come on now. Personally, I've done a lot of acid, and nobody could have talked me into any fucking Charles Manson bullshit while I was frying. You had to be a weak-minded motherfucker to fall for that fool.
I agree.
But the drugs and the sex and the youth and it was a bunch of different factors. But still, you're talking about in the '60s where there was communes and people were trying to have alternative lifestyles. They were all from good homes. They were sheltered. And once he got a hold of them, but they would, like I say, if you let them out right now, they're almost 70 years old. They'd go off and hang out together. Sure, they would.
Yeah. Hell yeah. They would still be going up into the mountainous terrains and taking people up there to kill them and shit.
Well, then they'd be writing books too and
Yeah.
having movies and making money and shit like that.
Yeah. An Oxygen movie and what's that other channel?
Bravo or
Lifetime.
Oh
yeah,
wow.
Lifetime. Yeah, that's for women that hate men channel.
Come on, guys. Come on, guys. It's time. It's time to go up to the mountain. I made a special brand of Kool-Aid for y'all. You need to drink it to meet your maker.
Yeah, but look how many people believe in Christianity. There's all kinds. You can take Christianity like Jim Jones did, twist it and do the same shit. David Koresh.
Yeah.
Well, Jim Jones, that's how he got the term drinking Kool-Aid.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, literally, he had people drinking Kool-Aid, literally.
But you know what? He was such a fucking coward that he didn't go out like that. He had one of his cronies shoot him.
Mm-hmm.
Because he was a coward all the way around.
A straight-up coward.
Yep.
I also, hold on a second, I also think that Marilyn Manson was a coward too, or Charles Manson. My bad.
I like Marilyn Manson.
I just saw him in concert again.
No,
Oh yeah.
Yep.
I'm talking about Charles Manson. Sorry.
Wasn't he hiding under the kitchen sink when they busted his compound?
Yeah, in a closet.
Oh, in the closet? I thought he was under the kitchen sink.
I've heard closet, kitchen sink, under the counter, under the table, just yeah. He.
Yeah, I saw a good question here in the chat.
What is it?
It's from Statum Tech. If we really have free will, is being a robot and kissing God's ass for eternity free will? That's a very good question. Is that free will at all?
Right.
It's the only time you have free will, according to a Christian, is down here on Earth. And up there, I mean, really, what choices do you have? I think it's a good question.
That is a good question.
And that's something you would want to ask a Christian. Say, is that free will up there? Can you change your mind? I mean, Satan did, I guess. But is it really free will if the alternative is to burn in hell? Which is down here too. I mean, what alternative? The alternative is to burn in hell. How is that free will? How is that a choice?
Well, you choose to send yourself to hell.
Now here's
if you go to heaven, you at least know heaven and hell exist.
Now here's the tip. Hey PW. Now here's the typical response that I get from people every time I ask them something like that. Well, you're not here to make a choice. You're here to understand why you made it.
It's a sin to question it. You're not even supposed to question it. You're just supposed to do it.
That's not free will at all.
But see, God hates you, and He can't wait for you to fuck up so He can throw you in hell.
that is free will. You freely chose to deny God, and you freely chose to go to hell. So you did have your free will.
Yep.
Well,
That's
so did Peter.
A mighty nice soul you got there. Would be a shame if something bad.
I would make a case for Satan because the only thing that we know about him is what God wrote. And
I know Satan never wrote a book.
No, and I think we're being a little hasty in our judge. I mean, really, he does all the fun stuff, right? I mean,
yeah, he has all the good parties with all the chicks.
And the best music.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's got top shelf liquor.
My favorite people are going to be waiting in hell. So I'm just kind of curious what the incentive would be to go up and sing praises all day long.
Well, the thing that gets me is when these street preachers and these assholes are out there just fucking screaming at people with bullhorns and stuff, and they go, "Repent, repent! You want to go to heaven and stuff." Why the fuck would I want to go to heaven with this asshole? Even if it was real, you know?
I know, right? You don't like him in life. Why the fuck do you want to hang out with him in eternity?
Yeah. I mean, if I go to heaven, does that mean I have to become a real dick? You know?
In the chat area, Hector Defendi says, "In heaven, you're God's bitch." That's about it, right? That's about it.
He'll have his way with you. Yep.
And you know what? There's no smoking in heaven either, so you won't be able to have that after-sex cigarette after it's fucked.
No sex. I don't want to be anywhere where there's no sex at all, ever.
I know, damn it. I just want to be able to take off my drawers anytime I want and get to it.
No. Where's the fun in that in the afterlife? Where's the fun in that?
That's not heaven. Sorry. That's hell, where you can't ever have sex again. Now that's hell. I don't know about you, but just saying.
God's watching you all the time if you touch yourself, so.
That's why he's mad.
It's a Muslim heaven you get sex.
If he's watching, I'm wondering if he's making a YouTube video out of it.
Yeah, he's probably jerking off.
I wonder if he says his own name. Does he call out his own name?
Oh, me, oh, me.
Me.
Oh, me, oh, me.
Oh, God.
Well, the Jehovah's Witnesses, they believe that we get heaven on earth.
Well, Jehovah's Witnesses are a bunch of fucking cunt heads anyway, you know?
Who is it that gets your own planet? Is it the Mormons?
That's the Mormons.
Yeah. Was that Kolob?
The Muslims get to have sex, but it's with a bunch of chicks that don't want to.
Yeah.
They're like, ew, I don't want to do that.
That's where all those, they get all those old nuns that never lost their virginity, you know?
Okay, there again, the 72 virgins thing. Okay, what about the 72 virgins? How do they feel about this shit? That they have to get, like, raped for eternity by this asshole?
Yeah.
Because they think they're women.
That's not their heaven.
It says all it says is they're virgins. Doesn't say male or female. Right?
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
Doesn't say human.
Doesn't say human, doesn't you know, gender, yeah. Just, you know.
That's true.
It could be 72 kangaroos. It could be 72 zebras.
There's a lot of scared sheep in heaven, man. Let's put it that way.
Or like Kazoom Fowler said, 72 crappy musicians on the Virgin label.
Yeah.
Say, I have an off-topic question, something a little more down to earth that I kind of wanted to run by you guys. I'm doing I'm finishing up a video now on Black Lives Matter, and every time I've seen somebody make any criticism of this movement, they've been called a racist. And this is going to come out, and I'm probably going to be called a racist.
Now, wait a minute. No, it depends on how you do it.
Really? I haven't seen a lot of examples of people getting someone saying, well, that was a very balanced view of our race relations. I haven't seen that.
I've been making lots of video. I've been making a bunch of videos on the subject of race, but primarily culture, and trying to shove forth that, hey, this is about culture, not race, because race is not a culture and culture is not a race.
Well, that's a good point, but I think a lot of people view it as a big deal for a white guy to be criticizing a movement like this, and I do have a lot of criticism of it, and it's not going to be pretty.
Wait a minute. The thing I get about people that are against the movement is, I don't think every fucking cop out there is racist, but I am not dumb enough to believe that there are no insanely racist fucking cops out there.
No, there are.
And when one of them
but that's not my
commits an
issue.
atrocity, yeah, but I'm saying when a cop commits an atrocity, only the cops rallying behind them, and manipulating evidence to make it seem as though they were justified in what the fuck happened. But then you get a whole bunch of people that say, how dare you fucking say something against this officer that's just trying to protect his life. No. He fucking murdered somebody in cold fucking blood.
That's not my issue with this.
My issue with this whole thing is the one cop that, and this wasn't even handled or watched on the news very often, the one cop that had a guy charging him, right? And the cop didn't fire, and the guy took his weapon from him and pistol whipped the shit out of him, right? And on that last thing in Ferguson, where that kid went running off and everything, that same night, okay, when the Black Lives Matters people came out, that very same night, a young African American girl was shot and killed in a drive-by shooting. Who did they choose to defend? Who did they choose to go out with that Black Lives Matter thing? It was the kid who was a criminal. He was doing things illegally, and did he deserve to get the shit kicked out of him or nothing?
No. You gotta admit, that guy fucking didn't he shoot a cop and then got killed?
Yeah, he had a gun. He pulled a gun on the cop.
He shot at them.
And then went running off, right? And then when the cops did something to him and apprehended him, the guy didn't die, okay?
Oh, he didn't?
No.
All right.
Okay, and if he did die, he pointed a weapon at the police.
Yeah,
they have to be able to defend themselves. There are shitty cops in this world, but when one thing happens or a couple things happen, yeah, there's racism. But when people go, oh, we need to have change, we need to have change, we need to have change, change is coming. But if they don't get it like over fucking night, right? It gets so ridiculous, right?
Can I get a little perspective on why I brought this up? It did have to do with that little girl. When this movement started, it was about Trayvon Martin.
Yeah.
It was about a child who got killed, and they didn't really do anything until they started defending people who were involved in Michael Brown involved in criminal activity, and now that seems to be the focus.
And Michael Brown, fuck man, he brought that shit on himself. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, he did.
Well, I just think my position on it is, if you Google child shot by drive-by shooting, you'll get pages and pages of recent stuff.
Right.
And I don't understand from their perspective why trying to defend people who are involved in criminal activity, whether it's even something as small as selling cigarettes and all that, it's still they're focusing on this whole police brutality thing. And what I'm trying to put in perspective is there are over 10 million arrests a year. 10 million in this country, in the United States. Okay, the shooting of a black male happens about 200 times out of those 10 million arrests. Okay, statistically, it doesn't even exist. And yet, if you look at the number of children killed by gunfire, whether it's by drive-by shooting or by finding guns in the house or whatever. And I'm not taking an anti-gun thing here. I'm just looking at why aren't, if Black Lives Matter, if that's the slogan you want to use, it was brought about by the death of an unarmed young kid, basically walking in a neighborhood he was living in at the time. If that was how it started, how did it evolve? How did it evolve to defending criminals? And their interaction with the police. That's where my criticism is on this thing.
I agree. I do agree with you there. But I mean, there's some that you have to admit it's fucked up, like that little 12-year-old kid or whatever that was playing with an airsoft gun.
Yeah, no, I get that.
Was dead before the car came to a.
But when I was a cop, I had a 10-year-old fire a weapon at me. Okay, and cops know this. And once that happens to you, every cop where you work knows the story. And they file that away in their head. And I'm not saying they handled that correctly. But depending on the neighborhood you're in, that could be... Well, I know. I'm just saying, I know from personal experience, but that it's just an anecdote for me.
understand.
But I do know I would have handled it a little differently, but I wouldn't have approached the
Yeah,
kid.
you-
I would have stayed undercover.
I would have
But then if
fucking,
he-
you know,
but then-
parked
but then-
a block away and got on
Yeah,
the
but-
horn and fucking yelled at that kid over the fucking megaphone.
Right.
Put that
And,
fucking
but let
thing
me
down.
let me tell you
and
what
step
would
the
have
fuck
happened.
away.
Let me tell you what would have happened. He would have run off with that gun in his hand.
Yep.
Now what do you do?
No, he wouldn't have. Fuck no.
Oh,
Fuck
you
no.
don't
He's
know
a
that?
12-year-old kid. Cop comes up and gets on a bullhorn and
do you-
says, "Put that fucking thing down." He's gonna fucking listen.
Have you? Okay, well,
He's
now
gonna run.
let's back up. Let's back up.
Necessarily.
You work
He could've run
you work
away.
in the inner city. Kids aren't afraid of cops. They are not afraid of them.
Uh-uh.
Not
This
where I
is a
work.
little kid playing at the park, though.
No, it's a 12-year-old that.
That's
Look
a
at
little
Providence.
kid.
No,
Hey,
it's
little,
not.
kids, you can go about a half a mile from where I live right now. You can go to Providence, Rhode Island right now, right? I guarantee you there's kids with guns outside.
Absolutely.
And then when the cops tell them to stop, they don't stop. They run.
They run.
Yep. Yep.
I have police cars on my street every night chasing somebody because they were running. These are kids, most of them.
It
Yeah,
depends
but-
on where you live. I agree. I'm just saying where I worked, more inner city stuff. There's no way they were going to stay in there. They were going to run off with that gun.
Oh, yeah.
And those cops probably knew that too. I'm not saying it was a justified shooting. I'm just saying that I understand how that could happen.
But I'm saying I don't care about any fucking bullshit that happened before or anything. It was unjustified. It shouldn't have fucking happened.
Yeah, that's fine, but that's true of every group of people, whether they're cops or
True.
firefighters.
But-
I've known firefighters
but like
who started
with,
fire.
Like Michael Brown, though, that's totally different.
Mm-hmm.
Because all the people say he was 30 feet away. You know what? I'm fat and 40, and I'll cover 30 feet fast as fuck.
Yeah, plus his DNA was found inside the police car, too.
But it's hard to argue a larger point with just anecdote, little stories.
Well, I
because
mean,
when
you got
think
that
about
little
it-
kid. You got his little fucking buddy talking about the cop reached out the window and put a 300-pound fucking 6'3" kid in a fucking chokehold out the fucking window. Are you kidding me? Come on now.
No,
Did you see that? Did you see that video that was out yesterday? A white cop walked up to a car that was being pulled over for speeding, right? And the woman
Yeah.
just gave the cop all sorts of
No
shit.
wonder you guys
No
get
wonder
shot.
why you motherfuckers get shot and stuff like that. And the cop was nice, turned around. Most cops are like that. They want to go home at the end of the day.
He said fucking
You've
thank
got
you.
dickhead. Yeah, he said thank you and went on his way because it wasn't fucking worth it, right? You do have a lot of cops that are just assholes, whether it's being a racist or just they're dickheads, or some people you put a badge on them and they want to play sheriff,
But then there's that chick that allegedly committed suicide.
Oh, that was bullshit. And
The
the
cop dragged her
fucking
out of the car, dragged her off fucking camera, and the next thing you hear is her screaming, "Ow, you're breaking my wrist."
And you know what?
He was being a fucking douchey, doing
Right.
those fucking little things cops do, those little pressure points and shit, trying
and
to
you
make
know-
her say "ow."
And you know what? The police didn't defend him either. The police commissioner in that area said it was one of the shittiest things, basically, that he'd ever seen by a police officer. So nobody was. The police weren't defending this guy. Okay, so that's
I still find it hard to believe that she fucking killed herself.
No, I don't think she did.
Well,
No,
I think he was doing a little more of that digging, trying to make her say "ow," and he actually, you know how that guy slammed that fucking chick face first, handcuffed into the ground on that one video? I'm sure you've seen that one, yeah? Well, maybe that happened,
but
and he slammed her backwards, and she died from it. I mean,
Yeah, there's shitty cops out there.
Let me give you a little perspective though from another point of view.
How many million arrests each year again?
Over 10 million a year.
10 million a year, and we have how many ugly YouTube videos? 50?
Yeah, that's the percentage. I mean, generally, I think there are about 400 shootings of citizens and 90% of them are 99% of them are probably justified by the system of review, whether that's accurate or not.
I'll grant that.
But we're talking about probably a smaller malfeasance rate than hospitals and doctors. There's probably more people killing patients. We have those angel of death people all the time. But if you put in perspective, I'm not justifying any police brutality of any kind. I'm not. I never got a complaint in my whole career. And I worked fugitives almost exclusively, which is not an easy job. But I don't justify any kind of. For me, professionalism was about me. It wasn't about whether the person deserved it. It was about my character. So that's where I came from on this issue. But I guarantee you, there would have been situations if you had been just filming it, it would have looked awful, because you wouldn't have context. You wouldn't have, the backstory. You wouldn't have anything. I'm not justifying the bad behavior, but that's the stuff that makes the news. And that's what I'm saying. That's the reason it's on the news. It's because it's not typical.
It's
not as typical as Black Lives Matter would like to say that this is systemic, and I don't believe that for a minute. I've worked in several departments.
I'm saying that. I mean, I'm still talking about that one case where that chick allegedly committed suicide.
Okay, that's fine, but that's one story.
He should have handed her a fucking piece of paper with saying you have to go to court and pay a fine and walk the fuck away, and won. But what the fuck did she go to jail for? What the fuck was she even taken out of the car for? It doesn't make fucking sense.
I don't know. And I don't know that we all know the whole story on that. That's part of the problem with media. Well, that's a part of the problem with the media. If they did you could do a story on your life, the media could, and make you look horrible, or make you look great. I mean, it's a matter of how they
would need to work hard at that.
But think about it. Think about it. If you were filmed all the time, and you had a job that entailed taking away people's rights and locking them up and losing their freedom, there are going to be moments that people are going to question whether or not you handled it right or your attitude was right, or out of, like I said, 10 million arrests or more every year. There are going to be some bad situations. There just has to be. I mean, logically, you couldn't have perfection in 10 million attempts. Could you? I mean, wouldn't you lose it at some point, or wouldn't somebody lose it out of a million cops? I'm just asking if criticizing the focus of Black Lives Matter rather than this issue about the children who are getting killed in this process. They talk about blacks represent 13% of the population, but they're responsible for 52% of the murders. And that's not true. What's true is the people who are committing the murders are a small group within that 13%. I mean, 13%, it's not all black people. It's a small group and mostly gang-related and criminal activity that's responsible for half the murders. And they're killing mostly other black men, 93% of the time. So it's kind of like I'm looking at the issue of saying maybe we should be addressing if we had another group, say ISIS, take over a neighborhood or part of a city, what would we do? It's a terrorist.
I'll tell you what will happen. The whole fucking United States would shut down.
No, we'd go ballistic if we had. And these gangs are no different than a terrorist group, in my opinion. And that's what I'm going to be putting out there, saying the focus is wrong. We got to get to these people who are killing.
I don't understand why people even stay in the inner city. I mean, when I was young, my parents got divorced when I was, like 6, and we didn't move to the inner city. I lived with a fucking a single mother that fucking we didn't have dick for money, but we didn't live in the inner city. We lived in a trashy neighborhood in a suburb.
Well, some people don't have a choice but to live in the inner city.
No, bullshit.
No,
there's roads leaving the inner city going in every motherfucking direction. You get on one of those roads and get off with, you know, we left the Mid-East, well, Midwest is what you all call it, but, okay, we left this area and went all the way the fuck to California.
Right.
Broke
Some
as fuck.
people can't do that.
No, everybody can.
No, not everybody can.
Why can't you?
That's optimism.
What's stopping somebody from moving from the inner city of Chicago, where there's where this crime is just absolutely rampant, and the only option your kid has growing up there is to become a fucking gang member and get into crime, maybe not go to prison, maybe get killed, or you can drive them 100 miles away to the area I live in, where
that brings me back to my question, Angry.
First of all, that's not the only choice the kid has, is to be in a drug gang.
Yeah,
that's why I'm not saying the only, but it's
but
the most appealing one.
You said the kid, if the kid lives in the city, the only thing he can do is join a gang and do drugs and stuff. Right, that's not true. There are people out there that live literally from week to week. Okay, there's a girl downstairs from where I live. Okay. Due to conditions beyond her control, okay, she can't pay her rent at the first of the month. She has to be gone. Do you think she can afford to just toddle out to California? She doesn't have a car. She has no money. She can't pay her fucking rent, okay? She's going to be in a homeless shelter. So she goes out to California, okay, and all these things are none of this is due to anything that she's done personally, okay?
Right.
So how's she going to get out to California? How's she going to pull herself up by the bootstraps when she has literally nothing, okay? How's she going to just tunnel on down the fucking road? The buses don't go that far around here, and she doesn't have money for a bus ticket, you know? So, yeah, some people are stuck, you know? Some people don't have a choice, you know? I know a lot of people that live in the inner city that would love to be able to go somewhere and move. But you know what? If they do that, they have no money to pay rent or eat.
Well, Patrick, then if we accept that, then the question about, like I said, was that in these areas with the large gang presence and that sort of thing, in fact, in the United States, the leading cause of death for a black man between 17 and 34 is homicide. That is the leading cause of death for a black man in America.
Yeah, but you know what?
It's true. It's true.
If you look at the gang situation, though, too, a lot of people join gangs because, okay, you're a 12, 13, 14-year-old kid.
Right.
Your mom, or you don't see your parents. They're gone for whatever reason. All right. You see the local drug dealer down the street.
Right.
He's got women hanging on him. He's driving around a $60,000, $70,000, $80,000 car. All he does is sell drugs and hustle pussy. Sorry to be so graphic, but you know what? When you're a 14-year-old kid and you see your parents working 2 and 3 jobs and they're fucking chumps, and that's the way you look at it. Okay, I might get killed before I'm 25 or whatever, but you know what? I'm going to be eating good. I'm going to look good. I'm going to have fun. I'm going to do all these drugs. I'm going to have a nice car.
And do we just so the point is, do we accept that? Do we just say, well, that's the way it goes, and Black Lives Matter should focus on criminals?
No,
Okay, so if I say that in a video, okay, look, the focus is wrong. This started out with Trayvon Martin, a child who got shot for no reason, and now your focus is on criminals. Am I going to be called a racist for that?
Yes, probably.
Well, wait. With the Trayvon Martin, did he really get killed for no reason?
Yeah, he did, because he was not bothering this man. He did not bother this. No, he did not bother this man. This man stalked him. Remember that.
But then he turned on him, though.
Well, I would too.
The police told him to leave him alone.
The police did tell him to leave him alone.
You're right.
If he would have left him alone, this whole incident would have never fucking happened.
It shouldn't have. He had every right to be there. He was living with his father. He had a right to the neighborhood. He was not a stranger. This guy was. And I'm just saying, even if we agreed that, there's a mixed issue there, he still got killed, and that's where the movement started.
But you know what? Until we stop glamorizing criminal activity, before we, quit making marijuana usage a criminal offense, when we put smoking some weed above rapists and murderers and pedophiles and everything else, this is what's going to happen. People are going to get killed. People are going. You know what? It's life for one thing. People.
So Black Lives Matter is correct in not addressing the issue. I mean, I'm just asking.
Don't get sucked into this media hopped Black Lives Matter crap either, because let me tell you something. There's a lot of black folks that won't even get involved in it because they see what it is.
So we should not, as a white person, I shouldn't get involved with the issue.
I mean,
you should.
When you talk about that issue,
there is no way around this. However, you have to ask: am I a racist in the sense that I hate, in this case, black people, or am I a racist because I'm criticizing a minority?
No, my family. Hold on.
Why is it not people matter? Not this. Oh, I'm black. Black lives matter. Why isn't it people matter? Why is
I got called a racist the other day just for saying that.
When you hear about a crime on TV, why is it a black man was shot today? Why isn't it just a man was shot today? Why do we have to put a color on everything?
I was told every life matters because I told somebody that I believe everybody should be able to eat and be, housed. So that way, to me that every life mattered. And I was called a racist because I didn't yell Black Lives Matters,
Because that's a way to control people. If you don't believe what I believe, then you're an asshole, and I'm going to make fun of you. And then the people that are not don't have as much courage as you do to stand up, join in on the bandwagon. And now, so what? They call you racist, big deal. And so
you need to be able to shrug it off because they have watered down words so much that it really doesn't mean anything. You have to ask: am I a racist in the sense that I hate those people, or is it just because I said something you don't like?
Exactly.
And I don't think basically that PW Swivel is going to make a video based on hate. He's criticizing their ideas.
Yeah,
it is the idea.
Says you accuse them of something, and that's bullshit. Just because I may not agree with what you say, why do you have to personally attack somebody? Why are they now a racist or a sexist or a?
Well, have you seen people even criticizing Islam at times without being called a racist? I mean, Ben Affleck did it to Sam Harris. I mean, I'm gonna put that in the video because people throw that word out to silence you. And
just like narcissist, narcissist, that is one of the most overused terms, is calling someone a narcissist.
Yeah, I mean but I look at it like, now I come from an interracial family, and my next youngest brother is African American. I grew up with that. I grew up that way. To me, it's not an issue, but to me, the issue about children being shot, doing their homework, I mean, it's constant. In the United States, and I'm just saying, this is how the movement started. So why is this more important?
The way I look at it, though, if that neighborhood is that bad and you grew up in it, why in the hell are you bringing children into this world until you can get out of that neighborhood? That's what I don't understand.
That's what I was talking about earlier. Why can't you just leave the inner city? Scrape up what you can and go,
And then
you're like talking about that chick's gonna be homeless anyway. Does she have to be fucking homeless in the inner city? Go somewhere else and be homeless.
Poverty. Okay, for half these families, it's a single mom. 47% are below the poverty line. Below the poverty line. Right. That's where they're starting from, and it's not just that. It's sometimes people stay in areas because of their families. They stay because that is their resources. Those are their support system, even in a bad neighborhood. I don't know all the reasons why people stay, but that really isn't what Black Lives Matter is trying to solve here. They're not addressing it. They're not addressing the safety of these kids.
When they talk about discussions, they can talk about the deterioration of the urban cities, the fact that keep throwing money at education and the education systems still don't work. Okay, decriminalizing drugs because before it was criminalized, you didn't see this type of gang activity.
thus not being able to have that lavish lifestyle as much, but people don't want to discuss that because the situation's already shitty for them. Instead of talking about how to improve the situations in the urban life, people either want to run to California, which I don't get.
I'm not.
Or anywhere. Where you live. If you live in an area,
argument again.
If you live in an area that is shitty, right? Like there's people in Rhode Island, right? This is a shitty fucking state. A lot of people, that's where they live. That's where they're from. That's where they stay because that's all they fucking know, right?
I'll tell you what. I'll put out the video in the next couple of days, and every one of you get on there and say you're such a racist. How dare you? Something like along those lines. Just get the ball rolling, and
fucking knew it.
I would like to be the first to say officially that PW, you're a racist.
Yeah, I would just say, let's come up with a catchphrase.
You want them all to die.
Catchphrase that we all know.
You're going to hell. You're going to hell.
You're
going to hell where you're going to burn forever, PW.
Yeah. And I just come on there and take a look at what I say and honestly give me an opinion on if I'm off base, because I don't want to live in an echo chamber, and that's all I got on this side here. If I miss a point, I'd like to know it. But I just have a real bad feeling about this movement and what their goals are. It doesn't seem to be anything to do with the population that really gets hurt in this country, which is the vulnerable people.
Yeah, there was even a suggestion for me by another individual earlier today that thought that my views on feminism were rather interesting, and she wanted me to make a video about it. As I don't know about that one.
Yeah, that's another pit you can fall into, and I expect some bad feedback on some level, but I don't know.
Seriously, quiet. I didn't know that you were a misogynist.
No,
I'm sorry. I'm one of those dirty misogynists, and I exploit women's sexuality and this and that. Yeah.
That's a pretty misused word.
If
Sinner.
if your video touches on the way the Black Lives Matter movement handles situations, I don't think that would,
I think it's more about how they've moved from, protesting the justice for a child. Whether like I said, there are different opinions on whether he was or not, but that was their focus. And now it went to Brown after that, and then, any situation they could find that involved resisting arrest or criminal activity, and it's kind of like, I thought the focus was really about this kid, and they've changed it. And that's what they said about the 9-year-old girl who was shot that night in Ferguson. Why they didn't march for her, because they said their focus is police brutality. And I thought, well, wait a second, that had nothing to do with Trayvon Martin. And why would you switch it to that when the real issue is, children getting shot, people getting intimidated, just the corruption, and black men whose lives, like I said, they're being killed by other black men.
Exactly. They're preying on each other. They're preying on their own culture. So why is it, if you're trying to sell Black Lives Matter, then why doesn't it matter in your own culture?
Exactly, and that's my point. Is saying, which lives are you talking about? Are you talking about these criminals? Or are you talking about the children and the people who have to live with the gangs in their area? I mean, which lives do you want us to address? I mean, because it's not very inviting to have a protest shut down a freeway where I live when people are trying to get to their daycare and pick up their kids, and have these people laying in the street for criminals. I mean, or the Bernie Sanders rally that they interrupted.
Now wait a minute. Okay. With that one, I'm going to have to interject because, those two crazy bullshit bitches, those fucking, the Bernie Sanders thing, those two batshit crazy bitches fucking, just because they said their Black Lives Matter or whatever does not mean they have shit to do with the fucking movement.
Oh, they do.
You know,
I checked it out. I checked it out before I criticized them.
I looked
yeah,
into it too, and I heard they were not part of it.
They're two of the big flag carriers for them.
Let me explain.
Now,
because I checked it out. Let me explain.
If somebody
All right.
said that they were a member of some atheist organization, right?
Let me explain, and
And
I
then
can save you a whole lot
I
of
know,
time.
but wait, hold on. Let me hear me out, and then
all right.
critique what I
You don't
my
have to worry.
fucking question. Okay.
No, because you're going to go on, and I can
No,
I can
maybe
help you right now.
2
I'm not
seconds,
saying.
and I'll be done. Just give me
All right,
two.
forget it. All right, you do it. I'll
Somebody
stop
joins an atheist organization, fills out the paperwork, pays dues, whatever, and then goes and does some batshit crazy bullshit like that. Do you blame the atheist organization that they joined?
No, and I don't blame Black Lives Matter for what they did, okay? This is what I was trying to tell you. They don't have a centralized location, okay? They have chapters in every city, though, okay? So this isn't like the entire movement across the country, but they are affiliated with their local chapter, their local organization.
One of them was a Tea Party member and a fucking Sarah Palin supporter.
And they're still Black Lives Matter, okay? So that's not the issue. The issue isn't like there's a centralized focus or an office for Black Lives Matter. There isn't. It's decentralized. That's what I was trying to tell you. Is that I'm not saying it's a whole movement, but these
before
movements
that, weren't they were in an organization called Outside Agitators.
And okay, you don't believe they were Black Lives Matter people at all? Is that what you're saying?
No, I believe that they jumped on the movement. They jumped on the bandwagon.
Okay, that's fine. They all did.
Not reflect on the Black Lives Movement is in
Black
no
Lives
way
really?
or black.
You want to know what?
Yeah.
Okay. Tell me the protests that you think reflect well on Black Lives Matter, and I'll agree with you that they're all on board with a good purpose. But let me tell you what happened the night of Ferguson when that 9-year-old got shot. The next day, up here in Minnesota, they were protesting the state fair because there weren't enough minority vendors selling corn dogs and whatever. We don't, when it gets down to try to shut down a state fair in Minnesota, that's pretty sacred ground for farmers.
It's like the Iowa State Fair.
And that's their biggest, and that was their biggest issue here. You know why that's the biggest issue? It's because we have a black chief of police in St. Paul and a lesbian chief of police in Minneapolis. There is zero tolerance on abuse here. But we still have Black Lives Matter shutting down freeways, the Mall of America, the State Fair, and the last one was they laid down in the road and the tracks on the only real access from the city to a local hospital. Okay? That's not disruption. That's blocking other people's freedom and liberties.
You're right.
And that's where I'm starting to say, for what?
To line up on the side of the freeway with signs. No, I'm saying lining up on the side of the freeway with signs to get attention to your cause, and then being a douche and laying out in the middle of the road. Granted.
Yeah, I'm just saying, I'm just not impressed with this as a movement, and they compare themselves to, Martin Luther King and the civil rights movement, and this is like tourists. The Black Lives Matter movement here in Minnesota is mostly white people. Not, most of the black guys that I know, and both black people I know, are too busy working, and raising their families and that sort of thing. They're not interested. But you get a lot of tourists, a lot of social justice tourists, I call them, who want to march somewhere like they did in the 60s. They didn't get that. I think that's a lot of what it is, because I don't see a focus on the issues when they're protesting vendors. See, when a state fair approves vendors, there's no box for your race or anything to indicate your gender or anything like that. It's just, what's your idea for a booth? And they approve it on that. They have no idea.
You show up there and you say you got a hole.
Well, they say, Well, now they want the Black Lives Matter has demanded that they put race on the application.
Why? What?
So they can keep track of how many minorities are given booths. Now, the state fair officials here said, look, we'll give you a booth now. we wish you would have come 6 months ago and talked to us, but we'll give you a booth if you want. And they refused. Okay, so I mean,
because that wasn't the point.
And what their chant was? No, their chant was pigs in a blanket, fry them like bacon. That was their chant outside the state fair.
That's where that was.
And we haven't had.
That was in Wisconsin.
Well, and we don't have, and we haven't. Our cops aren't shooting anybody hardly. I mean, unless they have a gun.
No,
yeah,
I don't.
I mean, really, they aren't doing what the protesters. So really, they have nothing to protest
See,
up here, but they still do it.
You're not coming across racists like that, I don't think. But if you were to throw out a bunch of stats, how fucking yeah.
I started with that. Did a whole video on stats, and then I said, "This is boring, and it's not going to change anybody's mind on anything." So now the video is about the video that I did, critiquing the video and why the real issue isn't that. It's these children. That's the issue. In my opinion, should be the issue. I'm living, like I said, in my own little echo chamber. Give me your thoughts. Is this a good idea or a bad idea, or does it matter?
I mean, I don't think it really matters. I mean, if it's something you feel strongly about, make a video. Fuck people for what they think.
Yeah. You're gonna get people that are gonna like you.
Yeah, that's what I say. Go for it.
I've been calling fucking racism is unstoppable racist for a fucking while over shit like this, but he's throwing out fucking slurs. He's mocking people. He's fucking advocating for fucking, cops to shoot people with fucking rubber bullets over, I guess, yeah, they were throwing rocks at people in riot gear, but whatever.
Well, they shouldn't do that.
It's not an easy issue. It's not.
Well, I'm saying they were in their own neighborhood, fucking walking down the street with fucking signs, and then riot-geared police show up.
I agree with you, Angry. I think part of it too is that depending on where in the country you live, you'll see different.
Well, that was in Detroit.
Right.
Or not Detroit. Baltimore.
Well, Ferguson had, the police department's got all this equipment from the Army, all of this used stuff, and they want to use it. I know those boys, and they want to dress up and play, but they don't always realize the optics of what that looks like in a free society. When you got tanks coming down the street, and these guys in body armor like crazy, it does look bad. And I was always aware of that when I worked, how it looked, what I was doing. But I'm
saying, when a bunch of kids are throwing rocks at people with huge shields, and the rocks are bouncing off the shields, and then the cops are picking the rocks up and throwing them back into the crowd, I have a fucking issue with that.
Yeah, but you know what? When you're a so-called kid, you're not supposed to be out there throwing rocks at anybody, much less the cops. And if the cops kick the shit out of you because you're out there like a dumbass throwing rocks at people, sorry, I don't feel sorry for you. I don't care how old you are. This kid crap. And if you're that young, where are your parents? Why are you out there by yourself throwing rocks at people? So that's the way I look at it.
Same here.
I don't know.
And given an excuse,
if somebody throws a feather at me, I'm not going to beat them up. It doesn't bother me that much.
I'm going to tell you something right now. If you're a kid and you walk up on me while I'm getting in my car and you got a gun, I'm going to shoot you. I don't care if you're a kid. That does not give you the right to go and hurt people just because you're a kid.
That's not anything. What? No. What?
Since Ferguson, in the city of Boston, they've had 4 cops shot by people who just hated cops. Black Lives Matter, in
the past 3 weeks here.
And you can sit there and you can say, oh, they're not affiliated with Black Lives Matter. These are the same people that shut down I-95 going into Boston. Boston has shitty traffic anyway. People usually like to take the train because the traffic sucks so bad going through the tunnel and everything. They shut down the city. Avenues to get to hospitals. Ambulances were stuck on the freeway with sick people that needed emergency medical attention, right? Because Black Lives Matter on the middle of in the freeway. The city of Providence was shut down 2 nights in a row with Black Lives Matter with bonfires in the freeway on the fucking road. Okay, So, hashtag Black Lives Matter, they're not affiliated with this group, or they're not really affiliated with Black Lives Matter. They're all, it's a loose fringed bunch of wackos sometimes that go out there and do shit just for attention. Yeah. They're not bringing any attention to themselves about any social issues, except for the fact that they're assholes who have nothing better to do with their time.
Thank you.
If they really cared about the fucking cultural situation and the problems, they would be able to sit down and discuss it with people instead of going out and looting a CVS store when Baltimore's burning down, or stopping traffic in Boston during fucking morning rush hour, or starting fucking fires on the freeway in Providence, Rhode Island.
Thank you.
Black Lives Matter.
I'm going to expect a good comment from you when I put out my video.
Hey, look, when this stuff first happened, I was like, hey, yeah, Black Lives Matter, Black Lives Matter. Then it came out with the stuff about Michael Brown, okay? And then I was like, okay, sometimes you got to pick your martyrs, carefully, And then these other videos are coming out. People are taunting the police. A cop that was afraid to defend himself or do anything and got pistol whipped with his own fucking weapon because he didn't want to be the flavor of the racist of the week. Because he defended himself against some crazy fucking lunatic, So yeah, I'm my level of patience with the Black Lives Matter movement is going so thin, because like I said, if they wanted to discuss, if they were really worried about social issues, they would do something other than disrupt everybody's fucking life.
And that's part of what I'm putting out there, that is the focus wrong? Is the focus off? I mean, I'm not saying that you don't focus on or you don't talk about police brutality when it happens.
No.
But I am saying that, I don't think that it's the primary issue. There are ways of avoiding contact with the police. Most people don't have a weekly contact with the cops. They just don't. They're busy doing other things and not being in that situation. There are other people who kind of are thrown into that situation by where they live and the neighborhood they're in. But I don't think that should be the only focus of this group.
I don't mean to interrupt, but I put a link to a video in the chats. That is a Michael Brown video that surfaced. If any of y'all haven't seen it, it's the gentle giant Michael Brown beating the shit out of an old man in his apartment complex.
That's not Michael Brown. That's not Michael Brown. No, there's.
Let me check it out. I want to check it out too.
If something would happen
personally, but I've seen people critiquing that video saying that they know who that guy is and it's not fucking Michael Brown. It's in Texas or something.
Well, there was also people swearing that Michael Brown was just standing there with his hands in the air saying, "Don't shoot me."
Well, yeah.
So, yeah.
But the thing is, here's the thing. If you have your palms facing forward saying, "Don't shoot me," is different than if you have your palms facing towards yourself and what are you going to do, shoot me?
If you go into a store and you assault the store owner and you rough him up and then you go outside.
I absolutely 100% agree that Michael Brown fucking brought that shit upon himself. Everything Michael Brown did that day led to him getting shot.
My whole thing is, if you're going to choose your martyrs, like we were talking earlier, choose the girl who was shot by a drive-by. Black Lives Matter. Stop picking these people who are scumbags in real life because did he deserve like even with Freddie Gray, did he deserve to die the way he did? No, not one bit. And the Baltimore police are being held accountable for that. They just had a civil judgment today before the criminal thing ever started. They're throwing those cops under the bus. But the thing is, things are changing, right? A little at a time. Social media. People have cameras now, right? you know, but just because somebody gets pulled over and they're a certain color or a certain race, that shouldn't give them the right to piss off the police and antagonize them until the police get pissed off and want to kick his ass.
Well, yeah, I think part of the issue
Hey,
is...
you know what? If your skin color is the reason the cop pulled you over, fucking A right you do.
Yeah, but how would you...
Fucking A right. You caught that cop however the fuck you want. If he pulled you over because you're black, fuck him.
Yeah, but do they really? Can you name a case where that actually happened, where a cop actually just picked somebody because of their skin color and did that?
What? Well, sure. Oh yeah, you're right. You're right. That never fucking happens.
No, I just want proof.
Right.
I'm just asking for a link or proof or a story or a
What about the guy
name.
that got pulled over because he looked at the cop?
Hey guys, can I just say something? I've been listening to this and it's like...
Hi, George!
It's Lee, or you can call me James. But,
Hi, James!
Yeah, I've heard people say, you know, when this happens, that's bad, and when that happens, that's bad. Well, both kinds of things happen. So, and then, you know, someone says, well, you know, if someone's pulling you over just because, you know, your skin color, that's bad. Well, yes, it is. And then someone else says, well, that never happens. Well, of course it happens. You know, people might argue about how often it happens. But I don't see where we're getting with this. I mean... Sometimes the cops are right.
You may have come in late then, Jim. You may have come in late because my point...
That if people, you know, if people get pulled over and then they proceed to talk shit on the cop and piss the cop off, they deserve what they get. And I was saying not if they get pulled over because they're black.
That's not what we're saying. That's
exactly what Patrick said.
But listen,
That's what I said.
Jim asked
Listen
the question.
What I'm saying, though.
Jim asked the question, and I think you missed the early part of the conversation, Jim. That wasn't the issue. The issue was the focus of Black Lives Matter.
I heard all that.
Started with a 17-year-old getting shot who was just walking home and got into a confrontation with a community watch person. That has changed now to police brutality. The protest movement, and my question is that a good idea to go from kids getting shot unnecessarily to protesting police matters when the police had nothing to do with the original issue anyway?
Right, I heard all that, but I was addressing...
Okay, that was the original idea of like...
I understand. I was just addressing the last 5 minutes of discussion, and it's
okay.
like...
All right, my fault. Yeah,
what my point is that, yes, you can create a scenario where the citizen deserves what they get. You can create a scenario where the cop's a really bad guy, and they all happen. So it's kind of pointless for people to say, well, what about when this happens? Well, they all happen. That's my point.
Okay.
What about when they mouth off? Well, people mouth off. What about when the cop's racist? Well, sometimes the cop's racist. All these things happen.
It's called life. It's life situations. Yeah. No matter what you do, you're not going to have a utopia. So you learn to deal with it. You start in your own community, just like me. I don't have problems with cops. I'm respectful to them. I don't speed. I don't get tickets. There's no reason for me to get beat up. I don't mouth off at them. And I make sure that when I'm in line sometimes at the gas station, I'll buy them a coffee every once in a while, just to be nice, because I don't think all cops are bad, and I'm not going to disrespect cops just because of one situation where someone thinks they might have done this because. No, I just work on my own area and go from there.
I think it's illegal for them to accept that coffee.
Oh, no, it's not.
That's like gratuity. I don't think they're allowed to accept it.
No, they're not. They love to go to McDonald's and Burger King because a lot of McDonald's and Burger Kings will give cops free food and free coffee.
And they're not supposed to.
If they work in that area.
Okay.
You're not supposed to, though. It's
all right,
illegal.
Hold on, guys. You're talking about cops as if there's one police station in the United States. Every city is different. Every state is different.
Yeah.
No matter what. When you're talking about training, cops training, where I live, you have to have a 4-year degree, okay? You have to wear a body camera on duty all the time. I mean, it's a very different place to work. Now, if you go to Mississippi, they might have different standards. I know they do in Wisconsin. you need a GED or a high school diploma to be a deputy there. I know some deputies who have felonies on their record over in Wisconsin. You couldn't do that in Minnesota, that neighboring state. So it's when people talk about the police, they shouldn't be talking about. They should decide what region they're talking about. It's very different all across the country. It just is. But I hear a lot of the police don't do this or the police do that, and they talk about the training of the police. And I'm just kind of pointing out it's very different from state to state.
I'm just saying I just treat them with respect, and I treat them like a human being, and, you know, I look at it like this. Just in case something did happen, at least I have a good rapport with the ones in my local area to where, you know, they might consider me a nice person and not go after me, you know?
Yeah.
It's a thought. Just be nice.
I know I have a bias. I know I have a bias because I had a career in this. And that's the other part of it. I mean, I don't know if I should be mentioning that in the video or not. Would it be that I do have a bias? I mean, I try to see it objectively. I've known bad cops. I've known good, you know, really good cops.
I kind of enjoy owning shit, so I don't, you know.
Yeah, I just don't know if
I'm
it's
not too bummed that police officers exist.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I still am not sure if I want to even take the time because I'm not sure it's important or, you know, I mean, because
I think that's important. You should mention that you had a career in police enforcement because, yeah, you are biased in that direction.
Yeah, I am.
But you also have deeper insights. So
well, I never get the credit for that part. I always get the you don't know.
If people don't like what you're telling them, they don't like what you're saying, they will jump on anything. But I think if you want to put your opinion out there, you kinda owe it to your viewers to tell them that.
I think you're right, Sinus. I do. It's been bothering me that I haven't slipped it in there yet, but I do have it.
That's what he said.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I think that's a good point. I really do think I have to at least acknowledge
qualify yourself.
You know. So,
how long are you out of service?
About 6 years. I actually retired.
So you're not really that far out of the loop.
No, not really. I don't associate with any of my former. Once I left. I mean, I don't go back and wander the hallways like a lot of old guys do. But I left. I don't. You know, and that does that. For cops, it's hard for some cops to decompress, to give up a gun and a badge, which is a real powerful thing to have when you're walking around. And they do. They keep a badge on them all the time. I think
it'd be a good idea for you to mention your time in law enforcement, just as kind of a qualifier for your opinion.
Yeah, I'm looking for an old video of a news story they did where they had me on camera for a bit chasing a fugitive. They blurred my face at the time. We were plainclothes, but I'm looking for that. I thought I might upload that just. As kind of a reference point, but because I never really worked uniform at all. I never gave out speeding tickets. All that. Most of my work was fugitives and sex offenders that were on the run, and we had a thing called vulnerable unit where it was like kids and women and that sort of thing that were victimized by people that we go after those guys. So it's not like I was, a typical cop. I never drove a squad car. I always had a unmarked vehicle.
Did you ever get to turn on the siren?
What's that?
Did you ever get to turn on the siren?
Yeah, I mean, my vehicle had sirens and lights built in, but you just couldn't see them until they were activated. But yeah, I mean, we drove because a lot of times we'd have to work the Indian reservations, and it.
Oh shit!
In their opinion, we didn't have any legal rights to be there, so they would often shoot at us. So I would get bullet holes. I'd get at least one bullet hole about every third visit.
That's probably in a lot of ways probably going worse than going into the inner cities.
Oh, it is. I mean, because it's hard to win trust of Native Americans. I mean, and rightfully so. I mean, they did. I mean, we have a lot of fallout in Minnesota over.
I would have quit that job the first time some asshole shot at me. I would be so far away from that.
I didn't develop that attitude until much later, and then it was too late, you know. But it was it was a great job actually, because I could pick my own cases and set my own hours, and I didn't have to go to the office. Everything was in the vehicle, so it was a fun job. But
I'm too much of a coward. I would have
the injury rate. The injury rate is 50% medical retirements. 50% of the unit because of the injuries you get on the job. I mean, I have broken parts all over the place, but it was a fun job until you start really thinking about, like you're saying, when you really put it in perspective, some of the stuff. I mean, it's a really kind of a dumb thing to do, but someone has to do it. They just do. I mean, the stories are unreal.
Quiet, I've got a question for you. Have you been following that Ashley Madison thing?
Who are you asking?
Well, I was asking Quiet, but anybody, if any of y'all been following it?
I have.
Oh, Quiet has.
I was waiting for you to do a video about the preacher that killed himself because he got outed.
What? I missed that.
A Baptist.
He's an old dude too, boy. His kid got grown kids like.
I didn't see the article about that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I did do a video now that's scheduled to upload or scheduled to go public later on today, technically, about Ashley Madison, how 400 church officials were basically busted and they all resigned their positions.
Bunch of sinners in that crowd.
So, let me get this straight. He sinned by committing adultery, and then he committed suicide, which is also a sin.
Yes, so he will be forever.
Suicide's the one you can't forgive.
He busted hell wide open.
No, I think they do forgive suicide under certain conditions now.
Oh, you're dead. You can't ask forgiveness.
That's right. That's right.
Well, in the Catholic Church, you can pay for it.
You go to purgatory anyway.
Well, you can, right? Sinus, you know that. You can do what do they call indulgence or
indulgences, yeah. But I think you have to buy them before you do it. So basically, you go to the preacher, you buy the indulgence,
prepaid indulgences. Okay.
What is there, like an eternal duty-free store or something? Like, I need to get some fucking penance and shit so I can get out of purgatory.
I'm your local heaven insurance agent. You know.
It's like Beetlejuice, the book for the recently deceased.
Yeah.
I know the Mormons do this hindsight baptism of dead people.
Well, they keep doing Anne Frank. They've done Anne Frank 6 times.
A couple times.
They baptized all the Jews that died in the Holocaust.
I know.
What? Yeah. They baptized dead bodies?
But Anne Frank
they
baptized
did it
6 times.
Baptism by abstentia.
What the fuck?
I know.
Ew,
It comes
that's
with magic
creepy.
underwear.
That's creepy.
They do it by proxy. They have They have one of their members, and this person assumes the position of the one who is deceased, and then they dunk.
That sounded wrong.
And then she assumes the next person, and they dunk her again. And next dunk. It's
now
creepy.
That just sounds plain ridiculous.
Oh my god.
Hey guys. Speaking of law enforcement, I wanted to share something with you, if you don't mind. You guys see it?
No.
Nope.
I only see your ugly mug.
I see your piss jug up on the fridge.
No. How about now?
No, that's an Illuminati jug. Holy shit.
That's me.
That's enforcement.
Yeah.
Officer Quiet.
You don't make the rules. You just enforce them, right?
Yeah, exactly.
That's right.
That's me right there when I worked with the sheriff's department back home in my home state.
Can you say?
Looks good on you.
Hey, Quiet. I want you to say, "Boy, you ain't around from these parts, are you?"
Oh man,
You don't look familiar to us. You
We
must
don't
be a
like your
Yankee.
kind here.
Yeah.
where are you from, partner?
Hey, so who thinks that Kim Davis is going to end up in jail again?
I just have to say fuck Kim Davis.
I would, Raven, but she's not my type.
You know, when I seen them bring her out of the jail and they started playing Eye of the Tiger, I kept thinking, holy shit, they've got all WWE on these motherfuckers, man.
You know what she looks like? She looks like the old bitch lady that used to work in the damn cafeteria when you were in high school. You just slam food on your plate.
Yeah,
I know, right?
You know what? When they had her arms up in the air, she looked like an orangutan. You know.
Have you seen the pictures with her and Kathy Bates?
I have.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
From Misery.
Did you see her husband?
They're wearing the same outfit. I mean, it's kind of.
I wouldn't be surprised if she was tying people to beds, breaking their ankles, and shooting with a sledgehammer.
She'll hobble you for the Lord.
Hobble, that was the word. Yeah.
Did you see her husband, the guy in the overalls with the straw hat?
Yeah, right?
He was a darn fancy Dan dude, man.
I know. He didn't know he was going out in the public, right? The fuck?
Yeah, they're having a fucking news conference. They had a stage, a band, they're singing shit and everything. Did you hear what happened to Ted Cruz at that fucking rally?
Yeah, he got fucking cock-blocked by that fucking...
Cock-blocked, man.
I would have fucking slapped that dude in the face and walked the fuck through him.
He tried to get on stage.
5 foot nothing and fucking, 92 pounds? Fuck you, get the fuck out of my way.
I thought that was the funniest part I saw, because they kept having that I watched it for like 2 hours. I had it on my TV because I was like, I gotta see this. It's gonna be fucking funny as shit. They didn't disappoint. I gotta tell you.
Yeah, they never disappointed.
I mean, the only thing when they brought her out that door, man, the only thing they didn't have was pyrotechnics, you know,
right?
And you know.
Now, you did hear about the lawsuit, though, right?
Oh, yeah, Survivor's suing for $1.2 million.
Okay, right.
See, I hope they don't come after me, because I made a video about that, and it's got that music on the video, too. You know?
I would delete it before somebody hears it.
Oh, shit, I don't worry about that crap. I've got so many copyright things and third-party things, and they say, I don't monetize my account, so they say, don't monetize it. They don't give a shit.
Survivor's only suing them because they don't like them.
Yeah.
You know,
well, how many politicians?
That's not something I want my fucking song behind. Fuck you.
How many politicians that are running for president this time have used music, right? That they've been told not to.
Yeah. Or that they just didn't ask permission.
Santorum did it. Ted Cruz did it.
Hey guys.
Mike Huckabee did it.
Hey guys. Patrick, I gotta remind you of the all-time best, which is George W. Bush using Neil Young's "Rocket in the Free World" against Neil Young's wishes.
Neil Young was pissed.
Wait, hold on, because that is an anti-Bush song. That's the best part about it.
Yeah,
that's a good point. I didn't think of that before. You're right.
He didn't go
the
far
1,000 points of light. Yeah, the 1,000 points of light, right? I mean, that was his dad's thing. You know? I never put that together before, Jim. Wow.
Now I got to listen to the song because I never realized.
Well, look at when Christians try to use that John Lennon song, "Imagine."
Oh, yeah. No religion. Yeah.
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 Well, they never use the words. It's just a piano music, you know. They don't. That is interesting, though. Say, I gotta go. I gotta get to sleep. But boy, it's been a great conversation. You guys really did help out, Angry and Sinus and Patrick and all you guys and Raven and Jim and
son of a bitch.
You know, it really did help because I did need to bounce it off because I'm kind of sitting here alone thinking about this, and it's like it helps to get other opinions. So I appreciate it.
Oh man, you don't want my opinion ain't worth a fuck. Seriously.
It's all good.
you're going to get people that are going to agree with you. You're going to get people that are going to ask you questions. You're going to get people that are going to call you a fucking racist.
Yeah,
You know?
I think the big part though is I do have to own my bias on this, and
Yeah, that's why it's a good idea to mention that you do have law enforcement background from your perspective. And,
yeah,
you know, you don't come across like Rue does. You know.
No.
Yeah, don't talk about how you fucking advocate for more bullshit to happen to these people. Just tell how they're doing it wrong. Maybe
I'm just gonna,
somebody will listen and
I'm
start
gonna put
doing
my
it right.
opinion out there. Yeah,
Just
I'm gonna
be
put my opinion
honest.
out there and just kind of see the reaction. But
Because I agree that I agree with you that a lot of the shit they do they don't do right. But
I think
I'm not gonna go and say fuck their movement over it though.
And that's my big problem with it is the way they do it.
Yeah.
Well, I appreciate all the input, guys, and I will see you next time, hopefully. All right. And
All right.
have a great night. All right.
Good
Well,
night.
good night,
Good night.
PW. Good night, PW,
everybody.
and thank you for coming by.
All right. See you later.
I like him. He's cool.
Boy, that's one racist motherfucker. I got to tell you, man.
Right?
He's one big racist fucker, man. It's a good thing he left because I was just about ready to call him.
Goddamn.
You were about to drop the hammer.
That goddamn white fucking
Frankenstein.
shit, man.
Frankenstein.
He's
Frank-
made up of multiple races. He's sewn together from racist pieces.
That's, yes.
Yeah, apparently I'm a social justice warrior. It's a new thing. I think I made it up. I don't know.
No, you didn't make it up, you know, and in a lot of ways, you know, I'm a social justice warrior too, you know, but I also...
Before fucking Rue and Drew called me that, I'd never fucking heard the term.
What's that?
Social justice warrior. What the
Oh,
fuck
yeah.
is SJW?
No, the whole social justice warrior, they've been around, you know. I consider myself a social justice warrior because I've been an advocate for homelessness and, you know, feeding the hungry and making sure people have clothes on their back, a warm
So
place.
social justice warrior is a good thing.
To me, that's what a social justice warrior was, right? But a lot of the people now a lot of the people that are feminists are calling themselves social justice warriors because it's social justice and everything. So I stopped calling myself a social justice warrior because it gets expanded. You know, kind of like when you were saying about the Black Lives Matter. Well, they're not part of this group and they're not part of that group. You know, you can put different things in it. A lot of people that are social justice warriors or being called social justice warriors are these people that think that that all the police are bad, and that all the government's gonna, you know, come, you know.
See, I've been called a social justice warrior as an insult. You know, you know.
It's meant to be an insult when they use it.
It depends on how you.
If you go too crazy, if you
But I'm
go
like,
too
what the fuck,
politically
social
correct,
justice? Think about the fucking words there. Yeah, I'd fight for that. So fuck.
Well, it's an ironic title. It's like you think you are that. You think you are that, but you're actually a detriment, right?
Yeah.
You know, and we're talking about like protesting and stuff. I love a good protest.
You know,
right?
like
I've been to. I was going during the Occupy movement.
I went to the Occupy Portland, and I got fucking pissed about it. It was, dude.
Yeah, I was up there.
Man.
I was up there for 2 days. But what I'm saying is you get these people, you get these movements that have good ideas, right? And then you get the fringe element that comes into it and totally destroys it, so there's no discussion in the end.
Oh, dude, at the, were you at the one in Portland?
Yeah, I was there for 2 days, actually.
Oh,
and see, the whole thing with me was, you know...
I went and bought a fucking 12-man tent for that fucking thing. I sold it to a kid that was going to college he was going to go out and do fucking, be a surveyor out in the fucking BLM land and shit. So I sold it to him for like a $50 loss. I bought it for like 90 and sold it for 40. And because I was just fucking fed up with it. The guy walking around, need a cigarette? Got a cigarette. Got a cigarette, need a cigarette.
Oh, yeah.
That's the bum call from fucking man, they'd be out at the light rail station or at the Max station. Need a cigarette? Whoa, what? Oh, yeah, I do. Fucking run it.
Yeah,
so full of bums, and then cutting off, that main street that goes through with the statue on it.
Yeah.
That everyone goes through on their way to work, and making all the cars make that left and go around that fucking park, and piss when there's a road that goes right through the middle, and just piss the whole fucking world off about it. It's like, dude, the idea here is to get these people to think, you know what? I'm gonna join it. I'm gonna go down there and hang out to the point where you have to park your fucking car on the Hawthorne Bridge and fucking walk.
Yeah.
That's what the objective was. Pissing them off ain't gonna fucking do that.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then making them drive around and fucking get a good long view of your fucking bum camp, and they really don't want to fucking go there.
My thing with that was, we'd stand out, in local. I was out in Southern Oregon. It was, evil corporations, things like that. Get change in government, and then we had people come down from Portland, right? Mm-hmm. And they started coming to our little meetings that we had at the cafe. And they had these people that were advocating majors. No, they were advocating civil unrest, right, and disrupting the government and everyday ordinary people's lives because Occupy America, evil corporation, right? And that's what turned me off to it, because when you start civil unrest and you start rioting and you start doing things like that, there is no discussion. Right. All there is cleanup. All there is casualties and collateral damage. There is no discussion.
With that road, they did a vote one night, and
yeah,
I forget what it wanted. Yeah, they wanted fucking like 90% consensus or some shit like that, and I was like, well, that's fucking stupid.
You never get 90% people of any word it's.
Agree with anything. You couldn't get them to agree that there was a fucking cloud in the sky. What the fuck? So now you're saying now you get to manipulate the situation. Let's say tomorrow I want that road closed so that all the people can block it and fucking fuck with everybody's commute. So what you do is I put it to a vote that we open the street tomorrow. You're not going to get your fucking 90% consensus. Street stays closed. If you want the fucking street open, you say, I vote we keep the street closed tomorrow. You don't get your fucking consensus and the street fucking opens. But there wasn't a, hey, should we open it or close it? Yeah. And ultimately, they decided to fucking open it. The whole fucking world agreed that, fucking we're just not going to go block the street tomorrow. And like 10 people blocked the street, and the cops went up and said, excuse me, sir, could you please get up and step over to the sidewalk? If you don't, you'll be arrested. Nope. Handcuffs, and walked him across the street into the fucking jail. Across the fucking street and into the jail. And went to the next person and said, excuse me, sir, could you please stand up and walk to the sidewalk? Or be arrested for whatever, I forget what the fuck petty-ass little charge is. So now, they arrested these like 10 or 12 people for this stupid shit, and they couldn't crane their neck and look around to see all the motherfucking thousands of people standing on the fucking sidewalk. Obviously, the consensus, look, 90% of the people are saying fucking open the road, get the fuck up and move. So now they're asking everybody to donate for the poor martyrs to get them out of jail and pay for fucking lawyers' fees and all this fucking, oh, fuck you, what the fuck? Those people are fucking stupid. Leave them in jail. They were hurting the fucking cause.
Not to change the subject or anything, but I wanted to ask Sinus a question. Sinus, have you heard from Ludic or no?
Not really, no. Was he supposed to contact me?
No. I was just asking because I haven't heard from him for a while.
I haven't seen him that often. Last saw him on one of Red's hangouts.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
No, okay. I was just wondering because I haven't heard from a few people in a while.
Probably busy with their own stuff. I don't know.
Yeah.
No idea.
But I wanted to bring
Yeah.
I wanted to bring a new topic to the table, if you guys don't mind. This whole conspiracy theory about the end of the world that's supposed to happen in September.
September 23rd.
Yeah.
What is it?
The end of the world, man.
I missed it. How?
Yeah.
What?
It's some kind of red moon, blood moon thing, or some crap, or some weird shit. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
And it's cut. This end of the world.
Blood moon the other day.
Well, there's a September 23rd. It's called Christian math, or truther math or whatever. But yeah, and the really cool thing about this September 23rd apocalypse or end of world thing is on September 22nd my strike is finally over, and I'm planning on having an after apocalypse hangout with a lobster.
Nice.
Yeah, bring your own liquor.
I was gonna have a hangout that same night too.
Oh shoot! I'll join yours then. Fuck, man, I can always.
all the way up until it's the 24th or some shit like that.
Yeah. I just have never been able to have one because of my strike, and it's up September 22nd. I've got it marked on my fucking calendar.
No, but I think on the 23rd there is to be supposed the full moon, and it's very low on the horizon, so it will appear red, what they call a blood moon, and all this bullshit because these people don't know how physics work.
Yeah.
No, blood moon is just a lunar eclipse.
No, it's really God showing everybody His wrath.
Only the red rays bend through the atmosphere and hit the... It's just like a refraction through a crystal. It makes the rainbow. Well, when the sun's light hits the earth, the red goes off, curves around it. And that's all that hits the moon is the red light rays.
It's an eclipse. It's an eclipse at the same time.
Yeah. It is an eclipse. The moon never goes dark. It turns red in the eclipse. The sun goes dark.
It's really Jesus showing his disappointment for homosexual marriage and anal sex.
Yes. Fornication.
I got and a lot of people really say, that, the apocalypse and the four horsemen are coming and shit like that because the moon's red, and I share this with them all the time. I say, the reason why the moon takes on a reddish color during totality is a process called Rayleigh scattering. It is the same mechanism responsible for causing colorful sunrises and sunsets and the sky to look blue.
Yeah, exactly. It's exactly the same mechanism that causes sundowns to be red. It's pretty much the same thing.
Perfect cure for red moon. I've got some motherfucking Visine right here. Okay, works for me. A little bit of couple drops on the moon gets the red right out.
What you need to do though, Patrick, is you need to get some transportation to go up to the moon and start dropping Visine all over the place.
I've got a rocket ready as we speak.
Get out of the fucking firmament.
How am I supposed to what?
So you just go to the firmament and then make your way across the firmament till you get to the moon?
Yeah.
That's what sledgehammers are for.
Yeah, I got a Buick outside, man. It gets pretty good gas mileage,
Well, how the hell are you going to get to the moon with that damn thing?
That's a Buick, man. They're built good, man. It's got good gas mileage.
Yeah, I got a 19.
And I got a GPS, man. So
no, I could refute your argument.
Moon on the GPS, man. Easy shot, man. Straight shot.
I can refute your argument about Buicks having good gas mileage because my Buick is worthless.
My Buick gets decent gas mileage. It's dependable transportation. I've got a GPS on it. It's got a good sound system, and the air conditioning works fine. So, yeah.
In order to get to the moon, though, you're going to have to go to the Antarctica and then free climb up the firmament.
Well, yeah, the mountain climbs are a little bit steep there, but
I'm talking about the firmament, not the mountain. Where the glass dome touches the ground? go there.
No, not really.
And which church or which group is advocating for this 23rd end of the world, or is it just...
Oh, the same ones that said Nibiru was going to destroy the Earth in December 2012?
So it's more or less just generic internet noise.
Oh, yeah. Every 2 years.
William Tapley believes in it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he's the one that exposed the Pope for being some kind of demon and not a real Christian. So, yeah.
Well, Benedict?
September 23rd, man.
Well, also, they're supposed to fire up CERN, and they're trying to, what is that? I put a video up. There's all different kinds of things. It's like 622 days after I think the Pope predicted we only had so many days before that climate change was irreversible. You've got the blood moon. You've got Jade Helm. You've got CERN. Yeah, there's all kinds of stuff. Shemitah, whatever that Shemitah, I'm still studying on that.
It's Jewish Christian math.
Yeah, it's Jewish crap.
Hey,
they're firing up the Large Hadron Collider around the same time, huh?
Hey, Quiet. You live in Texas, right, Quiet?
Yeah.
How is the occupation of the United States military in Texas going?
I tell you what, I got a whole platoon pointing weapons at me right now, telling me to keep quiet. So I can't tell you anything.
Oh, okay, I get it. Just rearrange the magnets and the milk jugs on your refrigerator to let me know.
You're chill. Go and tell, bro.
If you were a little bit less ethical, you could make so much money off these morons.
Yeah, I was thinking about going around and putting some flyers out telling people I'd take care of their dog for them for about $150,000, a piece. Take care of their house for them, their dog. Just sign everything over to me. Give me $150,000 cash up front, just for processing these, And I'll take care of their shit while they're gone.
Yeah, just make sure you have fine print at the bottom. No refunds.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, sure. I mean, some of these people, and I actually heard about this. What was that Mayan calendar thing? There were actually a couple people I heard saw it on the internet, right? I think it was in Florida or someplace, where they actually thought that the Earth was going to be done, that Mayan calendar, that December 22nd shit, And this one lady went out and just ran up her husband's credit cards because they weren't going to get the bill.
Right.
She did. Her husband got the bill, and it was like $40,000. And they got divorced. But yeah, there was a few people that were actually, they're like, hey, the world's ending tomorrow, I'm going to,
Yeah, the Jehovah's Witnesses, they have quite a history of predicting the end of the world. And last time they tried that, last decade, actually quite a few people bankrupted themselves because they thought, well, fuck it, let's go.
And they gave all the money to the church.
Yeah.
And the church didn't give a penny back.
This isn't exactly religion involved, but I remember, I think it was in 1972 when Gene Dixon, I lived in San Diego, Gene Dixon had predicted that the coast of California was going to fall off into the ocean. The junior high school that I went to had like 3,000 students, right? It was a pretty big school. That day, that the Earth was supposed to fall, or California, the coast was supposed to fall off into the ocean, including the staff and the janitors. I think 30 people showed up for school that day. Everybody went to the mountains. They tried to hold school for us in the cafeteria, and about 9:30, 10 o'clock in the morning, they called for the bus to come take us home because there was no purpose of literally having school that day.
You know what always pissed me off too about religion was the fact that they make fun of ancient cultures like the Sumerians and the Egyptians. and countless others that actually plan their whole life for their death, and they do the same damn thing, and they're so miserable in their life that they actually look forward to the apocalypse.
Yeah. I can't wait till Jesus comes, you know.
Well, according to this version of the end of the world, I'm not supposed to be doing really good when that happens. Apparently, I'm supposed to be washed away by some gigantic tsunami, and and it's
A big fucked up dragon with 7 horns and 10 heads and some whore riding on it, and oh my god, look out!
and maybe
the dragon's got 7 cocks.
and no, don't forget that dragon's gonna have 7 penises too. He's gonna have 7 penises too, and he's gonna be able to get you with all 7 of them at the same time.
And he won't even wear a rubber, you know.
Bareback all the way.
You know what annoys me about this whole thing is when the day comes and goes, and all the people who said, "Oh, the world is going to end," nobody is going to hold them accountable for anything.
No, because it's Christian math. After the Mayan calendar thing and the other ones, they always go, "Oh, we calculated it differently." But this one on September 23rd, I was watching these really fucking weird videos. This guy, he's got these bags under his eyes and looks really like he has no life. But he makes these videos, right? And apparently,
I didn't make no such video.
No, you got to see this guy. He's just like, dude, you've never gotten laid in your life. I just know it, you know.
Damn Germans. Go ahead.
But anyway, this guy, he's like, well, I see the 23rd, but it's not necessarily, if it doesn't happen on this 23rd of September, it could be next September 23rd. Plus, a lot of them will sit there and they'll tell you that it's not that the world is ending, boom, on that day. It's kind of like that beginning of the judgment or the tribulation, thing that they happen that takes 4 years or 7 years or 100 years or some shit. So they're not going to be wrong,
You better choose your words wisely, Patrick, because that 7-headed dragon with the 7 penises is coming for you.
And it's got a whore riding it, so you better look out. If he don't get you, she will.
God loves a good concubine,
Yeah.
They're going to tell you that it wasn't a real end of the world; it was the spiritual end. Or
they throw some kind of magic superstition bullshit into it and convince themselves that,
Well, this CERN thing really bothers the shit out of them because they really are convinced that it's going to open a portal to hell.
Yeah.
Doom.
And
You know that game is only partially based on real science. It's not completely true.
And then
Just
once
like stones, it's not really.
And once the portals to hell are open, there's just going to be an incredible amount of debauchery and fornication and all that.
Yeah,
good
people are
stuff.
going to be running around just fucking everything all willy-nilly, Like,
Jim Morrison, just saying.
How everywhere
Good
you
point.
everywhere you turn around, there's going to be sex. That sounds like a good hell to me.
What a horrible idea that is. Isn't that just terrible? People getting high and sitting around for eternity listening to good music and hanging out with Jim Morrison and getting laid. Oh, that's horrible, isn't it? I'd much rather be up in a gold-plated hell with shitty music and church people floating on clouds and shit. That sounds much more appealing, doesn't it?
singing, "My God is an awesome God."
No sex, no sex, no fucking, no weed, no nothing. Just Christian music and
finger sandwiches.
You can't starve to death. Why would you need to eat? You just got to be on your knees bowing.
No thanks.
All you do.
In how there would be endless amounts of barbecue of your choice, endless amounts of beer, endless amounts of liquor, endless amounts of good music,
Fornication.
Yep. All that good stuff.
Mm-hmm. Sign me up.
It's kind of funny how religion sucks
And you
the
spend
fun out of
all
everything.
your time
Yeah.
thanking God for allowing you to do what you want for a little while you're on Earth. Because you can't do anything else there.
No,
Yeah.
you're like a eunuch for eternity walking around listening to shitty music.
Yeah, you get up, you finally you die and you go to heaven and you get up there and they give you this little handbook, you know, the rules, the do's and don'ts and shit, and you're like, man, this really sucks, man. Yeah.
It's a fucking chick track.
The what?
It's a chick track.
Uh,
You ever heard of those?
chick
Oh,
tracks.
fuck. Yeah. You never watched the Bible Reloaded's fucking chick tracks?
I know what
No.
you're talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Holy fucking shit! You
Yeah, I
gotta watch
watched
at
those.
least one of those. Those ones are fucking hilarious.
Yeah.
And they're dead fucking serious Christian fucking novels, I guess. But yeah,
And the
I
funny
remember
thing is, this Jack Schick guy, he absolutely hates the Catholics
And gays.
and gays. Yeah, he's always
humans in
punching.
general, I think.
Yeah. But he is he doesn't really have a leg to stand on if you go for serious theology.
Right.
I don't really understand why serious Christians tolerate these kinds of things, because it really makes them look bad.
Well, my favorite Jack, I can't even say it. Anyway, you know what I'm talking about. My favorite one was the chick that gets in with the rock and roll band, and it's really Satan, and they have like the pentagrams and fire, and she dies of a drug overdose. And
Are you talking about
where
where they do those little Jehovah's Witness books?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The little comic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
You usually find them in truck stops and
Used to find them in phone booths.
Yeah.
yeah, and behind your windshield wipers and
I've
stuff
never
like that.
fucking seen one.
No shit.
Never in my fucking life before the Bible Reloaded. Never fucking seen a single one.
Well, you know, if phone booths still existed, I'm guarantee you would.
They hand them out.
I've been to plenty of phone booths.
They hand them out at rock concerts and shit.
Yeah.
No fucking way.
Yeah.
No way.
Hey Raven, did they have? You said you went to that.
I don't know.
You said you went to that Marilyn Manson concert.
Yeah.
Did they have any?
And Smashing Pumpkins.
Did they have any fundies up front?
No, actually, they didn't at that arena because it's smaller and it's downtown.
Oh.
They're real bad at Bridgestone. Bridgestone's the worst. Bridgestone Arena, that's where they have the hockey team and basketball, and it's the main arena. That's where they're all at. They're hanging out downtown because it's right there on Broadway where all the tourist trap crap is. They walk around with their signs with aborted fetuses on them and everything that you're going to go to hell for, like fornication, being a whore,
Yeah.
adultery.
Yeah, we've had the Planned Parenthood people out here lately.
They look like
Conscientious objectors about abortions. Like,
well, they bullhorn you, and they've got like the what am I trying to say? They've got it looks like Westboro Baptist Church people, but it's not. They're their own church.
yeah, their signs say God hates cheap chocolate chip cookies.
Yeah. Eat lobsters, go to hell.
Yeah.
That woman is gonna go to hell for being a whore, but yet King Solomon gets to have 700 wives and 300 concubines.
Well, you don't want to go in there. There's nothing in there for you. That's Satan's music. You should be glorifying the Lord, not this rock concert. You know you're going to go to hell when you die. You shouldn't go in there. You're feeding the Satanist agenda if you go in there. It's like, shut up. I paid good money to go to this fucking concert.
Yeah, when they
Fuck you.
when they tell you don't want to go in there to listen to Satan's music, you'd want to go glorify God. Go, okay, describe to me what an evening would be like glorifying God. And may I bring drugs?
No, it's just that shit's everywhere you turn down here, and I'm just so turned off by it. I just tell them, get the fuck away from me. I don't care. Yay, I'm going to hell. Go away.
Well, we're gonna pray for you, sister.
Please don't. I won't bow to a clown in a gown. Sorry.
Oh, we're going to pray, and we hope that you have a good life and live a fruitful life without that sin and without all that debauchery.
Well, personally, myself, I'll talk to my cat for you. But
I'll write a letter to Santa.
yeah.
Dear Santa, where's my fucking Cadillac I wanted? Asshole.
No, but I actually encourage that. If they say, I will pray for you, I say, yeah, okay, do that, but for 5 minutes, at least 5 minutes every evening.
And don't forget to face northwest.
That's how it's doomed to fail.
No, Sinus, if they're gonna do it, if they're gonna do it for you, Sinus, make them do it for about every day.
Yeah, they don't go for that.
You know what I think is funny is like when Christians will say, you know, them Mormons really have a goofy religion, you know.
I like it when they get
or they'll go, you know, or somebody will go, you know, them Catholics, you know what they do? They do all this stuff, man. I can't believe they do all that weird shit in their church and shit. And you're like, dude, you got no room to talk, man.
I actually enjoy it when they get busted doing things like being on an Ashley Madison cheat on your wife site and they nut up and go jump off a bridge. That's what I think's funny.
Well,
Sorry, that makes me a horrible person. But you know what? These very people go around judging people and treating them like shit, when in the meantime, they're the ones going off and fornicating and going and cheating on their wives and getting boyfriends and whatever the fuck they do.
Well, speaking of a brick only having to hit her like 20 times in her life, Josh Duggar's wife is finally speaking out about Josh. You know, see, the thing that gets me, she could forgive the child diddling, right? Because he was just a boy, right? And God forgave him, and they discussed it and everything. Not to think that his sisters are going to have really fucked up heads later in life, knowing that.
I know, right?
You know, yeah. But God forgave it, and I can forgive that. But you go behind my back and have sex with other women. And that's where I draw the line, or gosh darn it, you know.
Now, see, I know where you're going with this because I'm thinking the same thing. I'm exactly the opposite. I can get over you cheating on me with somebody else. I just go fuck somebody else, you know. But I mean,
actually, I was trying to.
The kitty diddling thing. Oh fuck no! Get away from me. Divorce. Don't want to know why you did it. Divorce.
Yeah. That's actually the order that I was actually going to. But I've been smoking pot all evening, and
well, I'm a female, and I'm looking at it going now. I could see, okay, he fucked somebody else.
Yeah, maybe I was a good wife, or. But
the kitty diddling, there is nothing you can say to make me forgive that. No.
Well, and then when his dad came out and said that they discussed it with their church members, and they found that a lot of the same families were dealing with the same issues.
Yeah,
but they didn't see. But everybody was okay with it, so they didn't seem to think that there was a problem.
No, it's normal for them.
I would have loved to have been in that Sunday school session when everyone's around the table going, my son is fucking my daughters. Well, I've had that same problem. Really? Well, yes. What did you do about it? Well,
I poured a bucket of cold water on my boy. I told him to put his pecker back in his pants.
I tell you what, I grabbed him by his
keep his fucking mouth shut about it for at least 7 years.
No, I took him out to the woodshed and beat the unholy fuck out of him. And told him that if he ever comes around his sisters again, that I'm going to put you in the grave. Sorry. That's the way I feel about it, because you can't cure that. You cannot cure that. There is no cure. There is no therapy. And, you are born with the sense you don't shit where you eat and you don't fuck your sister. Okay? Does anyone have to tell you that? Does anyone have to sit you down and say, no, look, kid, that's your sister? No.
Well, if you're like the fucking, that family that lives out in the fucking middle of Alaska, I forget their name. you know, in some fucking hillbilly family that ain't never met no girl other than your sister, maybe fucking your sister's okay, but it fucking diddling her while she's asleep is fucking totally fucking out of line.
No, it's not.
You
I don't care
fucking
where
diddle
you
her while
live.
she's asleep. You fuck your sister, it needs to be consensual.
Can I just make this statement? Why is it that every time we talk about fucking your sister or something, it comes with a southern accent? I mean, does that mean that if you fuck her, you've got to be from down south?
Well, it helps. Oh, fuck. Oh, yeah, well, you know,
Meh.
Oh, fuck. I like it when Raven shows up in Hangouts. Oh, my face hurts. Oh. Yeah, some stereotypes are true. Oh, fuck.
Well, I wasn't aware that Pennsylvania was a southern state because they've got a high rate of incest in that state.
Well, they call it Pennsyltucky for a reason.
Well, they're not southern, though.
Oh, right. Oh, I know. But when I lived in Maryland, they used to call a lot of Pennsylvania Pennsyltucky.
You know, speaking of child predators, someone who goes by the name of Before the Internet in the chat section brought up a good point, saying that Islamists are the worst for revering a child predator named Muhammad.
I got a couple videos on my hard drive of Muslim preachers or whatever the fuck they call them talking about beating their wife and raping children and stuff like that, and how it's okay with Muhammad, you know.
Yeah, wasn't there just a long article about the Islamic State reenacting sex slavery?
Yeah, I did a video on that, Sinus. I recently did a video about it.
For fuck's sake. That's your culture? That's what you want to do? Go fuck off.
They could go. They all can go collectively ride a bunch of bicycles with the seat missing for all I care.
Eat a bag of dicks.
Oh,
they're all about as dumb as a fucking bag of hammers.
You know why there's so few rapes?
A bag of hammers is actually good for something. You have a bag with hammers in it, and you can use them to hit something. But
hey, you use the bag to coat something.
You do have a point there, Sinus. I failed to look at it that way.
You know, if a bag of hammers is more useful than your culture or yourself, then you're doing it wrong.
You know why Islamic
You're
rapes,
not doing the human thing right.
Do you know why there's so few Islamic rapes reported? Because goats can't talk.
Oh man, those you better hope there's no ISIS members in my chat room.
We are
That's
being
racist,
so
Patrick.
Islamophobic. We are really
Racist
bad
Islamophobe.
liberals. Yeah.
Hey, I don't, you know, a lot of people, you know, they accuse atheists of just making fun of Christianity. I believe in making fun of them all, you know, equally, because they're all just as fucking nutty.
Well, yeah, I'm gonna be making more videos about everything. I don't give a shit. It's not just gonna be about one thing anymore.
A Catholic priest and a rabbi are sitting at a park, and the priest says, "Man, I'd really love to fuck one of those kids." And the rabbi looked at him and said, "Out of what?"
Man,
How many atheists does it take to change a light bulb?
how many?
2.
1. 1. If the light bulb's defective, you screw in a new one.
No.
How many creationists does it take to change a light bulb?
How many?
0. They invented torches.
I heard how many atheists does it take to screw in a light bulb, too. 1, to change the light bulb, and the second one to film it so creationists don't say God did it.
That's better than my one. That's better.
Oh, man. Got any more of those?
There's an old man in Ireland. He's walking down a street. Suddenly a man approaches him from behind and he asks, Protestant or Catholic, while he's pressing a knife to his throat. And the man is thinking, oh shit, if I give the wrong answer, I'm going to die. He thinks a little bit about it and then he says, I'm Jewish. And the guy behind him says, oh, I'm the luckiest Palestinian ever in Ireland.
Well, that's just racist there, man. I mean, God. You should be ashamed of yourself for even saying that joke.
I think I broke 3 race taboos and at least 2 religious taboos, and I fucked up the joke itself. I actually don't know that many religious jokes.
Well, I got one non-religious joke for you guys real quick. Okay, there was this grandfather. He was sitting out on his porch one evening, and he had a cigar and a glass of, he had a beer sitting in his rocking chair, right? His young grandchild comes out into the porch where he's sitting. He goes, "Hey, Grandpa," and he's all, "What? Can I have a hit of your cigar?" And he goes, "Well, can your dick touch your asshole?" And the little kid goes, "No." "Get the hell out of here then. You can't have my cigar." Second night, the little kid walks out there and he sees his grandfather sitting in the rocking chair, drinking another beer, and he goes, "Well, can I have some of your beer?" "Can your dick touch your asshole?" "No." "No, then you can't have none of my beer." Next day, the grandfather's out there again, sitting in the rocking chair, and the little kid comes out with a plate of cookies, right? And the grandfather goes, "Oh, can I have one of your cookies?" And the kid tells him, "Well, can your dick touch your asshole?" And he goes, "Yeah, well, go fuck yourself."
Grandma baked these for me.
Oh, man. So what else you guys want to talk about? The night is still young.
Well, have any of you heard of Steve Shives?
Okay, are we talking atheist Steve Shive or feminist Steve Shives?
I don't even know that I've ever seen an atheist video of his. I like 5 stupid things. That's about it.
He does
videos about wrestling. Don't really care about wrestling.
Yeah, he has this series, An Atheist Reads, and that's really good.
Yeah, I like.
Yeah. I've watched a couple of those. And they're alright too. But I don't like the one where he talks to Fluffy or Stuffy. I don't know what his name is.
Well, that's his. Look.
I know.
Dude.
It's his persona. I know. You can't know. I mean, Creationist Cat's same way.
I mean, that'd be like you making fun of Carl here, man. Carl's my producer.
There were a couple of funny ones. I mean, he did a couple of funny videos with, I think his name's Stuffy or Fluffy. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Stuffy. He's done a couple of funny ones where,
Well, I did a video about how Carl got arrested.
It's almost, I'd say he's about par with Lamb Chops with it. It's pretty funny. A couple of them I've seen. Well, anyway, but not too much. But anyway, yeah. What about Steve?
I'll leave it at this particular statement about Steve. I like his atheist videos. That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah, same here. That's where my agreement ends.
I like it when he reads comments. I like it when he reads comments from that local paper, only because it used to be semi-local where I used to live. So I knew some of the context of what he was saying, But
Oh yeah, he what was it called? Coffee with no, that's something.
No, that's
different.
Coffee with Claire.
Yeah,
But he
yeah,
did
no.
one where he answered, he read editorials and stuff like that from a local paper. He lives in Hagerstown, Maryland. It's like 40 minutes from where I used to live when I lived in Baltimore. So I mean, a lot of what he would read, was somewhat. I was familiar with the area enough to go, oh yeah, okay, I know, But
Yeah, personally, I don't have to agree with everything a person says here on YouTube, so I can watch the videos. But for example, every time he goes off, and when I look at his channel, I see something new in my feed, and it's something that has to do with feminism. I stay the fuck away.
Yeah.
Just so I don't burst a blood vessel.
That's one argument that I stay away from, because you're in a no-win situation. And one way or the other, I mean, PW is going to have probably some people that are going to be angry with him or write nasty things to him or something like that, along with people that agree with him. But when you get into the feminist argument, you're basically digging a hole, because no matter what you say, someone's going to have an issue with it. I mean, I know feminists. There are women that used to consider themselves feminists who don't consider themselves feminists anymore because the wacky, weird, wild fringe that's taken over feminism.
No, you're breaking the rule right now, right?
Yeah, I know, absolutely. I equal pay, for equal work, stuff like that. No gender discrimination across the board.
Yeah.
Equal. I don't know.
No, there are so many things where it really makes sense, but if you listen to some of these fringe ideas about how air conditioning is sexist.
Yeah, because it makes women's nipples hard. It makes my nipples hard too.
What?
and you sit there and watch that, and there's really nothing you can say except that's completely, utterly stupid.
Angry, that is actually an argument that has been thrown out there. I'm not kidding.
Oh, yeah, the chick was bitching because all the guys were wearing coats and, these sports jackets or whatever, you know what I mean? Like suit coats. And so they were comfortable and the girls were all fucking cold. Some shit. I remember something about that.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? Put some fucking sleeves on.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
My mother always taught me, man, if you're a little bit cold, put on a sweater.
Put on fucking layers, yeah. Don't go to
the
fucking...
sweater's not thick enough, put on a jacket,
Yeah. Don't go to work in a fucking spaghetti strap if you know they're cranking the air conditioner down to fucking 65 degrees.
Yeah.
It makes sense.
Yeah, bring a sweater, bring a shawl.
I bet the people fucking down busting their ass in the mailroom appreciate that shit.
Look, I worked in a grocery store years and years ago. I worked in the frozen food and the dairy section, okay? We used to have women that would complain that it was too cold in the frozen food aisle because of just exactly that thing. My nipples are getting really sensitive. When I open the freezer door, in the frozen food section,
it's cold inside.
And my nipples are, and I just had a baby or something, and my nipples are really sensitive, and I'm breastfeeding. Right, and I really don't like it when it's cold like that. And we're like, well, it's the frozen food aisle, It's not like air conditioning. Well, it's air conditioning. It's freezing food to keep it from spoiling, But you'll get people that'll piss and moan about anything.
I can really understand why so many people are so fed up with this whole feminism thing. Because there are so many instances like this where are we really going to talk how the air conditioning system is sexist? Is that the most important thing?
Well, another one.
Everything else, all other problems are done, and the only problem in your life is the fucking air conditioning?
Well, and some women are criticized because they're able to stay home and be a stay-at-home mother. And that's so feminist that they get ridiculed. You get, people get yelled at for holding a door. I was talking about this last year. I was at a Dunkin' Donuts one day getting some coffee for me and my wife, right? This lady was coming through, right? And, it was the holiday season too, right? I said, Happy Holidays, and she got mad because I didn't say Merry Christmas. Plus, she didn't like the fact that I was holding the door open for her. You know, and I was like, okay, I fucking give up, you know. This...
Yeah, I actually ordered a T-shirt. You know these T-shirts that say, this is what an atheist looks like?
Yeah.
And I ordered one that says, this is what a misogynist looks like.
Yeah. Well,
I'm going to wear that.
I like to wear my Secular Lobster T-shirt that my wife had made for me. I like to wear it around town because people are curious. They want to know if I work for a seafood company or something like that. And they go, what is Secular Lobster, right? And I'm like, do you really want to know? And if they do, I try to talk to them, you know, and it doesn't last very long because, you know, I live in Catholic Central, you know.
Yeah, this is a kind of discussion, the whole feminism thing, that is really it's dividing pretty much everything. I mean, look at computer games, comic books, everything where they come in, they fuck it up, and then they complain that it's fucked up.
Mm-hmm.
So
these women characters all have big tits.
Yeah.
Okay. A lot of the guys have oversized muscles, you know. I mean, like yours, and you know. So I mean, if you want to talking about anatomically correct and how people really are and stuff like that, it's on both sides, you know. You want to make people, you know, the warrior princess. Of course, you want to give her big tits and blonde hair, you know. But the warriors too, you want to give them muscles. You want to make them look, you know. So I'm not into games, and I don't want to talk about games. But I could never understand when I finally heard about this Gamergate shit and all this stuff. I was like, are you fucking kidding me? This is what the world's come to. Yeah. Talking about characters on a motherfucking video game.
She makes an insane amount of fucking money.
Yeah.
And I'd never Anita. She did what was the name of the show? The YouTube channel.
Yeah.
Her and the other chick. Fuck me. I can't remember the name of the guy. I still sub to him.
Feminist Frequency. With
No. Like D News or something like that. What was it? She was one of them. Not Anita Sarkeesian, but the other chick.
Brought to you by Midol.
No,
I don't know who you're talking.
With the Gamergate shit, I'd never heard of that shit before. Thunderfoot.
Yeah.
Did all the videos. That's
I heard about it on the news actually the first time. I'm like, Gamergate. What the fuck is that? Some politician got busted with an illegal World of Warcraft account or something. You know?
That is what it sounds like, isn't it?
Yeah, you know, and also when I was reading this article and I was watching these videos about it and stuff, and I'm like, so all this bullshit is about fucking video game characters? Holy shit, you know?
Yeah, actually, it's about the press that surrounds this industry. It's a little bit more complicated, but it is pretty much just about video games, so yeah.
Yeah, right. Video games. Wow, right. Yeah, something that's really going to has the ability to like change the world, you know.
And dumb shit too. Fuck. Like the fact that Zelda saves Link. Are you fucking dude? What the fuck?
Now you also have to understand the last video game that I actually played was probably in 1997.
Oh, the last game I played was this morning, about 3 o'clock this morning.
Yeah, I just don't.
No,
I've I've had a couple gaming systems and stuff and everything, and I just don't. I'd rather troll YouTube all day and look for fucking videos to make fun of. You know, if I'm gonna do something than like play a game, yeah, it entertains me more. You know.
Speaking of games, I'm waiting for December 8th to roll around because my new Hitman game is gonna be coming out. The Hitman, the Agent 47, the ultimate misogynist, according to Anita Sarkeesian.
Yep.
Ooh. So that's
all
women?
you do is beat up hookers and drag them around, right? Or well, strippers. I'm sorry, they're not hookers; they're strippers. That one level, that the whole purpose of the level is to knock the stripper out and then drag her around the dressing room.
They're hospitality engineers.
Hospitality engineer.
Blowjob technician. Sorry.
Yeah, I thought that was just fucking hilarious. But I saw Thunderfoot's version, so his mirror, or not his mirror, is fucking, you know, I was laughing my ass off. Because I remember playing that level, and I didn't remember seeing any strippers. Because I went the other way.
Yeah, you probably took the right route.
Yeah, I went, yeah.
Last time I saw a stripper was... about 97, yeah.
Damn, Patrick.
I remember seeing strippers.
When's the last time I've been to a stripper?
Damn, Patrick, you need to get out more, buddy.
No, we have the internet porn now. No.
Right?
It's cheaper to drink at home, man. You save money on tips, you know.
The chick on the phone put out.
Yeah, that chick in the video was hot, man.
Yeah.
She knew how to give it to me. Yeah, we're all going to hell, man.
Well, it's been fun. I gotta get going now.
Take it easy, Grant.
Later.
You have a good night. You have a good night, Grant. Thank you for coming by.
Good night.
Good night.
If there's anybody else in the chat, I noticed we have 8 viewers now. So if anybody else wants to come in, I'm gonna post the link in the chat while we still have the chat going for a little while longer.
Hey, Grant has a lot of hangouts, and there's been times I've jumped in, and it's just been me and him, and then like one other person for a little bit or something. It'd be really cool if like next time we see a hangout for him, just bum rush his fucking hangout for like an hour. I think his last hangout I saw it actually had some people in it, but he does a lot of hangouts and doesn't have anybody on them, you know, or just like one person like me. Or, you know.
Well, I'm going to make an announcement here now. I wanted to wait and do it in a video, but I'm going to go ahead and do it now too. I'm rapidly approaching 1,500 subscribers, which is a good thing. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to host a hangout that's going to be 8 hours long as a part of a celebration. And I'm also going to concoct a massive list of individuals and give a massive shout out throughout the whole hangout for everybody.
That sounds interesting.
Yeah, for everybody. That's what I'm gonna do.
So be sure not to give me a shout out.
Anybody I've ever heard of, everyone's heard of, I'm sure. Yeah, I'm fucking, you know.
Don't give me a shout out because my videos suck.
No, they don't.
Well, at least you have videos.
Yeah, I have fun.
I don't produce content. I'm just here to enjoy the fun.
I use other people's content with a lot of editing.
Dude, I've never done a video, and I have a bunch of subscribers. I don't know about a bunch, like 6 or something like that, but still, what the fuck?
Well, some people do it just because you subscribe to them and they automatically hit the subscribe button. I've got 1,226 subscribers as of right now. I've just got a few more fundies that have joined my.
I don't even know how to find out who subscribed me, so I can be like, could you unsub me?
Well, no. If you look on your main page where it says subscribers, just click that on, and it'll tell you.
I'm on a tablet, and it don't work like that.
Oh, but yeah, most of the people that subscribe to me have less than 10 subscribers. A lot of them have none. You know, I don't have like many of the like famous atheists on YouTube. You know,
some of the I have. Let's see. Wildwood Coffee with Claire is subscribed to me.
Wildwood Claire.
Yeah, Wildwood Claire is subscribed to me, which I thought was pretty awesome. Let's see who else. Coctopus Prime.
Is he?
Yeah.
Cool.
There's a bunch of them. There's a bunch of the bigger channels that are subscribed to me.
Yeah.
Which I thought was pretty cool, you know. And there's another one. She goes by the. I don't know if you guys know her, but she goes by the name of Souverney. She's pretty interesting. Yeah, I'm gonna give her.
I couldn't even tell you. I couldn't repeat that word back to you. So.
Yeah, I'm gonna give her a shout out in the Hangout too. She has a bigger channel than me, but I'm still gonna give her a shout out too.
You're going to have to write that down on a card or something, because I didn't understand it. Shuru?
Yeah.
Yeah, see?
Matter of fact, hold on a second. Matter of fact, what I'll do while you guys are talking is I'll get a link to the channel and I'll put it in the side chat here in our Hangout. Hold on one second. So that you guys can know who she is.
I think I'm going to subscribe to Red Lobster Ministries right now, or Secular Lobster Ministries, because I'm not.
I think I already am.
Yeah, I take videos and other people's content, and I do a lot of editing and add music.
What the heck? Okay.
Alright, let's see here. Alright, gentlemen, let me get her URL real quick, and I'll give it to you guys here in a second. Hold on one second.
I actually managed to subscribe to Secular, yeah, right. Secular Lobster twice.
Hey.
Yeah, this computer is a potato. It's very slow, and it's actually fucked up and made it twice.
All right, guys. All right, guys. I'm posting her URL in the site chat now. There it is, right there. It should be right there.
5 hours ago. Shit.
She has good videos, man. I like her stuff. She has a bigger channel, but she, you know, I'm still gonna give her a shout out anyway.
Never seen this one before.
Yeah, she's been subscribed to me for a while, and I've even been subscribed to her longer than that. She's pretty good with her videos.
Yeah, she can't be all bad. What here we have Thunderfoot, the Messianic Manic, and Secular Talk, so it's not completely bad. She gets downvotes for Young Turks, but well, nobody's perfect.
She is. What?
Yeah, I'm looking at the related channels and the stuff she's subscribed to.
She's a pretty ugly chick too, man.
I don't even see it. See, I don't know. I can't even find it. So.
It's in the side chat of our Hangout. Angry?
I don't know what that means.
You don't see the side chat in our Hangout?
No, I don't at all. I click on the thing, ongoing call, and then it's just.
He's on a tablet.
Yeah, I'm on a tablet. It's different.
Hey.
But sometimes it pops up and it's not here.
Well,
Look,
are you?
I'm gonna post something on it. Watch.
Angry?
What?
Angry. I'm gonna post her URL. I'm gonna post her URL in your Skype real quick.
Okay. But
maybe
did
that'll
anybody see that where I just typed hi?
There.
There it is. I got a message for me there.
Yeah, her URL is in your Skype now. There you go.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, I'm gonna be giving a massive fucking shout out to about 40 to 50 people.
Yeah, this kind of stuff is kinda important, so that we share connections and
Yeah.
you get to see other people, because there are a lot of very talented YouTubers that are criminally undersubscribed.
Yep. Yep.
Every once in a while you find one of them, but yeah. There's also a lot of shite out there, so it's not exactly easy to sift through all this stuff.
And then there's creative shite, like I try to put out.
Creative shite.
Hey, no, I find videos, and I just throw a bunch of videos and stuff on the little Windows Live Movie Maker thing, and I just start making clips, and I can have an idea for a video, and it'll change. The whole concept of the video will change sometimes 3 or 4 times in an hour, and all of a sudden I'll go, oh, I got this, right? And for some reason or another, well, to me it makes sense in the end, you know. But
oh shit!
I spend too much time on the internet looking for memes and videos that I want to have fun with, you know.
Yeah.
I think I still have some version of Adobe Movie Maker or whatever it's called.
Man.
Adobe Studio. It's kind of professional, but it's 5-6 years old.
Yeah.
I had a student version of that. It's installed, but I've never really used it.
Yeah. I liked the previous laptop I had. I thought it was fucking awesome, man. It had a video editing software on it that was pretty much identical to Sony Vegas Pro, but it was a different name. But it was pretty awesome. I liked it.
Hopefully, after the first of the year, I'll be getting either an upgrade to my computer or a new computer. Because the one my PC that I've got that my wife pretty much uses now most of the time, I think it's like 7 years old, you know.
Damn.
And it wasn't the most powerful computer when I got it, you know, but it still works. I mean, it gets, you know, I can do videos on it and stuff. We can watch, you know. You can't do like gaming and stuff because it's not really fast, but watching movies and YouTube and shit like that, you know.
Yeah.
What's that? 7 years old? What's that? A Pentium 4?
I don't fucking know. It's a compact.
Oh shit.
Shit, the last laptop I had was the best laptop I've ever had spec-wise. It had 1 terabyte hard drive. I mean, it had like I said, that video editor on it that was similar to Sony Vegas Pro. It had a quad-core processor. I mean, this laptop was on steroids, man. I mean, it was damn.
Can you see that?
What is that?
That's a necklace I made out of
it is a Pentium processor.
And the processor is a 486. 33 megahertz.
Oh, wow.
Really old bullshit.
What's up, Mike? Glad to see you return.
Yeah, no worries, man. I just had to cook some dinner for the boys and get all the kids organized and whatnot.
Yeah, I decided to have the hangout a little bit longer than usual. I figure, what the hell, since, you know, I haven't had a hangout with you guys for a long-ass time since the other day, so.
Yeah.
I figured a good long hangout was, you know, was definitely in order.
Well,
Absolutely.
the wife, you don't have to go pick up your wife from work tonight either, right?
No, she's off.
Right. So yeah.
Yeah, she's off today. So
So how we all doing?
I'm doing fine. How about you?
I'm doing all right.
We're talking about anything, man. I mean, it's just fucking been nuts over here.
Awesome.
I'm just a bit sleepy and drunk.
And drunk.
You're German. You're allowed to be.
Isn't it daytime there?
It's about 9 o'clock in the morning. Not half past 8.
Shit.
Wow, man, it's
2:30 in the morning here.
It's 1:34 in the morning here where I'm at.
I was gonna say.
Yeah, I'm self-employed. I can start work and stop work whenever the fuck I want. So.
Hey, that works. That's an excellent plan right there, Simon.
You know, I still think they should come up with internet time. You know, like for like hangouts and stuff.
Well,
you know, it's so that way everybody knows what time it is. You know what I'm saying?
They actually tried that. I don't remember. It was a clock company. They called it Beat. They divided the 24-hour day into 4,000 beats. And I think it was centered around Greenwich Mean Time. Swatch did that. They came up with that. But it never took off because people were saying, what? It's not 8 o'clock, it's 720 beat? What the fuck? Are you kidding me? That's
no, I mean, at a certain predetermined time every day, it's 5 o'clock. You know what I mean? Depending on your time zone.
Oh, I forgot to share a comment with you, Patrick.
Oh.
From before the internet. They said Patrick never leaves the basement.
I live on the 3rd floor, motherfucker. Basement.
Why your 3rd floor can have a basement, probably.
No, 3rd floor would be the 2nd floor, and I don't want to go down to the 2nd floor. So yeah, if you consider my 3rd floor apartment my basement, sure, okay. I'm in my basement as we speak.
No, I'm not going there. But maybe if your parents were living above you, then that could work.
No, there's the roof up there. I live above the power lines, so yeah. It's a mighty tall basement. It's that guy trying to make fun of me, trying to say I never go anywhere. My God, how dare him, you know? Just because I have no life, you know? Gee whiz, man. I've got Carl back there, you know? He's still on probation, you know? Got Buddy Jesus, you know? Got my bag of weed. Why would I want to leave my basement? Yeah. Oh, I know. I got tickets to the Red Sox. Oh, they suck. But let me see.
I'll be right back.
I didn't have to leave today because the Patriots were on TV and they won. So, yeah, I pretty much don't leave my basement. Yeah. If in basement, you mean? No, I'm sorry.
Oh, you like the Patriots, Patrick?
Tom Brady is God, man. Drunk.
The
Steelers played like shit, though. They really did.
Tom Brady, the Deflategate god.
Oh, that's so much horse shit.
That game actually counted, didn't it, Pat?
Say again?
That game counted, right? The season started, yeah?
Yeah, they beat 28-21. Pittsburgh got a late touchdown, but they missed 2 field goals at the beginning of the game. And then a guy caught the ball, but his foot was out of the end zone. He wasn't paying attention to where the fuck he would have been was at, you know.
Mhm.
But yeah, it wasn't the best game.
Yeah,
but,
watched.
you know.
I watched most of it. I missed the end. It was what was it? It was 28-14. Last I saw.
Yeah, Pittsburgh got a late touchdown. I was watching it during this hangout. They got a touchdown with like a minute to go in the game. You know. And
yeah.
It's pretty much over.
I don't even know how my team's doing. I haven't even been paying attention.
Who do you like?
The Broncos.
Oh, they suck.
Oh well, they're still my team. I'm
Yeah,
I'm a diehard fan always.
Go team.
I'm a lifelong fan of the Denver Broncos.
Yeah.
The Bears.
The Bears. I always hated the Bears.
Hey, when was the last time your team went or won Super Bowls back to back, Patrick?
I don't know, but they have 4 fucking rings right now.
Oh, sorry.
So yeah.
Yeah, but what? They won Super Bowls, but did they win them back to back?
No, but they also didn't lose 3 Super Bowls in a row.
Yeah, but my team won some back to back.
Yeah, but they also lost 3 Super. That'd be like saying, "Oh, gee whiz, Buffalo went to 4 Super Bowls in a row." You know.
I didn't say they went to 4 Super Bowls in a row. I said they won 2 back-to-back Super Bowls.
Well, they lost 3 in a row. So what? You know.
I got a team that ends all of these arguments. New Zealand All Blacks, the most successful sport team of any sport in history, throughout history, and we didn't even win a World Cup for 25 years.
Yay, team.
So there.
You know, when you get people talking about sports and stuff, you know, it's almost like these fundies, you know, like with this gay wedding stuff. It was like you had 2 teams, right? They were throwing shit at each other, right? And in the final end of it all, one team lost, right? And most of the people that supported that team that lost said, you know, yeah, gee whiz, maybe we'll get him on the next issue. We'll get him in the next time, you know. Live to fight another day and stuff. But then you got some people that just won't admit fucking defeat and want to run their fucking mouth, you know, and keep bringing up shit that is non-existent, you know, a.k.a. Kim Davis. You know what I mean? The whole time I was seeing that, I kept thinking of that, like that whole Deflategate thing, you know? It was like, okay, dude, you lost, man, you know? You lost. Your team lost. You're pissed off, right? Take your defeat like a man, and go sit down and shut up and have a beer, you know. But no, they're like, oh, they do this, they do that, you know. It's like, nah, shut the fuck up, man. You know, you lost the fucking game. I mean, even the deflated football thing, you know, it had nothing to do with the outcome of the game whatsoever. Because the Patriots beat the shit out of the Colts in that fucking game, right? It wasn't even a fucking close game. So, yeah, that whole thing should have just, you know, game was over, you lost, you come back next year and you try again.
To throw and catch. How did that not make a difference? At least a little.
Do you know how many quarterbacks from the past have come forward during all this and have said, you know what, we did that when I played. Right? I like a ball a certain way when it's thrown. A lot of quarterbacks do that, right? But most teams, like right now, the Patriots are being treated like the Raiders were, right?
Not allowed I mean,
no, it's bullshit. Okay. It's not going to affect the fucking. It's not going to affect anything. If the team's good enough to win, they're going to win. Whether the fucking football is a tad bit underdeflated, or what was it, 2.5 pounds, or was it 1.5 pounds, or was it a half a pound? Depending on what report you fucking read. Right? And then the person that brought up the whole Deflategate thing in the end admitted that it was bullshit. A.k.a. Chris Mortensen of ESPN, right? He was on Boston fucking radio talking about the whole thing got blown out of proportion out of a comment that was made.
But I thought the way they caught it was one of the players from the other team. Picked up. You see when he picked up the ball and he squeezed it and he looks over at the ref and he's like, "What the fuck?" And that's when they fucking measured all the balls and found out that they were all fucked up.
How many of them? 12 balls, 5 balls, 6 balls? Which report and which person are you listening to that actually said these things? Because 99% of this stuff was nothing but hearsay, right?
Yeah.
There wasn't 12 balls that were underinflated by 2.5 pounds, right? What they used was a goddamn running ball, right? Different balls for the game. They have kicking balls, they have running balls, they have passing balls. Okay?
Okay.
One thing's for certain, Tom Brady will be able to grab his balls now.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. He's got 4 fucking rings, a Hall of Fame, greatest quarterback to ever live, arguably. So, yeah, sure.
Oh, no, not to ever live. He's a good quarterback, but not the best to ever live.
The run that he's had statistically, he's arguably one of the if not the greatest quarterback to ever live. And I'm not a lifelong Patriots fan, you know.
He's got to beat the likes of Joe Montana or
he has.
Oh no, not yet, buddy.
Yeah, he has statistically. He's beat Joe Montana. Joe Montana is great. Don't get me wrong, you know. I mean, that'd be like saying, Dan Marino didn't even win a Super Bowl. He went to one Super Bowl. He went to one and great passer. Made a lot of yards. Went to one Super Bowl his rookie year.
John Elway, shit.
Lost 3 Super Bowls in a row.
Doesn't matter. He's got the statistics to back him up.
But he lost 3 Super Bowls in a row. That's part of his legacy. That's part of his legacy. Yeah, it does.
He's got
it does. Well, you're a Broncos fan, so it's not going to matter to you. But in the grand scheme of things, when you want to talk about greatest of all time, he lost 3 Super Bowls in a fucking row.
Doesn't matter.
That'd be like saying Jim Kelly is one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time because he lost 4 fucking Super Bowls in a row.
They are considered to be one. He is Jim Kelly.
But you know what?
To be one of the greatest quarterbacks.
Oh yeah, one of the greatest, but not. Statistically wise, but when you want to come down to like legacies in football, stuff like that, no fucking way. He never won a Super Bowl, right? John Elway, he won 2 Super Bowls at the end of his fucking career, right? Yeah. You know, he had the drive against Cleveland, the classic games and stuff. I get that and everything, right? But he lost 3 Super Bowls in a row.
You guys are forgetting the great Jay Cutler.
Fuck Jay Cutler.
I'm just got to fuck.
Oh, who was that kid? Ryan Leaf. Remember him?
Well, what about that other guy, Tim Tebow?
Oh god.
You know, Tim Tebow.
They should have signed McNown and cut fucking Cutler. And now they got a guy. You know, I think their 3rd string quarterback's name is Fails. Fales. Motherfucking name is Fails. And he won though. So I mean, I guess never fails. I don't know, but still, I was like, what the fuck?
It's called being a Chicago sports fan.
We've talked about so many topics tonight. What else do you guys want to talk about?
Well, the fact that John Elway is not the greatest quarterback of all time. It's no fucking way.
I admit he's not the greatest of all time. He's one of the greatest, though.
Oh, I didn't say Tom Brady was the greatest. I said arguably.
No, it's not even arguably.
Yeah, it is. 4 Super Bowls.
It doesn't matter, man.
Name 2. It does. Rings matter.
If you don't
rings, that'd be like saying the fucking Cleveland Browns, man, are a great football team. Yeah, we haven't won a championship since 1965, but we won one once. You know.
If Tom Brady don't have the statistics to arguably be the best quarterback, I'm sorry, man.
Well, you also live in Texas, but
what is Texas? What do Texas having? You could put a cat in the oven, but that don't make it a biscuit. What does that got to do with anything?
What are you chewing?
Some straw. Why?
Oh, I wasn't sure what the fuck that was. At first, I thought you were chewing like a rubber or something. Something, not a condom, but something.
What the fuck are you talking about, Patrick?
Well, I couldn't tell what you were chewing on, It wasn't bugging me. I was just curious. But
let's see, what else can we talk about here? Let's talk about I don't know. What do you guys want to talk about? Some more science? What great videos you guys seen the past couple of days or disagree with, or?
Oh, I've been watching those, like I said, those September 23rd videos. Some weird.
I tell you.
Ask fucking.
I tell you who made a big stink over the past couple of fucking weeks is that Nicole Arbor chick.
Who's she?
Look up a video called "Dear Fat People."
Oh, what's all that about? Was she making fun of fat people, or?
Yeah, she was basically doing some big time fat shaming in her video, dude, and it went viral, so viral. She was featured on.
You know what?
She was featured on CNN. She was featured on all over the place, man.
You know what? That's one thing I don't give a fuck about. Fat shaming, shame fat people. I don't give a fuck. I'm fat, and I say fucking shame fat people. You shame us enough, maybe we'll maybe go on a diet and be able to see my fucking dick again. That's the worst case scenario.
Well,
I'm not
you're
that fat, but goddamn it, I'm pushing it.
The thing is,
yeah, and I get it. Some people,
some people do actually
somebody.
Some people do actually give a fuck, though, man. It's a serious issue for them.
Yeah,
Fuck,
but,
you know what? You did that shit to your fucking self. I did it to myself.
Okay,
the reason why I disagree a little bit with you there, Angry, is because a lot of the issues, one of the reasons why a lot of people are overweight is because they have thyroid issues. My mom had that problem, and there's a lot of medical reasons why people are that way, and that's why I get offended sometimes when I see people, making videos that are basically doing that type of thing.
Yeah, and so
I don't know, man.
Look, man. If somebody's big, and you're gonna make fun of them because they're big and they're not healthy like they should be, right? What's the point of that? So if somebody's fat, so you're gonna make fun of them.
It's fucked
You're
up.
gonna shame somebody. You're gonna shame somebody so they might want to lose some weight.
No, I'm saying that's worst case.
Pretty much what you said.
Worst case scenario, they get all fucking bummed about it and diet. I'm saying there's people that are starving to death in the world.
Yeah.
And people just double fisting fucking Big Macs and shit.
Well, because they can.
Don't say, oh, it's my thyroid, and have fucking 4 Big Macs and a fucking 2 large fries and a shake for dinner.
No, if they're pissed off and they're saying, gee, I wonder why I'm fat. Sure, but some people eat a lot. Okay, and hey, you know what? I'm a big guy, right? My wife's a big girl, right? Mm-hmm. Sometimes we go to the restaurant, we might eat too much food. What me or my wife might eat, you might go, oh fuck, man, you're eating too much, you fat fuck.
I'm a fat fuck. I eat that much too.
Well, then why are you talking about shaming fat people because they're fat? Because they eat a couple double-fisted fucking things. Why does that fucking matter to you? And why would you feel a need to shame somebody because they're not the size you think they would want to be?
You misunderstood. Stop, Patrick. Wait. I said it doesn't fucking bother me. People with fat shame, that doesn't fucking bother me. I'm fat. And it doesn't fucking bother me because I did it to my goddamn self. I got nobody fucking blame but myself.
Well, if they want to do that, then, somebody wants...
you want to be a douchebag and fucking make fun of fat people? Fucking fine.
No, I don't make fun of fat people. I have no issue with
it. Huh?
I don't make fun of fat people. I make fun of stupid people.
I just don't fucking care if people do, is what I'm saying. It doesn't bother me.
Yeah, it bothers me.
That doesn't bother me.
You know, I mean, because it just shows how ignorant and stupid people are when that's what they choose to. And the same people that make fun of fat people, the same people that make fun of crippled people. You know, or the kid that's a little bit disfigured walking down the street.
Those people can't have no control.
But the same people that are going to do that are going to, you know, because you know they are feel so much better than everybody else. You know, so
all I said was it doesn't bother me that people do it. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying I'm advocating for it.
I think people that do that are
I'm saying, you know, as far as fat change, get over it. Just get the fuck over it, or go on a diet. You know,
well, getting over something is easier said than done to a lot of people. Yeah, it is. No, it is. There are people that have issues in their head. They hear things they don't get over, right? And just to tell somebody to get over something doesn't make it better or make it all right to say things, you know, because everybody takes everything said to them differently. Okay.
I don't know.
You don't know who you're talking to. Like when you see somebody walking down the street, you don't know what kind of day they've had. You don't know what's been on their mind. You don't know their mental capacity at that particular moment, how strong that mind, you know, strong-willed they are. You don't know, so you're making an assumption about them, or they're making an assumption about somebody by their size, right? And that's just a scumbag thing to do.
I agree, but I'm just saying it doesn't faze me that people do that shit.
No, it doesn't faze me. I just make fun of them, you know, when I see people doing it, you know?
Right.
Oh, yeah, and I wanted to bring
up... I'm just saying, if somebody made fun of me for being fat, it wouldn't faze me at all. You know, and like I said, the worst case scenario, they hit a nerve and I'd lose some weight.
Yeah, well, you've got thicker skin than some people, you know?
So,
I mean, I don't, you know...
Damn!
Quiet, you need to take control of your goddamn fucking hangout for once in your life, man. You let people just
Patrick.
What?
You need to shut your fucking mouth.
Dude, treat me like pillbox. Ooh.
So what was the video about then? Anyway.
No, I was gonna tell you, Patrick. Or not Patrick, Angry. I was going to tell
Patrick, either way?
No, just Angry. I do not have a...
My name is Patrick.
Or Patrick, Angry Hairpiece. Angry Hairpiece.
What?
I do not have a fucking crush on Josh Duggar, damn it.
Who said you did?
I did. I said, I think this is your 5th video since you said you weren't going to make any more Josh Duggar videos. It seems as though somebody has a crush.
No, you know what it's called? It's called guaranteed viewership.
You're right. Clickbait.
I did the Kim Davis.
Son of a bitch.
That video I did, Kim Davis, Eye of the Tiger. Oh, shit. I put that video up, and within like 30 minutes, I had 50 hits. Right? Yeah. And it's got like 245 now. It's slowed down since this morning. But, yeah, Kim Davis, Eye of the Tiger, it just went boom, boom, boom. And I showed my wife. I go, look, sweetie, I hit jackpot, you know. Because, you know, if I get 100 hits on a video, I'm like, you know.
Sinus.
Ooh.
Sinus. What do you want to talk about, Sinus?
I don't really have any topics. I'm just listening to you guys. Smiling to myself, thinking, oh, it's so good that fat shaming doesn't involve me, even though I'm a fat guy and I don't give a fuck.
Yeah,
if all you have to say to me, if I say something to you and the only comeback you have, oh no, you're wrong because you're a fat guy, then yeah, okay, I won. Go fuck yourself.
Yeah, I was the short, fat kid growing up. My mother bought my clothes at the at Sears at the Husky section. You know, I was just a short, fat kid, and and plus having a name Patrick, I got called Patty, Patricia, Saint Patty. St. Patrick's Day I hated because I could wear all the green. I could have green underwear, green socks, green hair, green everything, and I would still get pinched. So hard by the end of the day, I would have like bruises on my arms and my face, you know. So yeah, so at about the age of 9 or 10, I told kids, I said, look, I don't care if you make fun of me, just please be original, because I've heard of all this shit, you know. So, you know, I kind of had to. I just don't like it. You know, when they talk about the fat shaming, to me, you know, it's. I hate it, and I'll call it out. You know, if I see it, if somebody's saying something, you know, if they're going to make a comment in public like that to somebody, I'll make a comment to them. You know, because it's just a dickish move to make. You know, you don't know that person.
If somebody would make a fat joke about me and you would come in and say, "Oh, leave the poor sinus alone," I would go on you. I would tell you.
No, I'm not.
Right. Leave me alone. I don't need your help.
No, I'm not talking about like if we're in a hangout. I'm talking about like when you're in the street, you know, and you see some guy, you know, who's really big. He's minding his own business, and people are fucking laughing at him. Okay, because he's a big fat guy, and they're making comments that everybody can hear, and the guy's standing there not doing anything because he doesn't want to say anything because he hopes it'll all just go away. Okay, that's when I open my mouth. Okay.
How often does that happen? Is that really something that you have to deal with?
No,
I've never had to deal with anything like that.
It's happened. I've actually, yeah, sure it has. People that have been really big and fat and a little bit mentally in the head, you know, stuff like that.
In school on the bus, that shit went down, but
yeah,
I don't know about
in town. People are walking, you know, through town or something like that. You get the. I worked with adults that were.
Yeah, but if he is a little bit in the head, then they're not fat shaming, and they're actually going after someone who's handicapped, and that's a little bit more.
Yeah, to me, it's
saying, "Oh, you eat so much food."
Yeah,
and you drink too much beer.
It's just a dickish move, you know. If somebody looks like they can stand up for themselves, I won't do it every time, but there's been a few times where I've told a guy to shut the fuck up, you know. It's like, God damn, look at your fucking hair, you bald fuck, you know, or I'd point out some deficiency he has in his personal appearance. You know?
So you're bald shaming, pretty much.
Maybe.
Maybe. No, personally, I think I see where you're coming from, and I really understand that people try to be nice in these situations, but it's getting out of control. You cannot say anything. All humor is dead. If I make a joke about anything, you will find somebody somewhere on the internet who will be offended.
Oh no, yeah. I'm not talking about humor. Okay, I'm talking about pointing out people, right? Viciously, not in humor. You know, not ha 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 funny. Viciously poking at somebody who's not going to fight back.
But if you're at the fucking light rail station and you see a big, huge, fat, 500-pound guy sitting there fucking pounding down a fucking large pizza to his head, feel free to say something.
Why? It's none of my business.
I know, but I'm saying, I don't know.
No.
It's not that long ago when I was at a bus station, and I had a big suitcase with me, and I was pulling it around, and I was moving backwards, and there was a guy sitting on the bench next to me, and he went beep, beep, beep while I was moving backwards. And that was funny.
Yeah, right.
It didn't hit me in the heart. Oh no, I'm so ugly. Everybody hates me.
It's a situational thing. You didn't feel as if you were being ridiculed.
That's what I'm saying. Fat shaming doesn't work on fat people because we did it to ourselves. We know we're fat. You're not pointing out anything that we don't fucking know.
And I'm not saying that fat shaming doesn't work on a lot of fat people, right? But it does affect some in a negative way. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that you can really go out there
I don't go out of my way to be a social justice warrior and stuff like in that situation. But I've been in a situation before I've opened my fucking mouth. You know? I saw a scumbag do a scumbaggery thing that was really fucking uncalled for, right? So I opened my mouth too.
Yeah, it's probably if I harp on you and tell you you shouldn't do that, it's pretty much the same thing, really, isn't it? We should just all grow a little bit bigger, thicker skin and just go with it. And if you tell me, hey, that joke wasn't funny, you're an asshole, then, oh yeah, okay, I'm an asshole.
Oh, then you don't have a sense of humor. You know? Yeah, and so, yeah. It's a situational thing, you know? I mean, like I said, I ain't going to open my mouth every time, but there are times I will.
Yeah.
But that's in any situation.
But we have, did you all probably all remember this catcalling video where she was 10 hours walking through the streets?
Yeah.
And then you have people that say, hello, sweetheart, looking good. Oh no, I'm being harassed.
Yeah.
And come on.
And some of that, I heard some of that video too was set up.
It was incredibly
Well,
short.
it was all edited. She
Yeah,
walked around for 5 hours, and they cut out everyone that catcalled her.
Yeah,
I worked. You know, she had her fucking camel toe hanging out, and I mean.
Yeah, I've been around the construction gangs before a bit, and in certain areas, in certain employment jobs where men are pretty fucking nasty when it comes to women.
Well, the thing about that
I've
is,
never
if you don't want
where people yell cat. I've never been one to like yell cat calls. I've seen a chick and I go, damn, something like that, to myself. But I've never been one that goes, oh baby, hubba hubba, I've never done that. I don't understand what a guy thinks a woman's gonna get out of that. I don't know.
No, I think that's more something that happens within the group of the construction workers, or in this kind of in the group of the males, just to say, hey, I really like pussy. Look at me, go after her. So that's that's not for the woman. And in this cases, I can actually understand why they are not really flattered by that.
Right.
But what the?
Oh yeah, I mean, there's a lot of some women now. If you say, "Oh, you look nice today," right?
Yeah.
They'll go, "What do you mean by that?" Or something. I mean, and of course you can't walk up to a woman at work now and go, "Hey, nice tits." You
can. Yes, you can, but if she says something that like along the lines of she wasn't appreciating it, you just can't do it again.
Right, but you miss my point. You can't walk up and slap the secretary on the ass, and there's certain things you can't do anymore. Call it society changing.
Yeah, but saying good day is not the same as
and
some employee and slapping her on the ass. Come on, that's not the same.
Like I said before, I got scolded by a woman for holding a door open at a Dunkin' Donuts.
But you can say you look perky today or something, and have an innuendo about it, and there's nothing they can. They can't say anything about it.
Yeah, people take different. What do you mean perky? You mean
what I mean by perky?
It's like perky like my coffee.
And then when she complains, you're saying, I thought she was just uppity and happy. That's all.
Oh, now you're calling her uppity, huh? What kind of person are you?
I just think this whole idea of do not offend anybody ever, that's getting a little bit out of control.
Well,
what people let them be offended.
Yeah, I get the offending things, but not all the time. There's, if you see some, I guess I find it funny too. It's just depending on the situation. If somebody's being picked on for a
cry river, build a bridge, and get over it.
I do. It doesn't affect my life, and I don't think about it after the fact. But
I suppose the question is, does it become bullying if it happens to you 20 times a day from 20 different people each day, every week.
See, that was me growing up. That was me growing up.
That. Now, when I was in school, I got picked on every day. I got my money stolen from me, or rather taken from me. I got beaten up. That was part of growing up. And at some point, I hit the motherfucker in the face, and then the story was over.
But it shouldn't be part of growing up.
Yeah,
Why
I think
does it have to
actually
be?
has to be. You need to learn to,
because
life is not all. Life is not all cushions and safe zones. There is
No, I'm not saying, but I don't think going through being bullied as a child should be something that should be, you know.
Yeah, it's not standard. Shouldn't happen to everyone.
Right.
Well, but kids are just fucking mean, though. I mean, they're the meanest people there are.
Yeah. But again, it's for me it was an important life lesson.
Oh, for me it was, in a lot of ways it was, yeah.
When I actually moved to the point where I said, you know what, I've had it up to here, come over here, bam, one hit in the face, and the whole case was closed. He didn't bully me ever again.
Yeah. You forgot my lunch money.
And even that didn't ever happen again. So, I really don't know. It's and yeah, but it's true. Kids are cruel. Kids can be really.
The kid that bullied me in junior high, man, we put Ben Gay in his gym shorts.
Mm.
I wasn't a fighter, man, but you know.
Oh yeah, I don't remember too much. I don't remember too much bullying, and you know, I mean, I remember a lot of teasing in elementary school, but there was never in high school and junior high. I don't remember too much bullying.
Well, if it didn't affect you, then you probably didn't notice it.
I mean, yeah.
I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
I mean, stoners and we fuck it. You know, I mean, yeah. It might have happened, just not in our clique.
Yeah, you didn't see it, and people go, "Oh, it doesn't happen at our school," or yeah.
No, for me, I think what really constitutes bullying is if you're really afraid. If it's not just you're walking down the hallway and people speak silently and you assume they're talking about you, but if you actually after the 8th hour and you want to walk home and then you see these two people standing in the doorway and you have to go through there and you know they will probably hit you or annoy you.
I have 3 older brothers, so I couldn't be bullied. It was not happening. I was, especially my youngest brother was 3 years older than me, and I'm 5'7" now. He's 6'3". So when I was 11 and he was 14 and he was pushing 6 foot and I was 5 foot nothing, yeah, I got my ass kicked fucking 3 times a week.
I got my ass
kicked.
Way
I was going to school, and anyone in that fucking school who's gonna pose any kind of threat to me.
I got my ass kicked by 2 older brothers and my father every day of my life at home. Then I went to school and I got my ass kicked every day at fucking school because I didn't want to fucking fight. I didn't see a fucking need to fight. I thought it was bullshit. So I didn't fight, okay? So having a place to go, you're picked on by your brothers. I don't speak to my brothers right now for that exact fucking reason. They never grew up. They were always assholes. So I had no safe haven. I didn't have school to go to, and I didn't have a home to have a sanctuary. That's why I'm very sensitive when it comes to picking on people like fat shaming or somebody that isn't doing anything. They're not asking for anything, so you're just gonna go over there and fuck with them because it's fucking funny. That's bullshit.
See, I used to get options. When I was like 13, my brother would come in and say, "Hey, Pat, we can put gloves and headgear on and spar, or I'll just kick your ass without them."
No, my brothers would. Yeah, I get that. Yeah, and then if you hit back, they go, "Oh, now you want to fight," and then you get your ass kicked more, right?
Oh, see, no,
when your mother comes in and goes, "Why is your brother crying?" "Oh, he was just being an annoying little brother." Well, don't be an annoying little brother. right? So yeah, putting the gloves on, stuff like that, the violent, the bullying, you know. Yeah, that's why I'm sensitive to shit like that, because I was a kid that got fucking picked on, not just at home, but at school every fucking day, not once or twice a week, right? So I got a thick skin really fucking fast. I have no heart for people that go around picking on people for no fucking reason. I will pick on somebody, but I will have a fucking reason, you know? But if there's somebody standing there because they're fat and you feel like making a joke about them or something like that, you know, and think, ha, 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 it's funny, or you see somebody walking down the street getting picked on because they look different than them or they don't have the right clothes on or something like that, yeah, I'll say something sometimes because it really fucking pisses me off. I have PTSD issues from this. I don't experience
that too often in the real world.
A lot of people do. There's more people like me. Oh yeah, there's more people like me than you can fucking think of. Because back when I was growing up, it was like what stays in the home or what goes on behind closed doors is nobody else's business. And if something happened at school and you called the school, the first thing they do is they would call that kid in that beat you up and his parents to come in there, and you'd all have a nice chat with the principal, right? And you two would shake hands and you'd promise to be friends and everything. And as soon as the parents left and everything, you got your ass kicked, you know? So you learn not to say things, you know? So yeah, that's why I'm sensitive about shit like that. Because I will stand up for people now. I'm not going to stand up for Sinus because he looks like he can stand up for himself if he feels the need to. You know? But there are times I'll fucking open my goddamn mouth. I'm not going to open my mouth for you because you seem to have a fucking voice of your own. You know?
Yeah, I can't fight anymore. If the fight goes longer than 30 seconds, I'm fucking done.
I ain't fighting. I ain't fighting. I will do things and have done things to people that have ruined their fucking jobs. I've ruined a marriage before. Just so I could be, you know, get back at somebody.
An estimated 340,000 people have recently arrived from war-torn countries in the Middle East and Africa.
What's that?
The news. I just saw something that looked fucking weird and
you better make sure
thousands of people all fucking getting burgers thrown out of it.
You better turn the volume down on that bad boy a little bit, Avery. I don't want to get a copyright strike.
Yeah.
All right. I can mute myself.
Breaking news. Content ID.
Oh shit, that would big time on my channel.
Was it your hangout that time? Was it Brett Keane in your hangout? I jumped in and I forgot to mute the ball game. And somebody was like, hey, man, somebody needs to, like, mute or something like that. And Brett Keene's like, you know, I'd like to offer some information here, but... And he starts, like, going on about copyright infringements, and they could take your video down and all that stuff. And this is the man that fucking invented... had to be a scumbag on the internet and had to get away with copyright infringement. I just thought that was funny as shit.
Yeah, Brett Keane, the guy who has a tutorial how to do a false flag, how to do a false thing.
Yeah. I didn't say anything, you know, because I refuse to even acknowledge the fact that the man exists, because that's a, you know. But
I thought that guy was genuinely interested in my channel and stuff, and he only came to 2 of my hangouts, and that's it. He stopped talking to me.
Oh yeah, because he wanted a little platform. He's got his little script, you know. And that when he came into that hangout, I remember he was sitting around not saying nothing for like 20 minutes. And as soon as you said something, I think it was either you finally said something to him or he spoke up, I guess because nobody noticed that he was in the room. But he started asking those stupid questions, you know. If atheism is real, why would, you know, how do atheists get their, you know, atheists do this and atheists do that. And,
oh, you talking about Pillbox?
Nah, fucking Brett Keane.
Oh.
Where do you get your morality from? I'm Brett Keane Hollywood.
Quick question. What the fuck is this refugee thing about?
It's the shit in Syria. You know, the fighting in Syria. People are fleeing, man. I mean, bullets are being thrown and bombs are being dropped and mortars are being fired and innocent people are like fleeing for their lives. and they're going to different countries, and some European countries are being overwhelmed by the amount of refugees that are trying to,
Right.
take refuge.
Yeah,
And it's kind of a hot button. How many to allow, in? Who's going to allow them in? What they can do?
Goddamn illegals.
Yeah, and people think, it's like we got that problem at the Mexican border and everything. They don't seem to think, like, what about, countries that border Syria? The border problems they have on a daily basis. It includes, bullets, and we just got to keep them goddamn Mexicans out of this country because they're stealing our jobs and stuff. I saw a video, a meme today that said, if an undocumented, uneducated, non-English speaking person is taking your job, you've done very well in life, huh?
Right.
Now, here in Germany, we are currently having quite a debate.
Yeah, I've been hearing about that.
About the whole thing, because the powers that be, they want to take in another 700,000 people. That's quite a lot.
Yeah, dude, this is crazy.
It's almost 1% of the whole population of our country.
Well,
they want to take them in, and some people have a problem with that, and yeah, there is a little bit of demonstrating going on. We have some riots, not actually riots, but we have some people moving around on the street, and some of them do ugly shit and damage property and all that kind of stuff. It's a difficult topic.
Yeah.
And I don't really have an opinion on that. Don't really want to get too far into that.
Yeah, me neither. I've watched a couple of things, but I really don't know that much about it, so I wouldn't be able to form an opinion about it if I tried.
Yeah, I mean, you figure one thing. When I was in Germany in the late '70s, and one of the first things they were comparing the size of. Back then it was as West Germany and East Germany, but they were comparing the size of West Germany to the size of the state of Oregon, actually. First time I'd actually heard a reference to the state of Oregon. But roughly the size of Oregon was the country of West Germany with a lot more people in it, right? So enough people that could actually populate Oregon to make it look like a populated state, except for in about 4 cities. But with still being a small area, having to take in as many people as they have now, and what you said, another 700,000 they want to come in or something like that, it can be very stressful on an economy.
Yeah, especially because we have all these systems in place that will guarantee people to support them, that they will not be homeless, that they will not be on the street and starving.
And nobody
that's a little bit problematic.
And nobody wants Germany building any fucking camps.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, it was one good thing they were good at, Well, okay, tanks, let's see, rockets, chocolate, camps, clocks.
Actually, which one of your Republican candidates is that wants to build a wall between Texas?
Donald Trump.
That's actually all of them. What Republican candidate doesn't want?
Because building walls, that's another thing we can do. And we can also tell you that it doesn't fucking work. So. No, but it's a problematic topic, and we have the same problem here. So if you point out that maybe this is not the best idea because we are not in that good in economic position, you're a racist, you hate all people. And then the discussion is over, and bring them in. Come on. No. And I'm actually okay with that. I mean, I am lower class. You know, I don't really have that much money. I don't even own a car, for fuck's sake. So I can give a little bit of money for that kind of initiative, to feed them, to build camps, temporary camps, until we get them housing and stuff. So I'm on board with that. I actually like the ideas to a certain degree, but we need to throttle the whole thing a little bit, because 700. We only are 80 million people in this country, and just taking in another 700,000, that's crazy.
How many people in Germany?
80 million.
80 or
80 million, yeah. Compared to America, that's
a fifth? Don't we have like 500 million? Somewhere in there?
I'm not sure. Yeah, the whole thing is, it's a question of these people are fleeing for their lives. Who makes the decision? Yeah, you get to come in, you don't get to come in. I mean, the humanitarian thing would be to help, but how much help can you actually give?
That's especially if you have them coming in, and if you would turn them around, they would probably die on the way back.
Yeah, exactly.
And you can't do that.
Right.
Well, haven't they had a huge problem with people dying on the, en route?
Well, yeah.
Yeah, Germany doesn't have that much of a coast where people can actually land. We do have at the north side of the country.
Bremerhaven.
Yeah, but most come through Poland or from the French side. And what are you going to do? I mean, send them back?
Right.
Well, you got people who would.
Yeah, I just looked it up again. We currently have 80.62 million people in Germany. So compared to the United States, it's not that much. But if you look at the size of the country.
Yeah, exactly. Very densely populated.
Yeah.
All right, guys. I think I'm gonna probably call it a night. Okay. And I'll probably pick it up back again maybe the night after next or something. If you guys are interested to come back. Okay, maybe I will. Maybe I will. Oh, shit. But yeah, I want to thank you guys for coming, and I'm going to get ready to go to bed and eat something real quick, and then I'll probably have another hangout tonight again, or maybe the next night. Who knows? Okay.
Yeah. Thanks for having me.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks for having us. It was fun.
Yeah, no problem. I really appreciate you guys being here. It was good. It was a good day. We had a good discussion, had laughs and everything. Chuckles are always fun. Yeah. We'll talk to you later. Take it easy.